live from the Red Bull Esports studio in Santa Monica, California. I am PlayOpBeard here with our COO, Ed the Shred. I'm quite honored, sir.
Great to be here.
And our resident player analyst, Rome. This is the culmination of the entire winter season. We have hundreds of teams that have been battling through two big 64-team qualifiers, teams trying to get enough points to make it to this tournament, and we have the 8 best teams in North America that are here today, tomorrow, and the day after, 3-day tournament. But before we get into all the details with Rome, we do have some breaking news, and it is big.
It is big. Those of you who would have seen the news yesterday, Team Solomid, or TSM, has now entered the Vainglory competitive community by acquiring Alliance, current world champions of Vainglory at the IPL 2. So that's pretty big. We have seen previously European pro esports organizations, initially G2 Esports, then SK Gaming, and most recently Team Secret, get into Vainglory through acquiring teams. But with TSM acquiring Alliance, we now have the first multi-esports professional organization here in North America that is fielding a Vainglory team. And that's big news.
And TSM will debut, of course, today. Congratulations to Kuldamik, Mixi, and Flash X. All that hard work paying off. And to be frank, Ed the Shred, I did not expect to be having a conversation like this soon in Vainglory as an esport.
No, absolutely not. It's amazing. We had our very first Vainglory esports tournament something like 7 months ago in Korea. And look how things have grown. We're now the fastest growing mobile game on Twitch. We're by far the world's number one touchscreen esport. And we still feel like we're barely getting started. So no, it truly is pretty amazing. And to be honest, we owe it all to all of you guys, all of the players. It's been really amazing to work with the whole Vainglory community. We couldn't have asked for a more amazing and more supportive community than all you guys. And we appreciate you being there right from the start. And we look forward to building the game together with everyone from here on forward. But you know what? I'm just so excited about this weekend because now with TSM in town, we have the new big dogs in town. It'll be interesting. They'll be the team to beat. But we have so many talented players and teams all out there. And this is going to be an amazing weekend, certainly for me, and I hope for everyone out there watching.
Including our homegrown organizations like Gankstars, Sirius. It is going to be fun to see. I will let you go watch all the action. You know, thank you.
I'm going to be right there in the audience. Yeah, no, thank you for having me.
All right, awesome. And let's turn, Rome, to this big tournament, the Winter Championships. This is a 3-day affair. The first 2 days are group stage double elimination. If a team gets defeated, they are not out of the tournament. They can try to fight their way through the losers bracket. Eventually, we'll make it to the semifinals. The semifinals and finals will be best of 5. The group stage is best of 3. And if an undefeated team makes it into the semis, they will start with a 1-game advantage. But one of the really cool things about this tournament, which will be played on update 115, the latest update, is that really any team is capable of winning. And of course, the timing is perfect for the debut of TSM because our first game is number 1 seed TSM, current world champions now, against the number 8 seed Rage Pingers, a pretty big underdog.
Yeah, so there's been so much hype on TSM, and this starting off with TSM versus Rage Pingers, we can see them showcase like their abilities, how much distinctive, like in terms of their strengths, throughout the departments. Like we've seen them win the IPL, the qualifiers, and continue over time and time again, even with the new roster, they have been dominating their teams. But like we can't cancel out on the Rage Pingers. Sitting at seed number 8, they are the top 8 teams in North America. So they have a great chance coming in today.
And Rage Pingers, of course, to be frank, a lot of teams didn't expect them to be here, but in the qualifiers, they knocked off number 1 seed Gankstars Vega. It was a very big upset, sent some shockwaves through the Vainglory community, knocked Vega out of the tournament, is not here for this Winter Championship. So Rage Pingers, they gotta be doing something right to get this far. Give me one player and one thing that this team is doing to have made it into the top 8.
Well, definitely. I do want to focus on the big dog, playing out of that lane now. We've seen him previously in the past playing a lot on the roam position. So knowing that, like he has great map awareness, he knows exactly when to rotate. And with this new team, like being established during the second qualifier this season, they have that surprise. They have that element of coming into this fight, knowing exactly what their opponents are going to do. But the same can't be said for TSM. There's not too much footage on these guys. And
Rage Pingers.
Yeah, but as long as they're able to execute out well, play out their plan, I think they have a great chance to give TSM a fight for their money.
That is so interesting. We saw that with Vaughn in the Autumn Championships. There's not a lot of game film on Vaughn. Vaughn was dominating, and then teams caught up as they got a chance to see a lot of film. There's no more film on any team than on TSM. Been in Korea multiple times. They have that, this is going to be second nature for them in this tournament. It's going to be all brand new for Rage Pingers, but at least Rage Pingers, there's really no game film on them at all. And so TSM, they can't do the homework they would have normally done.
Yeah, so with Rage Pingers, I expect for them to, as long as they're able to make sure that they're communicating with each other, they have to bring that level of confidence going up against this TSM team. They have to make sure that as long as they're able to fully engage in what they plan to do, instead of hesitating, making sure like they're playing backtrack, playing too safe, I think that might cost them a little bit.
And you were talking about the big dog. Let's put him on the screen real quick so people get a chance to see this player. Tell us one more thing that he brings to the table.
So what the big dog is, we've seen so much growth coming out of this player in the last couple of months where he's been able to make sure that he's playing carry roles. His hero pool has actually been so diversified where he's able to play a lot of different compositions. And I've seen them execute out so well. Especially, we have some VODs coming out of the Rage Pingers versus Gankstars Vega match. And to see how much they've grown in this short amount of time is astonishing.
Now, when you were talking about TSM, you mentioned the player roster changes. Of course, their huge acquisition, acquiring Coldamique away from Gankstars Sirius. And to be perfectly frank, Coldamique probably the best player in North America right now, maybe the best player in the world. And wherever he goes, he wins. The last two times Gankstars and TSM have played each other, they, whatever team call has been on has swept 3-0. Am I going out on a limb saying that Coldamique is likely your player to watch for TSM today?
Yeah, so Coldamique, and he's a player that everybody knows in the community, and this is not just in the region, this is worldwide, on a global scale. So he has like the practice hours, he has like that effort where he puts in to make sure that he learns every hero, to make sure that he's dominant in every single position. All
right, it looks like we are ready for the draft. Let's look at that now. And right off the bat, of course, that Insta-ban Adagio that we've been seeing all the time.
Yeah, so with Adagio, especially like during the last patch in this one, being played as a flex pick, it opens up your composition styles and it opens up to so many different possibilities that you're able to actually plan out.
It's moving fast and furious. These first teams know what they want to do. Team Solo Mid starting with a Sky Fortress combo. That feels good for 115.
Yeah, so looking at this Sky, most likely I will be seeing the Sky up in lane. Just because that they picked this Fortress, they're able to benefit so much more from grabbing somebody in that jungle that's able to be a bruiser, be up front, and to pretty much execute all the plays that they want.
But one thing that's cool, that Taka's does really well against Sky.
Yeah, this is one of the core compositions coming out of the Rage Pingers team. They're very known for their Sky play, their Scarf play, and this is exactly something that they've demonstrated versus Gankstars Vega.
Team Solo Mid coming right out of the gate with a Rhyme pick. We've been hearing that Rhyme has gotten stronger and stronger. He did get a buff in 115, and for this first match, I cannot wait to see it. Let's go to our casters. It is Forecourt Jester and my broadcast partner usually. It's nice to see Zkent.
Welcome to the floor, ladies and gentlemen, where the energy is electric. So many fans have come out to now cheer TSM and Rage Pingers, the #1 seed Zkent, now up against this unknown dark horse. It's going to be an interesting match.
Oh yeah, for sure. This is a really interesting matchup because TSM, they're a team with so much story behind them, and Rage Pingers, they're just coming up. They're a new team, and they are kicking butt. So I am really excited to see exactly what they pull out. They have the Taka, they have the Scarf, and they're up against TSM, who have a Rhyme on their side. So this should be really, really interesting.
I was really curious what that last pick was going to be, but now a Rhyme, that kind of leans me a bit more towards now a weapon-powered Sky, but unless they do want to go for that double CP. But just to talk a little bit about this matchup, of course, TSM, coming into this with a lot of momentum, the world champions now signed to a major label. We talked to them and just said, they're just really going to be here to represent the best in Vainglory.
Most certainly. They don't really feel the pressure. They've been on the stage so many times, and Rage Pingers, this is completely new for them. them, and I'm really interested in seeing what they do right now.
Well, this is a really early 3-man gank coming in, but Meek, he is going to get a visit here. 12 Tacos 12 and Alex, they are going to go far enough to get that first kill, and they juggled out the tower shot there. That's an extremely early first blood, and it goes to the number 8 seed.
Yeah, and that was a fantastic gank by the side of Rage Pingers. They were able to catch Meek out of position. He was trying to get a little bit more CS for himself, but just stayed a little bit too long.
Well, Mixi, he's going to be trying to chase down Rhyme here, and I don't think Alex can really get out of that one. But now Tacos, he actually has a good chance here to take out Flash. He is going to use the Kaku. Big Dog is now rotated down as well, but it's not enough. The Taka will drop, and that's now going to be 2-kill turnaround going to TSM, as the Big Dog is not willing to let these guys go free just yet.
Yeah, this is a really interesting matchup because right now, Mixi is on Rhyme. He is so tanky, especially paired with Flash X, who allows that Rhyme to just move a little bit faster.
That goop on fire. That's going to be a kill now, but it's the return. Now, can Alex actually bring down Flash? He's going to laugh a little bit about it, but, you know, we talk actually a lot about this. Me and Bacon, Tasty Bacon, who is here as well. Ardens can really clean up a lot of fights.
Most certainly, Arden doing a lot of damage with that Blood for Blood, that second ability, and right now we can see he is 1-1-1 on the Arden, doing pretty well for himself.
Now this is a little bit atypical as well. We have 6 kills in 2 minutes. The fighting has been fast and furious, and the Rage Pingers, they're really starting to show this early game. I mean, with that Taka, and 12 Tacos 12, I played a game with him on that Taka last night. He is really dominant. I just want to call him 12 Taka 12. He does really well with it. I mean, if he can keep up this pace, he's going to get a good tension bow.
Yeah, I think one of the things that Rage Pingers is doing really well right now, they are in a little bit of a fight, but they are able to get out.
That Kaku again. Now he's going to come back. They're looking for the burst on top of Flash, but that's just not enough for Tacos. He is going to drop. Meek's going to be coming down here as well. Alex, can he get the Blood for Blood? He's just not in position. Flash is going to be kiting out. Cole is really trying to bring him down. Is that enough? Can Alex get one more hit? He will. He's going to get it. He's going to pay for it, I think, a little bit. But no, Cole is actually going to go back to lane. Alex will get away with that.
That's actually a really, really good play by Alex. He was able to get the kill, and he's able to get away because Mixi doesn't want to waste time chasing down an Arden, and neither does Cole. Cole needs to get back to lane. He needs to pick up that farm, and Alex, what an excellent play right there.
All right, so Sky back into that lane, you know, with that Scarf. Scarf, as time goes on, he's going to be just better and better at pushing up this lane. And, you know, Meek is going to have to deal with that. Mixi's a little bit too far forward here on the wrong side of the map. He is going to get this 2-man aggression. The fortified health from that passive is keeping him alive a long time. But now, that's a kill lead going to the Rage Pingers.
Oh, yeah, Alex, 3-1-1 on the Arden, just doing fantastic for himself. But what I really want to point out right here is 12 Tacos 12 on that Taka. The moment he gets attention, bro, the moment he gets a little bit of damage, he is going to make it such a hard game for Meek. He's going to be jumping on every single fight, and Meek has really got to play very, very well.
All right, so 14 farm apiece here for the junglers. 12 Tacos 12 to take home a kill, but we got 2 there on the Mixi as well. So all things considered, they are pretty much on par, looking for probably, you know, that 6 to 7 minute window, looking for those first items. Now, Meek here in lane does have a weapon blade. It's not indicative of the weapon power yet, but he does have a little bit of cash under that belt that he hasn't spent either.
Most certainly, he's sitting on 1,600 gold, and right now, he can really opt into either weapon or crystal, and this is really up to what his opponents build.
Oh, Tacos is going to be a little bit under pressure. There comes the Vanguard. Alex is going to keep him going. He's just going to right back into that lane. Perhaps could have turned it right around there on top of Meek. If you're seeing a fleeing opponent, you're not expecting them to re-engage. Could have been a shock factor, but they don't get it quite yet. Meek is still just going to be here farming. They did lose out a bit of farm from Flash, but now he's here with Mixi, and they're just going to put up a little bit more of a stronger front here.
Yeah, right now, TSM going for a little bit of a tussle in the lane. Nothing too much is going to happen right here. Mixi trying to draw those Winter Spires, but not doing too much damage right now.
The poke is not quite there. It is 4 minutes into this game. 9 kills in 4 minutes. It's a really good pace that these guys are setting up for the first game here at the Winter Championships.
Most certainly, and one thing that we really have to watch out for later on in this match is once Mixi hits level 6, the Big Dog has to be really, really careful with his positioning, because if he gets caught by that Valkyrie, he is going to drop so quickly.
Now, we don't have level 6s out quite yet. Mixi's well on his way. In fact, he's going to be actually closer than 12 Takas at this point, but Minion Mine to go down rather early here. Rhyme picks that one up for his side, so that is going to be a little bit of trouble for Scarf in that lane if the clear is going to be rather strong there for Meek.
Most certainly, and right now, the Big Dog, he is sitting on quite a bit of gold himself, 1,200 gold in his pocket, and right now, he is just waiting for Meek to push the lane back in, and we do see TSM, they are coming up.
Yeah, they're going to be trying to, again, put up that strong front. We do got that Valkyrie. This could be a big power advantage, especially if you can get off that Winter Spire. But there is. They're going to find Alex. Is he going to be the target? 12 Tacos goes in. He does have the dodge, but now the disengage is there. The Winter Spire not quite enough to bring anything down. And we still have that Valkyrie ready to go. Could be a good opportunity here for Tacos. Doesn't even need it. He's going to get the kill anyways. He went a little bit too low, and Flash not going down. That's not the trade that the Rage Fingers were looking for. And now they're just going to get pushed up again. Death from above. They're level 6. That's the stun, and the big dog is going to pay for it. Alex still cannot bring down Flash, and I think he's going to pay for it here as well. That was the Valkyrie. One more shot. The weapon power Sky from Cole is enough to bring that to a 3-0.
That was such a good fight from the side of TSM. They were able to kite perfectly around that turret. The turret, they kept swapping aggro, so they were not taking too much damage from it, and they were able to pick off every single member of Rage Fingers.
Now, they didn't do like any damage here to this turret, but still, they take the kill lead. Their gold is actually starting to mount to a pretty impressive amount here as well. It's about the 1,500 or so, and counting. Gold mine could add a little bit more to that. It is rather full.
Yeah, and the really interesting thing in that fight is they didn't go for the turret. However, they were able to come down, secure a few purchases, get the gold mine, and that puts them in quite a big lead.
And now remember, they also have that minion mine pushing in as well, so the absence of the heroes, it did bring that tower down a little bit over half. And Big Doggy's now kind of on that cleanup duty. In terms of his last hits, despite 2 deaths, he's at 53, but he is staying up there rather well with Cole the Meek, who does have 60 now pushing, and those are the most farmed in the game currently.
Most certainly, not much big difference in the lane right now, but I want to point out, Flash X, he is sitting on a fountain already. So is Alex, but Flash X, he is just storing up gold. He is not buying too many scout traps. He is buying a couple flares, but for the most part, he is just trying to make sure he gets those items, gets those tier 3s, and is able to support his team as much as he can.
Well, that's going to be an effective way to farm. Just death from above, aptly named for those minion waves. But Cole the Meek, he's now going to be looking to farm. He has 1,500. He wants to shop now. In the 3-man rotation, you know, safety in numbers, gets that Sorrow Blade here at the 7-minute mark. Now, 12 Tacos 12 does have the tension bow, but is that going to be enough at this point?
Right now, it's not going to be quite enough to take out Cole the Meek, especially because Cole the Meek does have that Sirius strike, able to dodge around 12 Tacos very, very easily. And he is going for that Weapon Sky. So Weapon Sky not as reliant on that forward barrage as Crystal Sky. He's going to be able to kite around 12 Tacos much more easily than Crystal Sky would.
All right, so one of the backs went to Tacos, the other there to the invade of TSM. We do actually have Arden just kind of scout trooping way far away. He's not here to support that Scarf because he's on the other side of the jungle. 12 Tacos 12 now to babysit this lane, but the 3-man, yeah, they're actually going to pop out the puppies here, and that's just going to be, like, Tacos could not do anything about this one. One of them went way the other way, so they know that there's no Arden here to back him up. A quick turret, a quick kill. There's Arden now coming back as Alex is recalled. This was a powerful push from TSM.
Most certainly, there's some really good macro play coming out from TSM. They are able to just rotate around the map. They knew that Alex was not around the area, and they just instantly capitalized. They saw Tacos by himself under the turret. Ataka, he has no wave clear. He's gonna drop it instantly.
And now with double minion camps going the way of TSM, that push is just going to be all the more potent up against the Rage Pingers. They're pretty much kind of stuck on their side of the map at this point. There's no gold mine control. There's no vision control, really. There's no scout traps, a few flares here and there. But so far, TSM, they've taken a pretty hefty advantage at the 8-minute mark. The kills came out fast and furious, but now it's about 4,000 gold between the teams.
Most certainly, and right now there is a turret, there is a 2 gold mines that were captured by TSM, and right now they're farming us as much as they want. They are waiting for the next gold mine to like accrue a little bit of gold, and right now Mixi has the E of Hearts. On that Rhyme, he's gonna be so hard to kill. 12 Tacos will jump in, and he will instantly get rooted, and he'll instantly drop.
The Taka Tension Bow is a great idea for that early game burst, but the tankiness of this team between Flash, between Mixi, and the Pew available, Alex is just not gonna get anything done. The Vanguard will get him to safety. He does have that gauntlet ready to go, but the deaths from above not really hitting the mark. But still, again, you can see these fights are pushing up and up against the Rage Fingers. They're now under this turret. The minion waves continue to move in and doing damage and poke. One tower dive already. Could they go for this next one? As Flash, he's actually going to be a big target. Tacos is now looking for him. Here goes the gauntlet there as well, but the Valkyrie just turns it around. Tacos is out. The Arden is down, and now Cole the Meek, he's going right behind, looking for the big dog. He picks it up, and that is an ace for TSM.
And TSM play that fight so well once again. Diving turrets, they make it look so incredibly easy as the TSM cans come out from the crowd. I am really looking forward to seeing what they do to close this game out.
I mean, I know it's a big item pickup here in NA, but I was not expecting those chances to come out until Championship Sunday. But even look at this power, even with those puppies coming out. Mixi, with that Eve of Harvest, with that fortified health, he is just tanking everything. He's not even in danger of going down yet, but I say that, Tacos, he is going to be coming forward. He did have the Mortal Strike, he did have that tension bow, and finally putting another kill on the board.
Yeah, it is really dangerous for Rage Pingers to continue chasing because Kolomeek is incredibly powerful. He is using Forward Barrage, doesn't do too much damage right now. He might be, this is going to be a really interesting
Those
fight.
crits, man.
Oh
The
my
death from above, they
goodness.
stopped the advance. The crits just destroyed that Scarf. And now the Flash, I mean, I think Flash by himself could just chase him down. He got a few pot shots there with Cole, but nope, Tacos looks like he's going to be, well, maybe all right. He is going to get noticed. Kolomeek, good prediction. Not enough for a kill, but at the same time, Alex did get to safety as well. So, yeah, as you said, it was a little bit dangerous to chase, and, well, they got a little bit too close.
So this is a game, the rest of this game will be extremely difficult for Rage Pingers if they want to make a comeback. What they really need to do is they need to stall the waves as much as possible. They might even want to send 12 Tacos out to proxy farm, stand between the turrets, cut the wave before they even get close to Rage Pingers base.
Another gold payout there going to TSM, putting them just above that 6,000 or 7,000 mark. No, 6,000 sounds good. And TSM has basically dominated the map at this point. We have one scout trap out and about, and as you said, that proxy farming could actually be one of the only options here. Is Flash rolling around in the grass?
He is rolling around the grass, and he is rolling onto 12 Tacos. 12 Tacos is running away for his life.
Yeah, the 12 Tacos
Oh my goodness,
focus
Cole.
has just been ridiculous. I mean, even with that dodge, he just had nowhere to go. He had no more escapes. Even with Alex there, even if they did throw down that gauntlet, it likely wasn't going to be enough. And now 13 kills to 6. We started out pretty even, but TSM, they've really accrued that lead. And again, they've maintained double minion mines pretty much this entire match.
Most certainly, they are really looking forward to pushing this turret down. It's slowly dropping pretty quickly.
Those crits from Cole is just absolutely amazing. Here goes that gauntlet, looking for the big dog to get that Dragon Breath going. And while that's going to bring him down low, Mixi with that fortified health, though, is he just not going down. Finally, he drops, but they lose out 12 Tacos. The Arden is dead, and that was another turret to the name of TSM. Even though they're not going to be on the retreat, they have pushed so far up against Rage Pingers, and well, it looks like they're just not done yet. They're going to try to chase Big Dog into the fountain. Are they actually going to get this kill?
I don't know about that Flash. That was a nice try, but I really don't think the puppies are quite that powerful.
He's burning, Flash burning. All right, he's not going to be enough to burn down, but still, 15 kills to 7. Now 7,000 gold and counting. Remember, there's going to be a Kraken making her debut in about 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Even if we can't end out this game by then, and there's a good chance TSM just will do that, the Kraken could basically seal the deal.
Yeah, my guess is actually TSM is going to pick up double infusion on every single member. They do have the gold for it, and they're just going to go to try to end the game right now.
All right, so if you look at this matchup, I mean, just flame and wreckage all on the side of the Rage Pingers. No turrets available to the name, down to the last there on that Vein Crystal. And as we look forward to this, I mean, less than 2 minutes to the Kraken, but if we do have those double infusions, we got a few of them on the board. At least one there on Flash. He's had it since level 9. It's done its work. Looks like another gold mine into the pocket of TSM for now, but it's looking grim.
Yeah, one thing I do want to point out right now is look at the level differential. Mixi, level 12, Kolomeek, level 12, and no one on Rage Pingers is even 11, so this is looking a little bit grim for them. However, if they can hold off a little bit longer, if they can get the big dog to be really, really farmed, they might still stand a chance.
All right, there's another infusion coming out, called the Meek level 12 version, and double there for Mixi. It could be actually the final countdown as you were looking for it. It's not quite doubles on everyone. I guess Flash just doesn't have that kind of cash in his pocket, but there goes the puppies. They got that creep wave now here as well. They just go straight to that tower, and it is just done. It is no longer going to be standing there doing duty, and now Cole the Meek, he's basically uncontested into the back, and it's just going to be that easy. Before 15 minutes, a game number 1 victory for TSM as they come in strong to the Winter Championships.
And wow, TSM just a crushing victory right off the start of the first day, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what they do next.
Well, I mean, getting that brand name behind them, got to give them a lot of confidence coming into this because they play a lot of Vainglory, and that is not going to be something that stops in the near future.
Most certainly, and right now we do see they are, let's see what the Rage Pingers bring out next. What do you think they need to do to, do a little bit better for the next match?
Well, I mean, the 12 Tacos 12 and the Taka, it's unfortunately didn't really get him too far into this one. Now, there was an Adagio ban and a Catherine ban, so maybe mixing up the bans, letting something to go through so that they can pick up something that's a little bit more comfort to them could definitely go a long way, especially when it's your first time here on stage.
Right, I'm definitely expecting Adagio ban to come out once again. However, I'm not sure the Taka worked out as well as they expected. They were definitely definitely hoping to do a little bit more damage, maybe shut down Kolomik just a little bit more, but they just weren't able to do it. I would like to see something else come out for the
Now,
next
if you
game.
recall, though, he was the first blood. The
for
Taka
sure.
came in, the 3-man gank, they took down Cole, that was the first, and it actually ended up into something like a 6-man bloodbath over the next minute or so. We had 9 kills at the 4-minute mark.
Yeah, one of the big things though is Taka needs to stay ahead. If he falls behind, if he gets even, he's not gonna do so well. And one of the big things in that match was there was a rhyme coming out from TSM, and every single time 12 Taco jumped in, instantly rooted, stunned, dead.
Yeah, it was the big thing on that route, as well as the fortified health. I mean, with the Taka, sure, if you can't jump some of the tankier guys, go for the squishier. Who was the squishy target other than Cole? You go on Cole, he just Sirius strikes away. So that leaves you with what? Rhyme, who, as you said, just kind of brought down that ice and hammer. And that also left you with Fortress, who's not exactly easy to take down himself with a fountain.
Yeah, we definitely saw 12 Tacos go in on that Fortress once, and it did not work out for him.
No.
It was not pretty.
All right, so as these guys set up for game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to send it back to Rome to get his thoughts and predictions for game number 2.
All right, thank you very much. The very first match for TSM in a Vainglory tournament. And Rome, the biggest difference between the qualifier season and now, they came out right out of the gate with an off-meta comp that no one was expecting. In the qualifiers, they really kept all their cards close to the vest. This is clearly a very different stage.
Yeah, and we've actually seen in the past where the TSM team will actually pick out specific heroes and make their opponents pretty much like mentally getting prepared for like certain compositions. We've seen saw push comps in the past, and right off the bat we see a rhyme.
Yeah.
And the way that it was played, although they did lose like 1 or 2 deaths early in the game, they had such a good mid to late game transition where they totally dominated. Like right after like the 7 to 10 minute mark, things just started going TSM's way, and there was nothing the Rage Pingers could do about it.
So break down that comp for me real quick, you know, either the Fortress and the Rhyme or the play with Sky. Tell me why that works so well.
Well, we have to look at the jungle first. Seeing Fortress and Rhyme together, being able to use that proc coming out the bleed from Fortress, Rhyme and his fortified health, he has so much sustain, and in terms of being able to manage himself, waiting for Sky to rotate down, this is what they did really well last game. They pretty much waited out fights in their own tri-brush. And then when Kolomik suddenly rotates down as 3, they start engaging forward. And this is something like great teams have been excellent at executing in terms of their communication, their quick rotations, and overall like the positioning coming out of TSM.
All right, so it is 1-0 now in this first best of 3 group stage, day 1. If you're Rage Pingers now and you're trying to collect yourselves, what would you do if you were the coach right now? What would you be telling that team?
Honestly, like first off, their draft last game, it was good. They were able to secure a lot of comfort picks, grabbing that Taka, grabbing that Scarf, and they started off really well. But they should have paid attention. Like without that Catherine, their composition was very engaging. They were always moving forward. So having Ard in there, having that Vanguard up, it didn't really help them so much in terms of executing and locking down one opponent. So coming into this next match, I think I saw the confidence coming out of their team last game. Like they were able to maneuver around very early in that jungle. They made great plays, and they have to bring this forward to the second game. They have to make sure that throughout their draft or throughout how to play out their comp overall, that they're able to like walk it slowly, making sure that every move is the right move, because as long as they capitalize off of TSM's mistakes, they have great chances.
All right, let's jump into the draft and see how these teams respond. Right out of the gate, Catherine ban.
Yeah, so this Catherine ban, it gives you so much capability in terms of being able to make sure that the other team doesn't CC you, doesn't lock you down real quick. And as long as Team Solo Mid is known for like grabbing those later game compositions where they scale out really well, and because they're so strong, like playing from behind, we see like with the Adagio flex pick, they're great at this, and they can build like a great follow-up picks, and as long as they execute it right, they can play it out.
So they got worried about Kolomik on that Sky. They let the Adagio go through such a pivotal pick in 114 and 115, and now Rage Pingers also has to keep in their back of the mind that TSM could pull out the Salcom.
Yeah, and this is always something up for grabs when we see Adagio flex pick coming out first. But I'm not too sure about that Sky ban, because you know Mixi, you know Kolomik, they can play every single hero on that's available, and building a composition and specifically banning out that Sky isn't that great of an idea.
All right, Rage Pingers going back to those comfort picks. We will see the Scarf, and they are not disappointing me. The first time we're going to see an Ozo in major competitive play. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, and we were just talking about this before the whole show even started, that we will see an Ozo today. And Ozo works excellent with this composition. Be sure to watch out for, especially I think Calder Meek will be playing most likely this Adagio. And as long as he's able to use his buffs right, getting those auto attacks off of Fortress's Bleed, Ozo is just going to leap in there and just start mowing down opponents.
Likely a red Ozo?
Yes, red Ozo.
All right, this will be fun. Let's go to our casters for the action. It is Forecourt Jester and Zegan.
All right.
Well, all right. So a lot of the talk about patch 1.15 and TSM was Adagio. Adagio bans, Adagio picks. Like, we didn't expect to see an Adagio. And then as soon as that happened and Ozo comes out, we talked so much with these teams about what could we see. And they said, if we get Adagio, we're going to go Ozo.
Yeah, that was fantastic. I am a huge fan of Ozo. I love playing him. I think he is a fantastic pick, especially with the Adagio. Honestly, I thought they would go with the Saw. Like, we've seen it before. We've seen them do it so many times, especially in the semifinals of the qualifiers. But come on with the Ozo. This is a new pick in the competitive scene. We've seen it once in Europe, but we have never seen it effectively played in North America. I am really excited for this.
This is actually, I think, the first casted game of Ozo as well here into the Winter Championships. But just for those who perhaps don't know too much about him, Mr. Zekan, you've played a little bit of Ozo, a lot more than me, that's for sure. What would you expect to see with a weapon Ozo going into this?
I'm definitely expecting him to build quite a bit of damage. He can go actually fairly tanky. It's because Adagio will be supporting him with that Agent of Wrath. So he's going to be able to do quite a bit of damage, even without building too much for himself, especially with his first ability. He is able to trigger it 3 times, get 3 procs of Agent of Wrath, and just do so much damage in such a short time span.
So we're going to be looking for a lot of stickiness with him, and then you buff him out with that Adagio, and just kind of let the damage numbers roll up.
Most certainly. We can definitely expect to see a Serpent's Mask coming out on him, maybe a Starblade, maybe even a Breaking Point. I'm not 100% sure what his favorite build is, but I'm really looking forward to seeing how TSM decides to build him.
All right, so there was actually a ban on Sky this round from Rage Pingers, which is how we got the Adagio first pick. So the weapon power of Sky, I mean, I didn't really see it as big as a threat that it warranted a ban and letting this Adagio go through. But perhaps, you know, Rage Pingers have something in their pocket. They said, all right, well, if we don't ban the Adagio, they're going to pick it up. Maybe this played into their hands.
Right. It was really... Honestly, I thought it was a little bit of a strange draft by Rage Pingers. I expected the Adagio ban to come out because Adagio is a priority pick in the North American meta right now. You can build it around so many different heroes. Ringo, Saw, the Ozo, even Vox. Like, there's so many options available once you have that Adagio pick that I'm really surprised Rage Pingers let it through.
We've almost seen it, I think, with every carry at this point. I mean, Black Feathers was a very prominent pick, at least in the qualifiers, and Adagio went well with them there. We saw a support, we saw carry. I don't think we saw a weapon power Adagio, though I've heard rumors of solo queue of people popping up with that.
I have seen it a couple times. It definitely doesn't work quite as well as Crystal Adagio or as a roamer, but it can still pack quite a punch. I am really looking forward to seeing exactly how they decide to play it, because I do expect Ozo's going to be in the jungle with Fortress. That's my guess.
Yep.
And Adagio will be in the lane, building up that crystal, making sure that Agent of Wrath just completely makes Ozo an incredibly powerful pick. And it's going to be really interesting in seeing how well they play around the early game.
All right, so this is going to be match point for TSM. If they take this, it's a 2-0 and they move on, but it's not the end of the line for the Rage Pingers. It's really up to them to show us this little bit of an odder draft. Will this work? Will this bring them to that Game 3? And if it does get to that Game 3 point, that's where the beauty of it all comes together, because it'll be blind pick.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what the teams decide to go with as their, most powerful composition. And looks like we are into the fold.
All right, guys. So on the left-hand side, once more, TSM, the new juggernauts, the new world champions, perhaps. We'll have to see how far they get in this tournament, but I can safely say that there's a lot of people expecting great things out of them.
Oh, most certainly. Right now, we do see the Adagio going into lane. Mixi picking up that early Swift Shooter is going to be able to have a pretty interesting time against that Scarf. Adagio is actually a very, very powerful laner. However, he does tend to fall off if he is the primary carry. But with Ozo by his side, he is going to become a huge threat.
All right, so Tall Taco's 12. He goes from Ataka into that Kroll, but he's still going to be in that jungle. Has that Arden to go with him there as well. And this is something that, again, we talked to a lot of the teams about as well. Kroll just hasn't really been a mainstay pick in NA, whereas he's actually been a very fabulous tool in EU.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking the Kroll pick is extremely intelligent, primarily because if Mixi decides to buff Kolamik and the weakness stacks are on him, he's not going to do that much damage.
Well, they're going to try right now. That level 2 with Tacos is not enough to bring Kolamik down, and now Alex is actually going to be in a lot of trouble, especially with that damage coming in, and that is going to be the kill there from Flash X. Kolamik, though, I mean, again, 12 Tacos, he's doing some work there with that Crow, and Mixi apparently getting bullied out of lane. Big Dog wants to make that rotation, but he's going to be a little bit too late to make the sandwich, and Flash X will live. But again, very even trading early on.
Yeah, I'm actually expecting the early game to go heavily in the side of Rage Pingers' way because 12 Tacos, he's able to do so much damage and he's reducing the damage coming out from Kolamik.
Right.
And it's just so effective against that Ozo, especially because Ozo is so reliant on early game power.
Right, and that's why we see him with this Adagio to just kind of buff up those numbers. If he can survive that early game, he can be a monster into the late. So we're going to have to keep a quick eye here on top of 12 Tacos 12 to see how effective the Kroll can be as a counter to Ozo.
Most certainly, I think one of the big things coming out of this game will be how does Big Dog do?
Well, the Big Dog, unfortunately, is about to have a big death, and he brings Mixi down low, but it's just not enough for another Spitfire. Oh, it was enough for another Spitfire. Just a little bit too much aggro from those minions, and again, early and even trading from the teams.
Yeah, I would not recommend tanking minions. Those things,
no, probably
they
not.
hurt. They hurt.
Especially as Adagio. He's not exactly the most solid of roams into that one, but as the dust does settle, it looks like they're just going to let the lane just kind of freeze itself right there. You can see both of our teams here looking for a bit of a item shop, and well, they're going to find Flash. Is that going to be the big target for Talk? Because he's going to be bringing him low. Can we get the Spectral? Well, it's going to bring him low, but it's not enough for a kill.
Yeah, it's quite a bit of damage, but he is going that weapon route, so he is not going to be able to do too much damage with that Spectral Smite. He has 1 point in Spectral Smite,
right?
So it's going to do decent damage, but the main thing he wants it for is that lifesteal.
Now, we've actually seen, at least in EU, our Krolls picking up double Swift Shooters. Instead, this time it's double Weapon Blade. Could we be going for something like a Breaking Point later on? Would that complement this playstyle?
I'm actually expecting him to go for early Sorrow Blade. The Breaking Point might come out a little bit later, but I'm actually expecting the Sorrow Blade into Tyrants.
He's going to burn a little bit, but it's just, again, not enough. 2 kills for 2, and I mean, a Sorrow Blade would definitely put a little bit more packing of a punch. But I mean, ever since, what, 1.14 or so, we have seen very diminished use of the Breaking Point.
Most certainly, with the changes to Breaking Point, it is definitely not as popular as it used to be, but it is still very, very effective if you are already hitting very, very hard.
All right, so as we kind of back into this one, Alex has been babysitting the lane a little bit here. Big Dog has been doing some pretty decent farm. 15 creeps to the 27. Mixi is just kind of getting outclassed a little bit and out-harassed there as well. Look how low he is. Big Dog is like, is this bait? Can I actually go for this? He has been bullying around Adagio pretty heavily.
Right, and this is one of the really interesting matchups in lane. Scarf versus Adagio. Adagio, he has huge amounts of sustain. He is able to do a lot of damage if Scarf misses that Spitfire. But it looks like the Big Dog has been landing every single skill shot, and he's been doing really, really well here.
Yeah, he's definitely been sustaining in the lane very nicely. Now, they know that Mixi's not here. That's why we saw a little bit more of aggression. They brought Flash X down to half or so, but we're still trying to freeze the lane, still trying to keep it from going right up to that turret. And, well, I mean, overall, I'd say mission successful. We haven't seen any real steals or invades coming out, since Solo Mid seems to be just a little bit more defensive on this round.
Most certainly, and I'm a little bit worried about them because Cruel and Scarf, both incredibly powerful come the mid to late game, and especially on that Cruel, I'm expecting him to go with Starblade. He's going to be doing some serious damage with his Dead Man's Rush, and he will be very, very hard to take down.
Right. Now, 12 Tacos 12, not necessarily needing a babysitter here in these lanes. The jungle minions do hit a little bit harder as of recent patches, but you can still do a fairly effective solo on some of these characters. What I'm finding a little curious is that Team Solo Mid, they're saying that even in this lane, even with Mixi there, they need the help of that minion miner. It's a little bit extra gold, but it's going to be some good pushback here in lane.
Most certainly. Well, it doesn't really start pushing it until you take both minion mines. However, it's still going to be a little bit of trouble because if they do shove the wave into the turret, it's going to take that much longer to get it back to the center. So
the big question is, can they do that? I know Mixi, he has some good AoE. Flash X, however, is going to go a little bit too deep. Takes a tower shot for his trouble as well. But that's going to be a stun now. Kolamik is going to be dropping low, and it is enough for Big Dog to actually put a point on the board. Flash, I mean, they engaged that one when he was so very low, and Mixi almost looks like he wasn't even part of it.
Yeah, that's such a good from Hell's Heart from 12 Tacos. He was able to get it perfectly on top of Kolamik, right at the very edge, and in turret range even. So Kolamik ate like 3 turret shots and just went down.
Ooh, getting a little bit of poke there with those blood for bloods. Actually, both of our supports going to be dropping low, but fan the flames from Big Dog. And now Mixi's, he's a little bit too far forward. He will get the kill. He gets a double for his trouble.
Such an incredible play coming out from Mixi. Getting 2 kills, 3 versus 1.
Look at all the items immediately afterwards. Everyone had all that pent up gold.
Yeah, I was like, we're all dead. We might as well buy a couple things.
So a really nice turnaround there for Mixi. Does get one and then the second before going down. So overall, still very even trading, but 12 Tacos 12 able to push up the lane a little bit. Gets a little bit of farm there as well. He's now out leveling Coldemik. He has that level 7 ready to go, and the Hell's Heart still 15 seconds or so out from just throwing it on top of Cole. But again, a little bit of advantages here could go a long way for the Rage Pingers.
Right, I'm a little bit worried for the Team Solomon because 12 Tacos 12 on that Cruel, he is such a good counter to the entire team composition of Team Solomon.
Right.
If Coldemik gets the Agent of Wrath from Mixi, and then he has weakness stacks on top of him, it is 2 members of Team Solo Mid that are just not doing that much damage, and I don't think Flash X is going to be able to cover that.
No, Big Dog. All right, Colden makes it go real low, and look at that burst damage right there. He just eliminates that Scarf. Now 12 Tacos can't really come down to this, or at least he's choosing not to. He's going to throw out the stun anyways. There's a little bit of damage now coming out. We do got a fountain going, and Colden Meek is just not going to drop. Ults in, finds the 12 Tacos, and he tumbles his way to another kill. That's a 2-0.
And that is exactly what you want to see coming out from Ozo. Ozo does such huge amounts of burst damage, especially when he's going weapon. And one of the big things is, Scarf, he has no defense against that Ozo. The Banger Ring, the Acro Bounce. There are so many ways for Ozo to stick to that Scarf that once Scarf goes down, it's going to be very, very difficult for Rage Pingers.
So Rage Pingers, I mean, they wanted to defend out this turret, but they lose out an immense gold payout, a 2-0 trade. Now they're the ones getting pushed into this turret. Mixi, who is down quite a bit in that CS role, I mean, it was 17 to 29 at some point, are now basically back to par at 49 to 50.
Right, and TSM picking up an 800 gold lead, not anything huge, but it is really good for them because they need to keep this game fairly even, and as long as they can shut down and get picks, they are going to be able to just scale into mid to late game as well as Rage Pingers.
So Big Dog has himself that Frostburn. Would you go for an Eve on the back of some of this aggression, or would you go something a little bit more defensive like a Reflex?
I honestly think the Reflex block would be the right choice, especially with the
Yep, you're just too far forward. You cannot get away from that kind of damage, and now Cole the Meek. I mean, there goes the puppies. They're going to be trying to chase down the 12 Tacos, and well, the Gauntlet is going to be there. Gets the stun on top of Flash, and now Alex could be a little bit too far forward. The damage from this turret is still palpable, though, and Flash is going to be low, but Cole, he's still there. He's tanking it. He's looking for this kill, and well, he is going to pay for it. They do get the turret, but they lose out the Cole, and now Alex and Tacos, can they pick up another to try to make this at least a little bit more even?
Not a chance. All right, that was some fantastic play coming out from the side team's low mid. They knew the Gauntlet went down. They knew they had to stay within the turret range, or else one person would be taking the turret for too many shots. And right after that, they determined, okay, they're not doing that much damage to us. Let's just take the turret down and then leave.
Well, it looks like it's going to pay out in spades. Now, they went from 1,000 gold lead to 2,000 on the back of that with those kills and with that turret, and now a little bit of more jungle going their way as well. Cole can really do some insane amounts of burst, especially against Scarf, who doesn't seem to have an answer really to that kind of engage.
Right, I think the big thing for the Big Dog is that he needs to get that reflex block. He needs to get a little bit more defense because Coldemik, there is no way to stop Coldemik from getting onto that Scarf. He has too many options. He can use that Acro Bounce, he can use that Banger Ring, and he will always get to Scarf. The question is, can they keep Scarf alive after Coldemik engages?
Well, so far Scarf has not been part of these fights. He is now sitting at 3 kills, 4, so he's been part of half, but he is still holding the majority of those deaths. Alex, unfortunately, I mean, even with that Vanguard, I mean, it's not a Catherine stun. It's not going to be something that's really Cole's going to care about.
Right, and one of the big things is Alex has to be very, very on point with those Vanguards. He needs to use it on the Big Dog immediately as Cole engages, or to separate them with the Gauntlet, but that's incredibly difficult. We really need to see, can Alex do it?
And now not only we have a Fountain, but we got a Warhorn on top of that. Flash X picked that up after on the back of that gold mine, and now Cole is even just going to be able to close that gap faster.
Most certainly, and the Warhorn is just so important for us at Team Solo Mid because their entire goal this game is to kill a Big Dog. Big Dog is level 7 right now. He is basically not a threat at all, and it's really up to Tacos to carry this game.
Well, Hell's Heart, they're looking to bring down that Adagio. We're going to get that verse off some really good reflexes, though. The Scarf will drop it, the Adagio is out, and now can 12 Tacos bring this through? He is going to be dropping low. Coldemik, he will get the kill, and now it's only down to the supports, but Flash has a little bit of an HP lead over top of Alex. We do got that Vanguard, and it looks like the puppies will burst, but Flash, he's out of energy at this point, and Alex can really just kind of go back and freeze this lane.
And that is exactly the kind of fight that we'll see a lot of in these coming few team fights, because the main thing for the side team Summit, they're jumping on Big Dog. However, that leaves 12 Tacos 12 to do whatever he wants, and he's going to jump immediately onto Mixi, take him out, and drastically cut down the amount of damage that Coldemik will do to him.
Well, that might be the winning strategy. I mean, that was the first time we've actually traded even on some of these engages. Remember, the gold lead is still, it's not as heavy as it was in game number 1, but Team Solo Mid up a K.5 or so. They are still pretty much in command at this point. We gotta wait for some of those bursts, those spikes to come in for Big Dog for 12 Tacos, although 12 Tacos is leading the game in levels. He's up to 11.
Yeah, that is incredibly awesome for him. Right now, he has a Shiver Steel. He has the Sorrow Blade, and right now, he's able to stick to anyone he wants to, but the team side of Team Solo Mid, they aren't really trying to get away from him. They're just trying to engage even further. They have the Warhorn, they have the Crucible, they have the Fountain even. They have 3 tier 3 supports on the side of Flash X. That is incredible.
Now, we do got 4 reflex blocks across the board here as well. Bunch of Fountains. We got the Crucible there from Flash as well. So that's actually quite a bit of on-demand shield if they do require it.
Most certainly. And right now, I'm wondering if the Big Dog decides to go for a little bit of armor. I do think he might need it, but Kolomik is still doing a lot of crystal damage with Mikshi's Agent of Wrath buff. So it's going to be a very difficult thing for the Big Dog to decide. Does he want to build a little bit of defense, or is he just going to play incredibly far back?
Well, playing incredibly far back, unfortunately, is not going to get you too far forward. I mean, still with this farm, he is keeping up with the farm. 86 to 95, he's actually trailing just a little bit, but you can see the difference. I mean, Alex here in the foreguard, he is looking for that scouting, trying to discern any kind of big threats up against, you know, the very immobile Big Dog, but because they're putting so many people into this, you know, this top lane, playing so far back, they are losing map control bit by bit.
Yeah, right now TSM going for like gold mine. They aren't really going to be able to do anything about it on a side of Rage Fingers. They just give this up for free.
And a decent gold payout is not bad at all. That puts them just over 2,000 gold now and climbing. Now, we're not looking at a Kraken anytime soon. That is a Crystal Infusion, though, on top of our dear Big Dog. So level 9 Infusion coming in. He's not going to be 10 anytime soon, but he chose this over, you know, even going towards closer to the Broken Myth. So are we looking for a fight?
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised by that pickup. Oh, Alex.
That had to have been a little bit of a slip of the thumb.
Yeah, that was, maybe he thought TSM was hiding in that bush, but they were not. They were not.
Well, okay, so the only good news here is that TSM doesn't know he just used it. It's something that they're going to still play around because they don't know that it's down.
That is true. So at least there's a little bit of consolation prize for a side Rage Fingers, but they definitely have to get out of here right now.
Big Dog even hitting those boots, just saying, all right, I recognize the situation. They're off map. I'm too far forward, and I don't have a tower here to you know, fall back to. He gets out of dodge. But again, like playing this far back, we went from 1,000 gold, 2,000, now it's 3,000 gold and counting. We are starting to slip little by little.
Most certainly. And one of the big things for a side Rage Fingers, though, is that they do still scale a little bit better in the late game. If they can get Kolomik, you know, if they can get some weakness stacks on him, 12 Tacos 12 will be able to dramatically reduce his damage coming out from TSM. And if they just can do that one thing, it's going to make the game a lot harder for the side Team Solo Mid.
All right, 3-man coming in from behind. Mikshi there as well. Again, Big Dog good. Hell's Heart does keep him at bay at least a little bit. Now they're trying to get this tower involved as well. And 12 Tacos, he's just taking a little bit of that harass. Overall, the trade definitely going in favor of the Rage Fingers.
Yeah, it was not too bad for the side Rage Fingers. They were able to defend their turret very, very easily. Kolomik might be getting caught out, but he is okay. And right now, we're just going to see the exact same thing happen over and over again. TSM, they're going to go for the gold mine, and when Kraken eventually spawns, they might go for the Kraken, but Rage Fingers, they're just going to be playing extremely defensively. They're waiting for a Kroll and Scarf to scale up. They need the Broken Myth, they need Tacos to be a little bit tankier, get a little bit more attack speed, and then they will try to fight.
Well, 12 Tacos is level 12, very fitting for his name, but the Big Dogs is still trailing behind a little bit, 10.5 at this point. Mikshi is about to hit that 11 mark, and Kolomik, he's already maxed out there as well. So again, you know, 14.5 minutes in, this is where actually the Rage Fingers was about on their last knees in the last game. So this time around, they are taking a little bit more slower. They are starting to really turtle up, but you know, this is going to take us now to a Kraken scenario. And, well, is TSM just going to take it for free? Is this where Rage Fingers needs to kind of bank everything?
So one of the interesting things is TSM does have both minion miners, which does mean Rage Fingers will be able to farm fairly safely because the waves will continuously push into their side. But right now, Flash getting jumped on.
All right, we got that gauntlet back up and ready to go. 12 Tacos, though. And so the tumble doesn't hit. Kolomik still gets the damage, though. And there's just really nothing that looked like the Rage Fingers could do about that. The gauntlet goes down. TSM's more than happy to back out. They're probably going to go for a Kraken at this point.
Yeah, at this point, Kraken is basically free. There's nothing on the side of Rage Fingers that they can even use. The gauntlet is down in front. Hell's Heart is down. And the big thing that they need right now is a Warhorn. Alex needs to pick that up, or else there's no way that Scarf is going to be able to survive any of these fights.
Yeah, between the Fortress, between the Warhorn, anyways, lasers and those tumbles. I mean, it has just really been that big rush down on top of the Scarf. And, well, Kraken goes down pretty free and easy. Now, picking up this Kraken, assuming that this does not end the game, it will put a lot of cash into the Rage Pingers pockets, but that was a lot of infusions from both sides.
Oh yeah, right there, we did see Faltacos pick up an infusion from himself, and most of the infusions are actually on the side of Team Solo mid. Like right now, Meek, double infuse, you got Flash X with the infusion for himself. He has another one staying in his pocket right now, and we'll see how far this Kraken can push.
We have no gauntlet, we still 10 seconds from Hell's Heart. We got the tumble back up here from Meek, and that turret just did not have a good day. We also still have all those reflex blocks ready to go, the Verse as well, in case we do jump on top of this combo, but well, Verse is gonna go down, doesn't really seem to hit anyone, but it will keep them from it really attacking the Kraken. Again, that's 2 turrets. TSM could take a 4-turret lead right here and take the game. If they can really sweep this, that's another turret gone. 12 Tacos goes in and gets immediately evaporated. Now Alex is going to be taking the brunt of this one. He does get the Vanguard, the big dog, a far back lay. He's just not part of these fights. The turrets, that's 4 for this Kraken, and this is going to be TSM taking a 2-0 over the surprise team, the 8th seed of the Rage Bringers. The Dark Horse, unfortunately, not able to take a game from now the reigning world champions.
Yeah, and TSM just showing such a dominant performance in these first 2 games that they have played at the live championships. They just kill Arden for fun.
He tried to get that gauntlet out of the end.
Oh man, so fantastic play coming out from the side Team Solo mid. They are just incredibly dominant in both those matches. The Rage Pingers, they showed some signs of life in a little bit of the second game, but they were quickly stifled by the side TSM.
And it's I mean, could this be the drafting? Could be the play? I mean, this is basically another day in the office here for TSM, because not only have they participated in VIPLs, but they were here at the Autumns as well. Well, maybe not the Autumns, but at the same time, they are on a lot of stages. They stream full time. These guys are really well known in this community. Could it be Nerves first time? Could it be the Cole factor?
It could very well be any of those things, but one of the big things for Rage Pingers is this is not the end of their story. They will be back here tomorrow. We'll see who they play against later on, but I am really excited to see what they come up with next. They have a couple of games to review on, and they might be able to come out with something new.
Well, I just really don't think we're going to see the Adagio again. I really don't think we're going to see Adagio again. He's just too powerful right now.
Oh, for certain. Like right there, Meek with that Ozo and Mixi buffing him with the Agent of Wrath. It was really rough for Scarf, to say the least.
Like, I mean, we don't measure things in inches and feet, but like when I can see the health bars chunking down in inches, that's a lot of damage that you're really building up to. And an Ozo, finally, people got to see a little bit how to do this. Go out and try it. Use the Adagio, use the Ozo, see what you can do about it, and then give all the credit to TSM.
If you say so, So TSM taking all the credit for any Ozo's pick that you may see in solo queue. It's going to be really exciting. But the main thing is, seeing that Ozo for the first time, I wonder what else TSM has in their back pocket, because they showed a couple strategies in this first set. And I'm sure they have so much more.
Well, as you said a little bit earlier, they played a lot of just Saw.
Yep.
So who knows what else is up in their sleeve? But who might know? Playoff Beard and Rome. So we're going to get their thoughts here as we prepare for the next series.
So TSM, they are the world champions for a reason. A confident, decisive performance today, Rome.
Yeah, and it's like they got a facelift, because we know them in the past, like they usually hide out their compositions, and today they're just flexing. They're just showing out their muscles. They're just showing the crowd and showing up the audience like everything that they're capable of. They threw out a rhyme, they threw out an Ozo. What's more to come, right?
It was certainly fun to watch. And as Zekent mentioned, this is a double elimination group stage. So Rage Pingers, they'll go down into the losers bracket. If they can keep winning, they'll actually be able to make their way to the semifinals, which is best of 5. So Rage Pingers, the story is not over for them. But TSM, it's all about them today. All the buzz about them coming into the world of Vainglory. And Meek on that rhyme, that Ozo was fun to watch. But I think you had your eye on someone else as the MVP of that series.
Yeah, definitely. I want to give it to Flash X, mainly because we saw him lead the team throughout the first and the second match. Playing that Fortress, he was always there to engage, making sure that he jumped on the right person. And as long as he was able to use his abilities, get that bleed proc off, we saw the follow-up coming out of either Mixi or Meek. And this is something that the TSM team is excellent at. They're able to engage, and they're able to coordinate themselves so well.
All right, so TSM, that was a confident performance. If you're Rage Pingers, what do you take away from this that you can build on when you play those elimination games out of the losers bracket?
Well, we see them like picking up a lot of comfort picks in both the first and the second matches. and they might have to like jump off of this. Like no team actually has too much footage on these guys. They don't know too much about their capabilities and how much compositions that they're able to run. Pulling on something from Surprise will be a great start for them.
All right, so as we take a look here, we just saw the #1 seed, TSM, against the #8 Rage Pingers. Next series, we will have Gankstars Sirius, the first world champions, playing the #7 Vertigo Black. And then later on, the match that I'm most excited about to see today, Halcyon Hammer's Velocity against the reigning North American champions, Liberation X. It is going to be fun. And then, of course, we have Nemesis, Hydra, and Halcyon Hammer's Kinetic. We will get into all of that. But I do believe that we are going to have an interview with the one and only Super Sub himself, Shin Kaigen. Let's go to that now.
Thanks, Playoff Beard. So I'm here with Flash, and what an amazing first match. I mean, I think you know what I want to ask you, but all the fans want to know. Ozo? Ozo has not been seen at all in this winter season. So tell me why your team ended up picking him.
So it was definitely a pick that we had practiced a ton. We think you're going to see a lot more Ozo in this tournament. He's an incredibly strong champion, and we look forward to playing him again.
Yeah, it definitely worked out for you. So I want to ask, you're known as the mastermind behind the team. You do all the planning, the draft strats. So can you tell me, what kind of preparation do you go into for a big tournament like this one?
So I do want to give a ton of credit to my teammates. I think with the addition of Cole the Meek to our team, he has taken a huge responsibility in helping me with that. Mixie is also essential in providing a lot of his feedback. We are incredibly prepared. We prepare incredibly well, but I am very thankful to have such amazing teammates that can help me with that also.
Oh, and so humble too. So one last thing I want to address. So you have a very unique playstyle as a roam. So in that last match, I think I saw 0 scout traps go out there. You have no vision on the map, but you guys just still play so amazing. So can you tell me about why that you do that and what makes it work so well?
It's definitely a unique play style that fortunately my teammates are also patient enough with not having a lot of vision. It's just important to have a lot of communication, but I think our team benefits from always finishing our first tier 3 defensive item and able to take an early team fight and benefit off of that.
All right, well, thank you so much for letting me pick your brain, Flash. All right, we'll send it back to you, Playoff Beard.
All right, very cool. Interview with Flash X, now of TSM. Something tells me that might not be the last interview that we see from TSM in Rome. Some really interesting comps that they busted out today, some things we really didn't expect.
Yeah, so like Flash X just said, that we will be seeing a lot of Ozo. And we saw last match, they had a Fortress, they had an Adagio, and Ozo. And you see, with Ozo's hero perk, you're able to grab that extra health, especially with that lifesteal coming out of Fortress, with that buff coming out of Adagio.
Wow, what a combo.
This was like, the synergy between these 3 heroes by themselves is just so high, where like their opponents for the rest of the tournament, they have to know. Like, they have to ban out one of these or they're just going to keep rolling over again.
All right, so I do want to mention, keep an eye on the in-game chat if you're watching on Twitch. There are ice giveaways taking place. I believe right now, if you type in hashtag NVIDIA Shield, which is one of our sponsors, you'll have a chance to win some ice. And thank you to NVIDIA Shield and their K1 tablet for sponsoring this event. Phenomenal device for playing Vainglory, as well as Amazon Coins for sponsoring today. Some really cool Amazon Coins discounts right now, so go check that out as well. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll start talking about Gankstars Sirius versus Vertigo Black. Back in a minute.
Yep.
With a powerful quad-core processor and 7-inch screen, all for just $50, kind of makes you wonder, why buy just one? The $49.99 Amazon Fire tablet.
Welcome to the Academy.
It's not enough. Donatlet goes down. He might go for Donatlet. He's got one. He's got a hit too.
Welcome everyone to the esports arena here in Santa Ana for the 2015 Vainglory Autumn Season Live Finals!
Going to seal the deal here at 2-0, or will they? They take down the Kraken, one hit from win.
Remember that there are no Vayne turrets available. They might look to try and end the game themselves.
This is game 3 from Liberation X.
Liberation X! Oh man, what a fantastic game. I just can't believe it. I'm lost for words. What an amazing series we have.
From the Red Bull Esports studio in Santa Monica, California, we're going to turn our attention now to Gankstars Sirius, who is the first world champions. We got a chance to see TSM, the current world champions. Now we get to look at their arch rival, Gankstars Sirius, and they will be playing the number 7 seed, Vertigo Black. This should be a very interesting series, Rom.
Yeah, so with Gankstars Sirius, we've seen them having accomplished so much in the past. And with recent changes, we saw the leaving of Meek, and then Fuji steps up from within the team. And they played one qualifier together, and I'm seeing that they're slowly getting to that groove. And this is probably the best time to really show us how much all that hard work has been going to pay off. And as long as they're able to actually engage these matches, play to their comforts, I think they have a great chance to actually, again, go into the finals, going up against TSM, trying to get that revenge.
Well, they keep running into them, major tournament after major tournament, and of course the connective tissue between these teams now, between TSM and Gankstars, is Meek, was of course a longtime Gankstars player, won the world title with them. That transition over to TSM, and like you mentioned, Fuji steps in, one of the leaders of the Gankstars organization, now the jungler on that Gankstars Sirius roster, and the more time they spend together, the stronger they look in this new version of the team. But I know you have your eye on Gabe Vizzle today. Tell me why.
Yeah, so Gabe Vizzle has been one of the dominant roamers, especially not just in North America, but in the entire world. He's had professional experience playing over in Korea, playing pretty much anywhere that the team plays, and they've done so well in the past with them. I see him always making sure he's grabbing that vision, he's always engaging, and his use of activatables is probably one of the best.
I would say the best. There's no one else in the world where you can feel confident 100% of the time he's going to crucible that blast tremor off of a Catherine, canceling out the CC. Definitely pay attention as we see these games. Gabe Vizzle's play and Gabe Vizzle's use of those activatables for sure there. And that was cool to see that clip for Gankstars Academy.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to check that out. Maybe it'll help me get to POA Gold. I need a little help. I'm plateauing at silver. But on the other side, the 7 seed Vertigo Black, this is now their second time around. They were in the Autumn Live Championships, had a little bit of trouble getting acclimated to the live setting. But boy, you've been pointing out for months now that maybe the most underrated player in North America is Rix. He's moved into the starting lineup with this team. And they're a dangerous team, right?
Yeah, with Vertigo Black they always were the underdogs in previous qualifiers and previous tournaments. But every time that they're playing, every time that they always step up to a different level. And this is bound to pretty much provide excellent results for the organization.
All right, now map out for me, if we were to see an upset today, if Vertigo Black were to knock off Gankstars Sirius, and I have to tell you, a lot of people behind the scenes have been telling me, we think Vertigo can win today. What would the game plan look like? What would Vertigo have to do to knock off the vaunted Gankstars Sirius team?
Pretty much, like, all they have to do is really just come into this match with confidence. And as long as they're able to execute any plan that they have pre-hand, I think they have a great chance. With the 1.15 patch, a lot of it actually favors the Vertigo team, who are excellent in terms of playing those mid to late game compositions. They're very smart when they're very conservative in the early game, making sure that they're not getting invaded too much. And as their positioning has always been excellent. So as long as they come in with this full force and execute out their perfect plan, I think they can actually knock off Gankstars Sirius.
And one player with superb positioning on that Vertigo Black team is Best Chuck NA. Tell me a little bit about why he is so good.
So he's actually played with this Vertigo squad for the longest time, and we've seen the growth of his individual mechanics. We've seen how he plays as a team. And with his positioning and how they actually engage in those later game team fights has always been excellent, knowing exactly who to die for, and that's how they're going to come out winning this if they do. Watch out for Best Chuck NA, making sure that he's always rotating around, positioning himself in a way where they're able to execute somebody up real quick.
All right, so Best Chuck NA, we see him on Scarf a ton. What do some comps look like for Vertigo Black? Like, if they get what they want out of the draft, what would that look like for them?
To be honest, I think Scarf is one of their great heroes, but they heavily depend on that jungle. They have mid to late game scaling, and most likely, I think as long as if they're able to land a Cruel, and if Gankstars Sirius doesn't ban it, I expect them to actually get that early to mid game lockdown, and with their rotations, always going down as 3 to help out each other, it's going to be a match to watch.
All right, well, Gankstars Sirius will certainly know about Crawl. There'll be no surprise there. Let's go to the draft and see who gets picked and banned out. And they weren't listening to you, Rome, but they certainly have been reviewing the film. It's not an Adagio ban, it's not a Sky ban, it's a Crawl ban.
Yeah, and this is a great play coming on Gankstars Sirius because they know Crawl, he's very good into that mid to late game. And if they're not able to position themselves correctly, and Crawl gets to that back line, onto that lane carry, Iraqi Zoro will have a problem.
All right, we'll wait and see who Vertigo Black decides to ban in response. And it will be Ringo. Iraqi Zoro, you know, maybe the most famous Ringo in the world.
Yeah, but the thing is, Iraqi Zoro, he's so good on every single laner pretty much. Like, we've seen him pull out a bunch of Glaive, Ronas up in that lane. But most likely this match, I think they're going to be able to grab themselves somebody very strong. Most likely 2 melee carries, just because they're Adagio flex pick. You have so much versatility in terms of building out compositions where you're favoring yourself towards that mid game.
I have to say, this must feel like a gift for Gankstars Sirius right now. Very surprised to see the Adagio get through.
Yeah, so this Adagio pick, we're going to be seeing it over and over again, mainly because you can't designate Adagio to one specific role. He's so versatile, and he's able to open up like your compositions. He helps you be counter pick, and this is what they do so well.
All right, Beowulf is going to play Catherine tonight.
Catherine, as long as Catherine is able to come in and lock down her stun, I think with Vertigo Black's great sense of communication, this is excellent for them. Going in right after that CC, and with Blackfeather diving to that backline all the time.
All right, so tell me a little bit about this. You think this is going to be a lane Blackfeather, most likely? You're going to be Best Chuck NA on the Blackfeather?
Yeah, there's a very high chance that Blackfeather will be running up in this lane, mainly due to the fact that he's so strong when he gets to that late game. As long as the player that's playing him has that high mechanics, knows how to use his Rose Offensive for that evasion, I think they have a great chance.
We're going to get right back to those picks in just a minute. There's probably been no bigger fan in North America of Rix on Vertigo Black than you. You have been singing his praises. What specifically about his game made you such a big advocate of that player?
Like, looking at Rix, he's always been one of those silent players, like creeping up and just dominating his opponents. And it's not just like how he coordinates with his team, but overall, I love his mechanics and the way he executes it out. Like, he's not one of those players that really shine out by himself, but rather he plays with his team, and this is what they do excellent together.
And knowing that they have a Catherine now, and they have a Black Feather now, who would you like to see Rix on?
To be honest, they have to grab somebody in that lane, and perhaps like either grabbing a Vox would probably be an excellent play for them. Vox will always stand that back line, and as long as he jumps in after Black Feather and Catherine, they have a great chance.
All right, Gangstar Sirius getting a little bit of extra time to think about the state of this draft right now after the Vertigo Black picks. You're really good at predicting this stuff. Sitting on the Adagio, who's going to come out of Gangstar Sirius now?
It's kind of hard to say, like, especially seeing TSM play last match, pulling out all different sorts of tricks out of the bag. But with Gangstar Sirius, like, they have this Adagio. A great pick for them right now would be a pedal.
All right, back on the clock is Gangstar Sirius. Will they go to that pedal pick, or will they try to perhaps take away the pick that you said was going to be best for Vertigo? They're thinking next level all the time, and they do go Vox.
Yeah, so Iraqi Zoro on this Vox. Nobody really has nothing to say against it, just because Iraqi Zoro is most famous for his Vox play way back then, back in 1.4, I believe.
1.4 Vox.
1.6.
All right, so we'll see Iraqi Zoro on Vox. That will certainly be fun. And it's another Ozo.
So Ozo works very well with Adagio.
Which we just saw.
Yeah, their kits just synergize so efficiently in terms of they can be very aggressive in that early game. And if Black Feather, he's not able to farm out, if he has to rotate down to help out his team too much, I think Iraqi Zoro, playing that Vox in the lane, he's just going to have the time of his life.
Wow, this feels like it might be an even scarier comp than the one that we saw on TSM. I can't wait to see what will happen. And to walk us through it, it's Forecourt Jester and Zken.
Well, we said perhaps we wouldn't see the Adagio again, slips through, and then once more his good old monkey pal Ozo to be joining him here onto the fold.
Yeah, this time is a little bit interesting because Adagio won't be a laner, but the roamer this time. So it's going to probably be Adagio and Ozo together in the jungle, and we're going to have Vox in the lane. So this is actually really interesting because Adagio will be able to buff both Ozo or Vox. So it gives Gankstars a little bit more options.
Yeah, and it's exactly what Rome said a little bit earlier. I mean, that first pick Adagio Potentio, he can do anything. Now, as I said, probably not going to see a weapon, but as a roamer, as a carry, who can he buff? What can you combo with? It opens up an entirely new world of possibilities, and it's very hard to try to plan around that when you have two picks right after that first Adagio.
Right, and one of the things we see a lot coming out on Sad Vertigo is they took Skye. I actually don't like Skye too much against the Ozo because, as we saw last game, Ozo has so many options to gap close, and Skye, she has Surrey Strike, and that's it.
Yeah. If he can just follow her through it, then it's definitely going to be a little bit more of a bad time. We're going to have to see if that Frostburn can kind of do anything when it comes to slowing them down. But, it was actually a Ringo ban from the side of Vertigo Black this round.
Yeah, that was a little bit interesting because I'm assuming that Vertigo Black was planning on going for that Vox, but Iraqi Zoro took it away.
Yeah.
And then
he did.
I mean, Iraqi Zoro, he is a good Ringo player, but I don't really know if he's the one you want to target when you are banning. I think going for that, potentially, the Adagio ban probably would have been a better idea here.
So there might be something with this whole combo, with Adagio, with Ozo, because we go from one world-class team now to the other. And these are the two big top dogs right now of NA. If you hear anything about the rumblings between these guys, it's really that they just keep meeting up in finals and finals and finals. One set of world champions now superseded by the next. They've had some roster changes between them. Gankstars Sirius now has Fuji coming into this. This is their first sit-down event with him, not on Vega. I mean, there's a lot of different variables going in, but Ozo and Adagio on two sets of teams.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see this. Honestly, I love watching Ozo. He just makes so many good plays, and especially paired up with that Adagio. Though this time it won't be that Crystal Adagio, so the Asian and Wrath won't be doing quite as much. But he does have the ability to fall back on that Vox pick if it works out, if Ozo is getting focused down.
Now, one of the strengths that we got here from Vertigo Black is, just as our analysts were saying, Rix. Rix is here. He's finally the starter. He's the big new star of Vertigo. And we have a Black Feather to go with that Sky this time. Black Feather has been a very popular pick throughout the qualifiers.
Oh yeah, Black Feather is actually be extremely good at shutting down that Vox. So if they are able to take out Ozo, Black Feather jumps on Vox, and Vox is going to have a very, very hard time.
And he also has those different sets of invulnerabilities. Gabe Vizzle, for example, he might have that really good reaction time for preventing, a blast tremor or two here and there with Crucibles. But what can you do when a Black Feather kind of jumps your Dodger or jumps your Ozo like that?
Honestly, the best thing to do is you pop it out as Pauldron. That is likely your best bet, just because slowing down that attack speed does prevent him from getting those heartthrob stacks just a little bit, makes it take a little bit longer. However, honestly, I don't really think he needs to focus on that Black Feather. He needs to make sure his teammates just have a Warhorn and run away from him.
All right, well, Warhorn could be the item of choice. We'll have to see how the building paths go. And I'm really excited to see exactly where these guys will end up, because we did see Vertigo in the last autumn qualifiers, and we did talk to them a little bit about coming into this one, and they're very, very confident. Now that they've already been through one set of live finals, they've been playing and drafting ever since the introduction of draft mode. They've gotten really used to, kind of doing the speed drafting compared to before, where we didn't really have a time limit back then. So their confidence level is really up there. Doesn't matter that it's Sirius. They're here to win.
Oh, certainly. And one of the big things we hear from a lot of people in the back is that Vertigo Black, they are becoming a very, very dangerous team. Last time we saw them in the autumn season, they're okay. But now,
top 8.
Yeah, we saw them move through the qualifiers this time around in the winter season, and they are definitely improving. You can see marked improvement every single time we see them in a match.
Yep. So names like Rix, names like Best Chuck NA. Best Chuck NA, Playoff Beard loves that guy. He talks about him unprompted sometimes in conversation about Vainglory.
This is true, and Best NA, he's definitely a big name to watch out for in this match. It's really gonna come down to how well do their carries play. Like Vertigo Black, if they're on point, if they don't make silly mistakes, they are definitely mechanically skilled enough to take down Gankstars Sirius.
All right, well, we'll have to see if Playoff Beard's favorite can do it, but we're gonna throw it back to them for a few words from the man himself.
All right, so they're just making sure everything is all set. We'll get that first match underway in the best of 3 in just a moment. Now that we have a couple more minutes, I wanted to ask you, so everyone has seen Gankstars Sirius with Call the Meek, their play style, winning big tournaments. Now with Fuji, this is the first season, winter season, this is the first season with Fuji in this lineup. How does it change their play or their looks with Fuji in the lineup instead of Call the Meek?
Well, looking previously, when the Gankstars Sirius roster did have Call the Meek, we saw a very aggressive jungle coming out of them, and sometimes it was very punishing for them in the lane if they made too many mistakes, overstepping, or getting their opponents capitalizing off of overextending or anything like that. But with the addition of Fuji coming in, he's a very efficient player. He's always making sure that the whole team minimizes the mistakes as a group. And this is something like we see from Gankstars Sirius in the last qualifier especially. Their KDAs was off the chart due to the fact that they were never dying. They were never making mistakes, and their enemies didn't have too many chances to capitalize off anything.
Now, would there be any concerns with two really dominant voices within Gankstars in Iraqi Zoro and Fuji, who used to call all the shots for Gankstars Vega back in the day? Would you have any concerns about having two dominant voices now having to coexist on the same team and how they kind of divide up those responsibilities?
Well, I think this was the reason why they didn't finish off first place in the last qualifier. They were dealing with communication, or they were making sure they were setting up how the team would go as one. And as long as they have that mindset, I think right now they have actually figured that out.
All right, I think we are ready. Let's go to the Halcyon Fold, back to Forecourt Jester and Zekent.
All right, guys, so if we are going to go back into the fold, why not just jump right on into it for game number 1 of Gankstars Sirius up against Vertigo Black. This is really, again, a big opportunity to see how much we've improved with Vertigo Black.
Most certainly, we do see Rix on that Black Feather. I'm really looking forward to seeing how he does against that Vox. It's actually a very interesting matchup because even though Vox is able to dance around that Black Feather early on, Black Feather, once he hits level 6, is going to be a huge threat for Iraqi Zoro.
All right, so Rix there in lane. That's the guy that we've all been talking about here. Best Chuck and A is going to be on that Sky, and Beowulf is going to be on that Catherine. But Fuji is the Ozo. And again, we did talk to a lot of these teams. They said you're probably going to see it. Fuji was a very big advocate of it.
Most certainly. And one of the things I do want to point out in this match is that Iraqi Zoro, he picked up a light armor first. That's not something you normally see. However, because he is trying up against Black Player, because he needs to get a little bit of that sustain, it's a very, very smart pickup to make sure he survives the early game.
Now you might say, a melee laner? Yeah, okay, well, all right, first, find all 3 of them in lane. Iraqi Zoro, he actually did come with 5 health potions there as well. And melee laners have really seen a big rise, especially when I started playing this game back last year. And now that armor says that he's probably expecting a lot of harass.
Most certainly, because Rix, with that on point, is just going to constantly throw out harass onto Iraqi Zoro. And if Iraqi Zoro does not have the potions to sustain himself, even if he goes with something like a Book of Eulogies, it just won't work. He is not going to be able to out-pressure Rix on that Blackfire, who does have that Book of Eulogies for himself. And off that, he does have a couple potions and a little bit more damage on his abilities.
Now you can see Rix rotating down, perhaps looking for a little bit of a shopping spree, because it is going to be the 3-man here. Gankstars is not going to be able to contest this really at all. And you know, even going to lose a few of their scout traps as Beowulf does put his face into it, but it will pay off. I don't think they actually stole out that minion, but still they're clearing out some of that vision. And at the same time, Rix, he's not going to get back into that lane with a little bit of light armor now.
Yep, so no worries for them right now. We do see Gankstars coming up into the lane, so let's see. Nope, they're just going to back off. No gank is going to happen. The lane is pretty far pushed up ahead. Iraqi Zoro is starting to push it out right now. I'm assuming him to go buying. He's going to go on a shopping spree pretty soon for himself.
So Iraqi Zoro at this point is pretty much expected to go into the Crystal. I mean, Aftershocks have been very popular for Vox players.
Most certainly, and right now, especially because Fuji is likely to go with weapon, Iraqi Zoro having that crystal just balances out the team comp extremely well.
Yep, picks up boots, gets a heavy, and all right, yep, he'll go right back to it, because the farming game waits for no one at this point, and Rix, he's a little bit behind when it comes to the numbers, but he does have a wave there ready, and that should bring him to par.
Yeah, this is actually a force Gangstar Sirius to bring a couple members up to lane to push this out, otherwise Iraqi Zoro got up.
All right, so Iraqi Zoro, I mean, he's going to be the big target because he's the range, but Fuji getting into the thick of things. He is going to bring out a lot of damage with that ring of his. Rix now low. Beowulf is going to be on the retreat there as well. Now Rix, with that Book of Eulogies, as long as he gets some of these last hits, he's not going to be too far off, but at the same time, I mean, I'm not entirely too sure Beowulf is going to be able to tout the same sustain.
Yeah, one of the big things that Rix has to watch out for is that harass coming out from the side of Gangstar Sirius, because Gangstar Sirius, their team composition as 3, they are going to be stronger than Vertigo Black for the first couple of minutes. It's going to be a little bit hard for later, but Gavizel is getting ganked.
Yeah, that harass from Gavizel is really bringing Rix down a little bit low, but again, with the eulogies, he is confident in sticking around. Beowulf, again, like, just don't think he can really, you know, make the mark here. He does have to go all the way back home. Now, Best Dragon A is going to get back to that farming. You can see Ozo, of course, on the map. He is doing his own version of the solo farm, and his level 6 is not that far out of reach at this point.
Well, certainly, Best Dragon A already level 5, and I am getting a little bit worried about Rix. He is getting pretty low, but it looks like Iraqi Zoro is going to back off.
All right, so Fuji's still going to be uncontested here. Iraqi Zoro, how much cash does he have in his pocket? 1,200 or so. It's going to go a long way to augmenting his item build. And Best Chuck and A, well, they throw down that flare. They do notice all 3. Counter flare coming out. Could this actually be a catch for Best Chuck and A? Fuji's going to certainly think so. But he does get stunned up there by Beowulf. Nice reflexes to stop that combo going down. And the teams will just bounce off each other at this point. Still for 0-0.
So I'm not sure if that's an intentional move, but Best Chuck and A actually aggroed the gold miner. And I think that actually did more damage to Iraqi Zoro than Best Chuck and A could have done himself.
To go mining, yeah.
So maybe a pretty interesting play right there. So pretty smart map awareness. And right now we do see Beowulf picking up, you know, a couple scout traps for himself. So no scout trapless game for him, unlike Flash X.
Yeah, I think Flash X might be a little bit more unique in that regard. But at the same time, I mean, hey, whatever works, works. We do got the level 6 there, Fuji. Best Chuck and A just picked up that Death from Above now as well. But Iraqi Zoro and Gabe, I mean, they are really trailing in that experience. But at the same time, so is Beowulf and Rick. So it's really just more on par.
Yeah, one thing we do have to point out, though, is the CS advantage is going to the side of Gangstar Sirius. They are able to put a little bit more pressure onto the side of Vertigo Black. And right now, as long as Iraqi Zoro can keep the wave fairly even, I'm expecting Gangstar Sirius' duo to start invading Vertigo Black.
All right, so Rick's, I mean, he's going to have a little bit of pressure, but he should still be able to pick up all of these. And he will, you know, stay pretty close to that of Iraqi Zoro. But here goes the 3-man there. And, well, Rix is going to take a bit of damage, but it's just not going to be nearly enough for a dive potential, I feel.
Most certainly, and right now this is a good opportunity for a fight for Gangstar Sirius.
Yeah, really nice Surrey strike from Chuck, but not really getting a lot of return damage on top of Fuji. Now, because he's tanking out that turret, and you saw Rix looking for that kill, it's just not quite enough. And again, Gabe Vizzo has been harassing from this back line with that Adagio pretty consistently, so they still kind of winning out these trades, but we're still looking for a first blood.
Yeah, and right there, Fuji was able to go back because the entire team of Vertigo Black was pushed back a little bit. They take quite a bit of damage. The Scout Trap does another chunk to them. And right now they are in a little bit of danger because the entire team of Gankstars Sirius is fairly healthy and they might go for a turret push.
All right, so Raki's going to clean up, no problem. Where's Ozo? Well, he's just monkeying around there in the jungle as well. So in terms of some of the farm, I mean, the 6 to 7 minute mark is where you usually see, at least on a lot of good farm, those first tier 3 items. And, you know, Fuji's pretty much on par. He is going to be looking for that Solar Blade fairly soon, but Best Chuck and A is looking pretty good in terms of money himself.
Yeah, one thing Rome did mention earlier on the analyst desk is that Vertigo Black does play a very conservative early game. And right there, here, you can see it. They're not falling too far behind, but they do have very strong scaling heroes. And I'm really interested to see, will they outscale Gankstars Sirius? It's going to be very, very close.
Beowulf at this time is level 4. Gabe Vizzle did just hit that 5 mark, so a little bit of experience, a little bit of last hits. It's starting to add up, and well, Goldmine does go down. Not really a lot of damage here on GSS, but Best Chuck and A, he's going to be the big target there for Fuji. Can we actually kite this one out? Death from above is not going to hit anyone. Now the target is going to be Rix as Fuji comes back into it, and with that fountain from Gabe Vizzle, it is going to be enough for a kill. And Beowulf, he's going to be dropping. Well, the Storm God is not enough. That is a 2-0 exchange, and Gankstars Sirius take it decisively.
Yeah, and that was not the time for Vertigo Black to take a fight. Sure, Gankstars Sirius, they took a little bit of damage from that gold mine, but it just wasn't enough. Vertigo Black, they are not in a position to fight right now, and I was just speaking to how they were a very conservative team in the early game. That was not conservative at all.
Does Sky dance when she goes back outside of the mech?
Yeah, why not?
I've never seen that personally, but all right. So a little bit of good time for her. She did actually steal out those backs. At least I'm fairly confident she stole out the back. She did put down a scout trap there as well. So it's, I mean, yeah, they lost the fight, but they didn't go home really like super empty-handed because of the gold mine, because of the kills, and now the resulting just free farm afforded to Gankstars. They're down 2,000 gold, but it's not an insurmountable lead.
Yeah, one thing we do have to look out for is when Beowulf hits level 6, he has that blast turret, and can Gabe Vizzle block it when he gets Crucible?
That's what a lot of people are going to be looking at.
Yeah, if the silences do come out from Beowulf, and the entire team of Gankstars Sirius is silenced, then they are going to get completely run over.
I'm not entirely too sure we got a poke advantage here, but Vertigo Black are still going to be looking to get as much as they can. Gabe Vizzle has that health, that heal, has that fountain ready there as well. Reflex block on Fuji, and well, nothing's really touching Arakazero at this point. 88 farm, and that alternating current coming into it.
Yeah, right now I'm not expecting Vertigo Black to take a fight anytime soon. They are going to just completely lose it if they go for it engage right now. But
just look at that
stall.
Look at that pit. Look at that just that poke. Beowulf down to just a little bit over half. Rix himself was taking a big chunk of damage there as well. Best Chuck is trying, but it's just not the same. And whoa, Araki with that Sonic Zoom will actually avoid the stun. Now it's going to be the tumble in. Fuji looking for a little bit of return, but he's just not going to hit the mark.
And that was a really interesting play coming out from us at Gankstars Sirius because Fuji, he knew that Rix had his ultimate still. So trading his Bangarang for one charge of Rose Offensive, not really worth it.
And there's also the death from above. That's about to come back up into this one. So no Bangarang. I'm not entirely too sure. No matter. Silence comes out. And the burst. The stun is good. Beowulf will actually survive the whole fight. All right, he's going to get out. And Rix, now he's going to be the target. Best Chuck and A is down. Fuji can't go any farther. It will be a 1-0. Didn't expect that, Catherine, to get out.
So Beowulf survived that. I'm pretty sure if Gabe Vizzle turned around and blew on him, he would have exploded.
A sneeze and you just bring down the house of cards, but still, I mean, a kill is a kill. They do get that. They knew that Catherine wasn't going to be really too much of a threat by herself, and as a result, Gankstars is able to take out some of that jungle, which puts them into just under a 3,000 lead now.
Yeah, one other thing I do want to point out is Gabe Vizzle, he is sitting on about 3,000 gold from that Iron Guard, and right now Beowulf is sitting around 2,400. So Gabe Vizzle definitely doing a better job of soaking up that gold, but it's going to be very, very interesting to see. I mean, he's definitely going to play Crucible next, and when Beowulf throws for that Blast Tremor, if it gets blocked, I'm pretty sure Gankstars Sirius will just automatically win the fight.
Yeah, well, we'll have to keep an eye to see when that Crucible does come out and about, but Rix, he's trying his best just to push up again. 100 creeps to his name. Arakazero sitting at 104, so they have kept very even on their farming. Now it's the 3-man rotation. They will find Fuji and Gabe, but I think that was a scout trap that did alert them to the presence. Yeah, Gabe goes one way, Fuji's the other. They do get noticed there by those flares. Counter flare. Can't hide in that bush. Arakizoro, we do got the silence going on, and the focus. Breath Chuck and A's out of this fight. That's going to be now a 4-0, looking for a 5 if they can actually chase down Rix, but he might have a little bit too much of a lead on him. Oh, well, all right, he's going to turn around and on point. That might be the end of it, as he is going to burn, and that will be the 5-0.
And right there, we saw exactly what we were looking for. Gabe Vizzle, the Crucible, coming out, blocking the Blast Tremor. Virgo Black never stood a chance in that fight.
You see that Blast Tremor come in, and then you get you expect that silence, you expect a little bit of a power play, but Gabe Vizzle, this is why he is widely regarded as one of the best roams, possibly world, but definitely NA.
Most certainly, and right there, we need to see, can Virgo Black try to stall a little bit more? Can they really get a silence without Gabe Vizzle's Crucible being up? It's going to be really difficult for them, but I think they can still turn this around if they get a few picks.
Well, definitely the Crucible comes up a lot quicker than Blast Tremor. Still 50 seconds left and counting there for Beowulf, and not a kill on the board yet for Vertigo. The cash is starting to slip a little bit worrisome in their opponent's favor at 4,000 and counting.
Most certainly, it does look like Gabe Vizzle is actually going for a little bit of crystal power. However, Beowulf, it looks like he might go for a Warhorn. I think that could actually be extremely helpful for him.
Good dodge there, Chuck. I was a little worried. Oh, I got the wait for it, though. Rakizoro not going to get anything out of that long cooldown now.
Most certainly, right now it's just going to be another game of poking Virgo Black. Right now, Gankstars Sirius, all you have to do, sit back, let Dodjo poke, let Rakizoro poke.
Looking for the stun, looking for the burst. That's going to be a death from above. Blocked! It's not going to stop it out, and now Rix is going to be dropping low. Beowulf is basically going to be the ace at this point, if they can actually catch her, and well, they're going to go right through 2 turrets for that ace. Now, they do have to get to safety. They're not going to get a ton out of those regen buffs from the ace, but going unbeatable now at 8-0 in 12 minutes. The minions push up. This is a dead turret.
Yeah, this is just a very, very clean and controlled game from the side of Gankstars Sirius. If they constantly take these fights as they are, they're just going to win them every single time because they're just poking down Virgo Black and then immediately engaging, and Virgo Black, they just have no answer for this right now.
Well, when a lot of your tools are kind of related to, stuns and silences, and those crucibles, those reflex blocks come out, and you're just kind of rendered a little bit less deadly than you'd like. I mean, how do you change tactics?
I think the main thing they have to do is just, for now, kite back as much as possible. Even though Fuji is jumping onto Veshakane, if they are able to get away from that Bangarang, if Veshakane is able to pull Fuji back into his team, into a turret, they might be able to take a fight there, but right now it's looking very, very tough.
Well, a turret down, 8 kills, and as I said, the gold lead is starting to really become worrisome. 13 minutes in means that we're going to be looking at a Kraken in her spawn in less than 2 minutes, which means you have a very small window to kind of start rebuffing this Gankstars Sirius crew, but when you're this far down, is that even possible?
Honestly, it's going to be a very, very tough game ahead for Virgo Black, but they can still do it. If Gankstars Sirius moves out of position, it's still possible to make a comeback, but at this point, watching Gankstars Sirius play, they are just playing so clean and so controlled. It's going to be, I think it's unlikely that they're going to make a huge mistake.
All right, flare into the bush. It's going to be chasing away Fuji. It's not really the end of the world, but at the same time, the map control is very heavily in favor of Gankstars at this point. Fuji himself is just off jungling right now, picking up some of those counters. We do actually have 1-1 for the minion mines, so it's not really a big advantage going either way. Is Gabe Vizzle actually in trouble? Is this a bait? And now here comes Fuji. There goes the verse as well, but it is going to be a block. Beowulf is going to be able to live through that one, and well, that was a lot of ultimates, but not a kill.
Yeah, I don't really think Gankstars Sirius was looking for a huge engage right there. If they caught out Veshakane, great. If they caught out Rix, great. But I don't think there is something they're immediately looking for. They're instead trying to burn Virgo Black's ultimates and then potentially go for a gold mine.
All right, so a little bit of now return damage. Fuji looking for that burst on top of Chuck. Wait for it again. Is just not going to get any value out of this one. Death from above, perhaps a little bit too hasty. It's Rix. He's actually doing some pretty good return damage on top of Fuji, but still he gets that heal from Gabe Vizzle. We still have a Crucible and a Fountain ready to go for Gankstars in case things get a little bit too dicey, but now 15 seconds out. Are they actually going to be able to take down the gold mine before the Kraken spawns? And it looks like it's going to be a pretty solid deal.
Yeah, and right now about 9,000 gold lead coming out for us at Gankstars Sirius. 15 minutes into the game. This is huge.
9,000 gold accrued in 15 minutes. That's a pretty good pace. And as the Kraken is going to be making her way onto the fold, there she is in all of her glory. I think I saw her on Tinder last night. Yeah.
All right, looks like we do have Virgo Black trying to make their way back out onto the map. But right now, Gankstars Sirius, it's going to be... I don't really think they're going to make a huge mistake right here. If they have a little bit of vision now, if they are able to keep track of where Virgo Black is, they can potentially go for a pick, or they can go for a Kraken, because Vertigo Black right now, they just have no vision anywhere.
No vision, no control, no map presence, and 8 kills down, a few levels as well. 12-12-10 to the 12-9-11. Best Truck NA did actually just pick up a fusion. So he hit level 12, picked up the crystal, wants a little bit more of a bang for the buck, but unfortunately, we haven't really gotten a kill yet to justify that.
Yeah, right now I do see Gangstar Sirius go for the minion mine. This is a very intelligent play because now the lane will constantly be pushing up against Vertigo Black, and here we have a fight.
Now, who's catching who? We do got that turret right there. It is going to be actually into play. Big stun on top of Fuji, but the turret is just not going to be enough to bring him down. There goes the captain, and the Bangarang goes in deep. Rix is going to actually use the Rose offensive. He has that reflex, but it's just not enough, and Fuji cleans up for a 3-0 impressive streak indeed.
Fuji hiding behind the snowman and just... Oh my goodness.
He
is just wrecking phase. That was amazing. Now, he went in with the Oz, he went in with the Bangarang. He went a little bit too far, it seemed. But he just immediately just turned around and killed everyone.
All that, he's just going to tank it anyways. As, it looks like with these these buffed minions, they are going to pick up a very quick turret. And with the respawns coming in, again, the map is their playground. The Gankstars Sirius crew coming in at a flawless game so far, game number 1. They're up now over 12,000 gold over their opponents.
Yep, so clean and controlled. That is basically the story of Gankstars Sirius right now. I really hope that Vertigo Black doesn't get too discouraged from this match. I really want to see. This one is going to be rough.
That is a lot of crystal infusion.
But, you know, what can they do to come back in the next match?
Well, Best Truck NA still actually has his ticking, but there goes the Blast Trooper gets crucibled again, and the sky is out. The Adagio is just cleaning up, and now the Bangarang for that Aces Beowulf is going to be the third to go down, and a 14-0 score will stand for Gangstar Sirius, and they're not interested in a Kraken whatsoever. They're going to be pushing it again on top of these turrets.
Yeah, and this is pretty much exactly what we expected to see with this huge gold lead. Like 12,000 gold up. If you lose a fight, something is seriously wrong.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're not wrong on that one. Now, the turrets will actually reduce death timers, but I think at this point it's too little too late, and they're too far behind. Gangstar Sirius come in flawless in game number 1 up against Vertigo Black.
No, certainly. I really want to see what Vertigo Black does to do in the next game, because they are still a very, very strong team. If they draft a little bit better, if they do a little bit better in the early game, I do think they can definitely come out with an advantage.
So, again, a lot of the commentary is just going to go back to ban Adagio.
Yes.
If you ban the Adagio, you're likely not to see an Ozo, and if you don't see an Ozo, well, perhaps this unknown shock factor will be less of a threat.
Most certainly, and one of the things is, I don't imagine many of the teams have played against Ozo too much. He is not a super popular pick in the North American meta, and one of the big things is, he is really good with Adagio because of the heal, with the buff of Agent of Wrath, but without Adagio, I really want to see, will Gangstar Sirius still go for him?
Well, based upon a lot of the talks from the teams, it's an unlikely answer, but when you have the confidence of a game number 1 that was that solidly under your belt, anything is really possible. I mean, we haven't really seen a lot of saws since our qualifiers. I mean, we had really just, Ardent and now, the TSM team. They played a lot of it. We saw it in the EU as well, but coming into this, I mean, where did the Saw push comp go?
I'm actually expecting a lot of teams. I mean, we've seen Saw push comp for quite a while. And I think a lot of teams have figured out exactly how to deal with it, especially in a draft scenario. You see the Adagio, you see the Finn. What's going to come next? I mean, probably Saw. So, I mean, I think a lot of teams know exactly what to pick against that when they do see those first 2 picks come out.
Well, there's also still my first personal hope of a Rona this tournament, but, I might be just alone in that one. But who knows? There's still a lot to come here, guys. We're going to give it back to Rome and Playoff Beard, get their thoughts, and set up for the next game.
All right, thank you, Forecourt. There were some dirty Ozo plays in that game. The Bangarang flipping the Black Feather into the Verse of Judgment right before it went off. I have to tell you, Rome, I did not expect to be talking about Ozo being a major story today, but first TSM, now Gankstars. Is this just because of the Ozo Adagio combination, or is this just Ozo's for real? People have been sleeping on Ozo, and Ozo's here to stay.
Well, definitely, Ozo has like a higher skill cap, and once you're able to actually understand the kit, landing off those bounces and knowing exactly when to use that Bangarang, it makes the perfect play. And for a team like Gangstar Sirius, who synergizes so well, who communicates so well, we saw perfect and executions coming out of them last match. And right before the match, we were talking about these guys don't make mistakes, and they just went up on stage and showed us they don't make any mistakes.
Yeah, really, the 2 things that we talked about including Gabe Vizzle on those activatable items on point all game long.
Yeah, the crucibles coming out of him were excellent. And at certain times, like, I was very skeptical, just because I felt like the other team did have like a CC on their side. They were able to silence them out, but Gabe Vizzle, that crucible, every single time, he was just blocking. And you know what? Like, it was overall like great play coming out of the entire team and not just one person specifically.
All right, now Vertigo Black, they've been known to do this before. They did this consistently through the Autumn Championships. They are making a roster substitution. Rix is out, Vixen is in. What do you think about that move, Ram?
Well, this is actually a great part in part of their team in general. When things aren't working too well, you got to make those substitutions. You got to flip things around and just make a comeback. I felt like last game, they were too hesitant. Like, they played very passive in that early game, and that was smart on their end. But there were a couple of times where they could have engaged, but they didn't. And this is something that they have to really focus on coming into the second match.
Like, but to be frank, though, like, one of the biggest stories of the qualifiers was the play of Rix. What does Vixen bring to the table that could make it this roster change justifiable?
Well, we can't just weigh out the value of each player, because with Vertigo Black, they have pretty much 4 starters, and each one of them is very capable. I'm guessing with the change-up, with the synergy, I felt with Rick's last match, his itemization wasn't too great, because knowing that the other team, they're not fighting out long team fights. Instead, the Sirius team was just going in, bursting down somebody very quick. Building a Serpent's Mask very early, grabbing up that Shiver Steel doesn't help them out too much.
All right, for Gankstars, another day at the office. There's a reason why they're always in the tournament finals, the reason why they were the first world champions. If you are Vertigo Black now and you're heading into this draft, we were hearing before this series that Vertigo Black was very confident that they could gain an advantage in the draft. What would gaining an advantage in the draft look like for this match? And let's go to that draft now while you tell us.
Yeah, overall, I agree with their compositions that match. Grabbing that Black Feather, grabbing that Sky was great for them, but Sky didn't have that much of a presence in that jungle, and this is where she really shines. What Best Chuck NA could have done last match was actually just invade more. And as long as they do it while Iraqi Zoro was still in lane, they had a great chance to coming out with a team fight. But instead, like, they were very hesitant in that early game, and this gives like Adagio. In that early game, he doesn't have any crystal items on that roam, so he's not able to build that much, but they just let it go. And late game, gave Vizzle. He started grabbing a bunch of crystal items, and the difference started to show.
All right, so match 1, Vertigo Black targeted Iraqi Zoro, said, we're going to take away your Ringo. Iraqi Zoro has a field day on Vox, and now they turn around and take away the Vox. Gankstars, though, the surprise to me was they didn't prevent Vertigo Black from getting that Adagio.
Yeah, so I'm assuming Gangstar Sirius, they don't really pick and ban according to their opponents, but instead they try and focus on grabbing those bans, especially going second, to like build a composition out of. So Catherine, taking out that Catherine, we can guess that Gangstar Sirius is gonna grab like either a very bruising composition that is always in that front line, is always trying to make those plays.
And considering what we've seen so far, do you think that Adagio must be banned, or is it a smart move to just say, we know what comp we want, if we can get it, it's worth it?
Most likely, if somebody's going to be playing Adagio, they're going to be going for a follow-up hero where they sync up very well, making most use of Adagio's buffs. So for Gangstar Sirius, grabbing somebody that you're able to execute somebody really quick, Assassins are perfect in this scenario.
All right, our draft seems to be acting up a little bit, so we will get back to that in just a moment. What you're seeing so far, what kind of comps could Vertigo Black put together, you know, based on where we are, sitting on that Adagio pick? They haven't been a team that I've seen run the Saw push comp, and I don't think you necessarily want to do that into a team like Gankstars that'll be more than ready for it.
Yeah, well, looking at how they banned out that Catherine, they grabbed up the Black Feather and the Arden. For Vertigo Black, they have to know that most likely the other team is going to be running like a very, like either a triple melee composition or somebody that's always in that front. So they need to follow that up. They need to grab somebody themselves that will stand as their like main line of defense. And like heroes like Petal work really well in this scenario. As long as you're able to maintain, grabbing a Sky works out really well for them too.
All right, while we have an extra minute here, let's go deep on Ozo. and just break down what's working for these players about his kit, the way you're seeing people play this red Ozo, and why this has been so dominant so far. Because it's got to be a big surprise for a lot of viewers today.
Yeah, so with Ozo, you get so much abilities out of his kit where you're able to use that mobility. You have great gap closers, and this is something that people really have to notice. Apart from using your ultimate to reposition people, we saw how Gankstars Sirius synced up the abilities across the board, for every single player last match, especially how you highlighted on when Adagio threw his ult out and Fuji just came in with that bangarang and just flipped everybody backwards.
And that's interesting because, with the opportunity to have a triple bounce, you don't necessarily, we haven't seen out of TSM and out of Gankstars so far, they haven't tried to string a ton of bounces together. It seems like they've just more used it as a pure gap closer and then following up with 3-ring circus immediately after that.
Yeah, but although Fuji did on a couple instances use all 3 bounces to his maximum potential, but in more times, this is a great ability to actually put yourself in a different position, grabbing yourself into that back line, or just chasing out somebody that's about to die.
All right, if there's a hero that we will be talking about later on in this tournament, the way we're talking about Ozo now, who do you think that'll be?
Most likely, seeing Rhyme played by Mixi earlier today, honestly, I find his sustain so well. And as long as people know how to play around him, this is like playing around a Saw, this is like playing around a Cruel. Rhyme is the exact same way. If his allies are able to make sure using his kit, using his mobility, and that fortified health, long-lasting fights, sustainability, it will pay out in the long run.
All right, it looks like we're ready for this match. Our casters will catch us up on the comps, and with the call, it is Zekent and Forecourt Jester.
All right, guys, welcome back to the fold as Vertigo Black here on the left side did actually end up picking up that Fortress, Ringo, and Adagio.
So, on the side of Gankstars Sirius, Fuji is on Petal. This is actually a very interesting pick because I generally like Petal into team compositions that, when you're fighting against double melee or triple melee, but on the side of Vertigo Black, there's an Adagio, there's a Ringo, there's a Fortress. This is going to be interesting.
Well, the crowd definitely seems to think so as well, but that was actually one of the options that Rome was talking about. You could go into that Petal, and now with that Arden, with that Black Feather, this could be a really interesting way for engages. Now, this is the first time I think we've actually gotten to see Ringo here today.
Yep, and Rocky Zoro might be in a little bit of danger.
Yeah, Rocky Zoro might be a little bit too far forward, especially when all 3 come to lane, and, well, Vertigo Black, they have put up more kills in this one kill than they have in the last 2 games.
This is definitely true, and right now, actually thinking about the Petal a little bit more, one of the great things about that pick is they see Vixen. Vixen is going for a Crystal Fortress. Yep. And one of the great things Crystal Fortress is he hits that ultimate, attack of the pack, the wolves come out, they start chasing the enemy team. But Petal, she drops the seeds, and now there's a wall between everyone else on Vertigo Black and Gankstars Sirius.
That's an interesting interaction. And now, we also talked a lot about the teams about Petal and the viability and how to counter that. What do you think of the chances of Beowulf actually picking up a contraption?
I definitely think Beowulf should pick up a contraption. Just killing those monions super quickly is just going to be so beneficial.
Zoro, you are going to burn and bleed and behind enemy lines. He is going to drop for the 2-0. Now, this is also something that some of the teams we talked about as well. It's just what would you do up against Gankstars? Well, we're going to focus on Rocky. And now 2-0. That's the second time a 3-man lane gank has occurred.
Yeah, Rocky Zoro is definitely a cornerstone of the Gankstars Sirius team. And if you just take him down early game, make it a little bit hard for him to farm, it's going to be much harder for Gankstars to do anything.
2-0 and a little bit of advantage going to Vertigo Black. This could be their time to shine if they can keep up with this pace. But even if they do win, there's still another game on deck, as that would bring us into the Game 3 blind pick. But, this is just where, again, they have to show their colors. And, the farming, you can now see Gabe Vizzle's swapped up tactics. He's now going to be here for a little bit of a babysit.
Yeah, I think this is actually a pretty good idea because, one, Fuji is able to clear jungle fairly efficiently on his own. And Gabe Vizzle soaking up that gold in lane, it's pretty good. But the main thing is, Iraqi Zoro needs to not die.
Yep, that's definitely a good way to go for your laner. 22 creeps to the 25. He's actually not fallen behind too badly with those 2 deaths, but his experience is definitely a little bit more behind that of Chuck.
Most certainly, and right now, one of the big things is Vixen, he is 2-0-0 on that Fortress, and subbing him in for Rix seemed like a little interesting move early on, but he is doing well.
Yeah, they're going for it again, and you can see this is exactly why Gabe Vizzle's here with that Arden. He is going to be very useful when it comes to the Vanguards to block out a lot of that extra burst, and well, Vixen and Creo, they should, by all rights, just go back to farming. Now, they do have a scout trap. They are going to know that Fuji is looking for that invade. Is this where Fuji has to kind of give this up? He's really going for this back.
I think Fuji's actually going to win this fight. So Vixen has to run.
Come on, Beowulf with the heal. All right, there's the heal and the collapse. The 3-man. This is the hive mind mentality we've seen in some teams in the past.
Most certainly. And one of the great things about that was, even though Fuji died, it still gave an opportunity for Arakizoro to pick up a little bit more farm.
Yep.
He's sitting at 38 CS now to Best Chuck NA's 34, and he was having a very bad time in lane. So Fuji potentially giving up a little bit of his own power to help his teammate out.
Well, with that 3-man rotation, yeah, there was definitely nobody in that lane. They pushed it up a little bit, and as he said, he'd now taken that lead over top of Chuck. But Fuji, I mean, it would have been better, I think, if he had actually, committed to getting one of those backs, because then he would have had a little bit of cash to go with him back all the way to the shop.
Most certainly. I think he just didn't quite expect the rest of Vertigo Black to be there, because if he was fighting Vixen one-on-one, he definitely had that fight in the bag. But because he didn't quite know, he went for the fight, and even though he could have gotten a little bit more gold out of taking those backs, he just, he decided to go for a riskier play.
Could have been also a little bit of underestimation on top of this team that they did just confidently win in 15 minutes.
Most certainly, and right now it is looking like it could be the other way around. 3-0 for the side of Vertigo Black. They're doing extremely well. Vixen likely going for that aftershock very early. And we can see some very hard engages coming out from the side of Vertigo Black very soon.
All right, Fuji doesn't have that level 6, and well, he does take a few bites there from Vixen, comes down a little bit low. Rakizora, I mean, if you can force out that pedal, you don't actually have a ranged alternative to take any kind of pokes. I mean, Vertigo Black can really force pedal into the very far back or even retreat. Well, best scenario is you kill her. The poke situation is going to far favor them with Best Chuck on that Ringo and, of course, the Adagio there as well.
Most certainly. Rakizoro can trade it back a little bit with the on point, but it doesn't come close to the amount of damage that a Ringo can put out with the Agent of Wrath on top of him.
All right, so Rakizoro, again, just going to be doing his farming thing. He is going to stay pretty much on par there with Chuck, and Twirling Silver just says, nope, we're just going to shove this right on in. So now the rotation coming down, but it's not an invasion. It is just, seems to be more of a coalition.
Yeah, so Vertigo Black just, joining forces for just a little bit. I don't think too much is going to happen right here. Rakizoro, though, might be in a little bit of danger. He's not going to be able to farm too easily, but Petchak NA, he is pushing a lane back in.
All right, we got the puppies here from Vixen ready to go. Fuji, of course, does have that minion explode. Poor little minions.
Yeah, I'm actually expecting Vertigo Black to look for a fight very soon. They are starting the gold mine. This is not very risky because they did see Rakizoro back.
Right.
But we'll see if Gankstars tries to stop this.
All right, Fuji. He has that flare, doesn't matter. Just in time to see it go down. Decent gold payout is actually pretty good for Vertigo Black because now they are maintaining that gold lead. Some good pot shots here on top of Rakizora. You don't want to get too close to the bushes though. And now here comes the rest of the team. That's a 3-man right there on top of Vixen. They're looking to put down the pup, but they just don't seem to be able to have it. We do got the fountains now ticking there as well, but Fortress going up maybe perhaps a little bit too far. Rakizoro, he did come close, but it's not a kill, and that's actually the first kill on the board now for Gankstars.
And this is exactly why Fuji went for the pedal pick. You see the gigantic field of seeds being put down at the start of that fight. There was nothing Vertigo Black could do once Gangstar Sirius was standing on the other side of that, and they just basically made a wall that, and Fuji said, "You shall not pass."
And even if you do, death awaits on the other side. All right, so the first kill and the first fight finally going over to Gankstars. And, well, Vertigo Black, they tried to push up. It looks like they tried to just force it right there into that turret, but Rakizoro was wise to the ways, and he comes right back up to it. So a lot of farm not going to get denied on that one. And perhaps they were expecting a 3-man invade into the jungle. That's why we were looking for the push.
Most certainly. And right now we do see Rakizoro. He's doing pretty well for himself, 68 CS. He doesn't have any kills to his name yet, but as long as he's farming, he should be just fine because if they can take out Petchak NA, if they can take out Ringo, that dramatically drops the amount of damage that Vertigo Black will be able to do.
All right, 3v2 situation, and the gauntlet is good. Beowulf is now dealing with this pressure, but he has no escapes, and unfortunately the heal is just not going to be enough. That's now putting a second kill on the board for Gankstars, and well, perhaps the gold mine? No, they're going to split from that. In terms of some of the farm, I think it's a little bit more important to look at Fuji. He's up to 52 to the 36 of Vixen.
Oh yeah, and that definitely comes in a large part due to the fact that one, Gavizzle was staying in lane with Rakizoro. Fuji did not have to wait for him at all at any of the camps. And one of the big things about Petal is she clears extremely well. She can keep her range. She doesn't take too much damage. And especially if she meets someone one-on-one in the jungle, she will just win.
Yeah, and we saw vestiges of that a little bit earlier with that fortress. So now this time maybe Fuji will actually be able to burst right through that and claim that kill in a 1v1 scenario. But the gold still, it's relatively even, about 500, 600 or so between the teams. But the lead has flipped over to Gankstars with the most recent 2 kills. The turret situation is actually still very stable as well. So it's definitely a little bit more blow for blow this round.
Most certainly. And right now, one of the big questions in this match is, will Beowulf pick up that contraption? He doesn't have a Storm Guard yet. He doesn't look like he's going toward that contraption.
He's not
but I
in a
think
hurry.
it'll be a huge help to his team if he does take it.
Well, I have to assume at this point, because we did talk to quite a few teams about the contraption versus pedal, so, I mean, he knows about it, maybe just saying can't afford it, needs to go for the defensive, because look at this rushdown. Best Truck and A is just out. Now we got Vixen with the puppies, they're looking for Fuji, but that is just not working out for Vixen whatsoever, even under this turret of Rakizoro. Now with that Rose offensive, it's going to go to pedal, but now they clean up. That is going to be an ace as Beowulf falls under this turret, and Gankstars saying that's a 3-0. This is a turret, and these picks are starting to show their power.
Oh yeah, certainly. And right there, Fuji just did so much work. He was able to completely tank up Vixen, use that spontaneous combustion, heal himself, do a huge amount of damage, and in the meantime, Rakizoro just finished off Best Shakane on his own. The diving power of Blackfeather against that Ringo is just so immense.
Even with that fountain and the heal, Beowulf, wow, Rakizoro's going to be burning. That's a Hellfire Brew on top of it. Is the Vanguard enough? He's going to burn, he's going to burn, it's good. Rakizoro will not fall. Gabe Bizzle helping him out big time with that Vanguard.
Yeah, Gabe Bizzle right there. If he was just 1 second later, I'm pretty sure Rakizoro would have dropped. But such good play coming out from the side of Gangstar Sirius. The synergy between these players is just amazing.
Another flare goes down, notices Beowulf's in town. Looks like actually they also picked up some of those seeds. So just trying to take away a little bit more of that farm from Fuji.
Yes.
So 67 to now the 45, it's still definitely looking better for Fuji's jungle situation.
Oh yeah, I don't expect Vixen to catch up anytime soon. Fuji is able to dominate the jungle by himself. And one of the great things is, if Beowulf rotates up to help Best Chuck, as the fight goes on.
Yeah, Gabe immediately with that face check, he throws down the gauntlet, but we run into that burst, but it doesn't matter. Ringo is just dead on the floor, and now Vixen to join him with blood on his fur. Now look at Fuji. No fear, goes right up and cuts him off. That's now another 3-0 exchange, and Gankstars is looking for another turret.
Yeah, and this is the great part about Gangstar Sirius' team composition. If Petal is able to overpower the enemy jungler on her own, it's just going to be so incredibly easy, because what happens is Beowulf has to go to lane to help out Best Rocket Knight. Otherwise, Gabe Bizzle and Raki together will just bully him out. And if Beowulf is there, he's not with Vixen, and Vixen will just drop to Fuji.
So I have to really wonder, you know, Vixen coming into this, that was a Fortress last pick. Now there was no Catherines, and the Adagio was, you know, really that first pick. And, you know, a lot of us were keep saying again and again, you're probably not going to see Adagio. You need to be banning Adagio. But it was the first pick potential here from Vertigo Black, so they didn't ban it. And Gangstar Sirius, with that confidence factor coming off of a perfect game number 1 here at the finals, they said, okay, you can take the Adagio. We can play around this. We're not that afraid of it. And they're really showing why.
Yeah, and one of the great things about that is, Gangstar Sirius, they basically gave Adagio over to Vertigo Black.
Yeah, 100%.
And they basically have a perfect counter to it. Like, looking at the team composition of Vertigo Black, they have the Ringo, they have the Adagio, they have the Fortress.
Right.
But on Gangstar Sirius, they have perfect ways to deal with every single one of those members. The Petal against the Fortress, the Iraqi Zoro on that Black Flare just takes out Ben Shakane every single time, and Gabe Bizzle just is able to separate anyone he needs to with Gauntlet and Vanguard.
We just don't seem to have a reliable kind of peel here, because Best Truck and A, I mean, he only has 2 deaths, but in these last 2 fights, he's just not been a factor. Look at this now, even chasing him right through, right under that tower, and it doesn't matter. The turret is just not enough. There's no peel from the team, and now he's just getting caught out again and again, and if we're not careful, this is another turret.
Yeah, this is just very, very strong play coming out from inside Gangstar Sirius. The moment you give them a lead, they just take it and they run with it over and over.
Fuji goes right up to the front, and again another gauntlet's going to be coming down. Beowulf has nowhere to go, and he's just going to drop Vixen. Unfortunately, he can only look on from his base area. Best Truck's back in town, but that's another turret done, and we still can't even go for a Kraken.
Yeah, and just in the last 3 or 4 minutes, Gangstar Sirius just, I don't even know. They went on overdrive. They are starting to dominate this game. Vertigo Black, they just have no answers.
We had the 3. Well, I think it was actually the 2. The 2 deaths in Rakizoro early in laning is not phasing Gangstars whatsoever. As soon as Gabe Bizzle went back up for that babysit and that failed invade from Fuji, that was it. They have said, we're done. We're no dying anymore.
Yeah, one of the interesting things is every single one of the Gangstar Sirius members has been part of every single kill. That's not something you usually see.
All right, 2-8, 5-5, 3-7. That does bring you into 100% kill death participation or kill assist ratio participation. That's actually pretty huge. I mean, these guys already had impressive numbers coming into the live championships.
Most certainly, and right now we do see Fuji. He has his Frostburn. He's had it for a while. He goes for a Shatter Glass. So one of the great things about Shatter Glass on Petal is it actually makes her minions a little bit tankier, unlike Broken Myth. A lot of players like to go for the extra damage from Broken Myth, but I think Shatter Glass is actually the correct choice here.
Well, if you look at Beowulf, we still have that contract. No Stormguard banner. He did go for a little bit more armor after he did pick up the Fountain.
Yeah, the Atlas Pauldron is a little bit of a questionable pickup because even though it's good against Blackfeather, the problem right here is Fuji is just absolutely wrecking everything.
Yep, and well, it looks like he's going to try it again. Here comes that verse, but gets off actually 2 stuns that round. Is that enough to keep Chuck into this? The Fountains are taking it. Fuji's dropping low. They get finally that kill. Petal is out, but they trade it for the Ringo, and again, another gauntlet goes down, gets the stun, and that's it for Adagio, and Vixen is left in a 2v1. Does he have the burst to go through Iraqi? Not even close, and that's going to be another ace going the way of Gankstars.
Yeah, that's just perfect play coming out from Gankstars Sirius. Even though Fuji went down, he basically went down as a sacrifice. The rest of his team was able to clean up, they were able to get those kills, and they were able to continue snowballing his game forward.
I was going to say, is Iraqi really going to try to take down the turret at this point?
No. He's running away.
All right, we got a few seconds left until that Kraken comes down. Gabe Vizzel's just going to go one-on-one, mano-a-mano with the gold mine. If he doesn't pick it up in 15 seconds, he's going to lose all that effort, but I think he'll be just in time.
It's close. This is a really tough battle for him. Is he
he's dancing, he's dancing.
Will he do it?
DDR, get those cheat codes. Yeah.
That's called swag factor.
That's
right
a little
there.
bit of showmanship. Now here comes the Kraken looking for her meal, but it is just not there. Saw Blackfeather kind of ducking his head in. It's one of those Reddit memes.
Yeah, that was excellent coming out. However, Vertigo Black, they are coming in.
All right, Scout Trap, Beowulf says nope, they did actually throw down that flare, and you can see Ringo, he's all alone, they're looking for him, but Raki's already even over the wall with the Rose offensive. At best, Chuck and A's again, just not part of these fights. Vixen now gets just destroyed, and Beowulf is unfortunately going the wrong way to safety. There's nowhere safe for him, and that is going to be a 3-0, 16-4, and the verge of a 2-0. Gankstars really showing their promise.
Yeah, this very well may be game. I think they're just going to take out both turrets. I don't know if they can get the Vayne, but it's going to be very, very close.
6 seconds till Best Chuck comes up, but can they actually even get a kill at this point? Gabe Fizzle's going to drop low, but he did his job. He tanked out the turret, and now this Vayne, even with those 15 seconds, he puts up the wall and says, you may not pass. This is our crystal, our game, and our time to shine.
Oh, Gankstars, that is just such a good performance coming out from their entire team, and I'm really excited to see what will they do next.
Well, I mean, we've seen Ozos, we've now brought Ringo into the fray, and unfortunately, this is now the first loss for Adagios. Now, this will dispel a little bit in terms of first pick potential, but he's not undefeatable. He's just really strong.
I think one of the interesting things about Adagio is if you come in with a really good plan of how to play against it, it can still go in your favor. However, Adagio, he just is very flexible. He's a very easy pickup. So there's no bad time to take him, but if you know that you have a good plan against him, you should be okay.
And there's our beautiful analyst. Take it away, guys.
All right, Gangstar Sirius, 2-0 victory. Vertigo Black, it's not the end for them. They will drop down into the losers bracket. They will have a chance to fight their way out of that through the day 1 and the day 2 group stage. We'll see them again tomorrow. But Gangstar Sirius, some really, really good play out of Fuji today. Is that your MVP?
Yeah, definitely. So first game, he busted out that Ozo, and we saw the way he synced up with the Sirius squad. And second game, like this Petal. So we go back to the whole talk about Cold and Meek leaving, Fuji coming in. And I think this is where the Gangstar Sirius team does have a great potential for growth, because now with Fuji, we have such a big hero pool coming out of them. And because of his efficient style of play, they barely make any mistakes. The execution was perfect in these first and second matches.
It was fun. First Ozo. Now seeing Petal strut her stuff in 115 as well. And one of the things that really stood out in that game, almost 100% kill participation for all 3 members of Gankstars. At the 15-minute mark, it was absolutely perfect. Some great synergy out of them today.
Yeah, and this is nothing new. These guys have been known for actually great synergy. And the way they engage as a 3 is something that is one of their major strengths. And knowing like they have a laner up in lane, but Iraqi Zoro always rotating down. The communication coming out of them has been excellent so far, and it's a great display of how much they've actually grown as a team throughout like the second qualifier till now.
All right, any final thoughts on Vertigo Black before we say goodbye to them until the losers bracket matches?
To be honest, like I have a feeling that they're not too comfortable yet, just this time around playing up on stage again, just like the previous live championships. And hopefully tomorrow, like they'll come, they'll show up. And as long as they play with that level of like, that confidence level, making sure that they're always engaging, always following up with their plays in their mind, I think they'll be fine.
All right, so now I think we are ready for an interview. And to conduct that interview, it's actually Shinkaigen's better half, Yuma Rankin.
Thanks, Playoff Barrett in Rome. I am here with the one and only Fuji. Amazing games, amazing start to the series. We noticed that there were 2 Ozos played so far and 2 Adagios. Do you feel that Adagio is kind of the better half to Ozo, or do you think Ozo is strong on his own?
I definitely think the monkey has a lot of, he's got a lot of strengths in his own right. I mean, Adagio empowers literally pretty much anyone he's playing with. So, yeah, I think I might leave it at that. But yeah, I think he's good with a lot of sports.
Great. And we noticed we had 100% kill participation. There were some talks before about questioning the synergy between yourself and the new team because you just joined in the second qualifiers. Do you feel that that is of question, or do you feel that you have completely synergized now?
I mean, I would hesitate to say it's complete synergy, but what I would say is that, you know, it was a challenge we knew going into it, that finding that synergy, only playing together for a month coming into the live finals, like it's not a lot of time, but it was a challenge that we wanted to take. So we did, and I think we're finding a pretty nice groove.
Awesome. So give it up again for Gankstars Sirius. I'm going to head it back over to the analyst desk.
All right, thank you very much, Yuma Rankin. Very decisive performance out of Gangstar Sirius today. I do want to say a quick thank you to our sponsors. We have Amazon Coins. They have some really good discounts right now, so to be sure to check that out. And the NVIDIA Shield K1 tablet, it is designed for gamers. It's a phenomenal device for Vainglory, and make sure you're keeping an eye on the in-game chat where we are doing ice giveaways with the hashtag NVIDIA Shield. The Vainglory official channel will let you know when those take place. But thank you to NVIDIA for that. And also stay tuned for the duration of the broadcast, but because before we are done with this broadcast, we will also give away an NVIDIA Shield through the chat. So keep watching, keep enjoying these matches, and maybe you'll win a shield. You'll certainly have a shot at it. We turn our attention now to probably the match that I've been waiting for more than any other, and that is the 3-seed Halcyon Hammers Velocity against the 6-seed Liberation X. And what's really interesting, Rome, when you talk to Liberation X, they really have their game faces on. They're really serious. Liberation X, they are the North American champions, but they've become a little bit of an afterthought. All the talk is about TSM, it's about Gangstar Sirius, whereas Liberation X, they're the defending champions here. And even Halcyon Hammers Velocity seems to have kind of passed them by a little bit, taking that mantle over as kind of the hot team that everyone's paying attention to. So it definitely feels like Liberation X has something to prove here.
To be honest, like Liberation X, this is the exact same regimen that they followed in the last championship, where they came in as the underdogs, pretty much qualifying from the second qualifier alone, and they pretty much dominated throughout the tournament. I think this is a team that plays very well on stage and in front of a live audience. And the hype from the crowd, the hype from everybody just pumps them up even more.
And of course, one other thing that Liberation X has been known for is all the roster swaps in and out, either for momentum or for strategy. At the Autumn Championships, they used like 6 players. Exhale was doing work, and then T-Tigers flew in. Marto shifted in and out. Chicken played. It was something to watch. And they're kind of at it again. It looks like, we don't know for sure, they've been keeping it close to the vest, but it looks like it's probably going to be E36 and not Marto starting out of the gate.
Yeah, but the thing with these guys is they have complete trust in their entire roster. And this makes it so well, like where they perform in the last live championships, just swapping people in and out nonstop. the execution from them has been excellent so far. And I think coming into this live championship this season, they do have something to prove. Just because TSM wasn't there, Gankstars, Sirius wasn't there last time. And so what? Now it's going to be like the battle of the best. And you know what? I think T-Tigers will be one of those players that he is going to step up again.
So T-Tigers your player to watch in
definitely.
This game?
I'm a big fan of T-Tigers.
And what is it about him specifically?
Just his overall knowledge of the game, the way he approaches that lane, making sure his rotations are so off meta and so unorthodox, where he catches people by surprise. His excellent mechanical skills and just how he freezes the lane and just quick rotations instantly, where you don't really have to communicate with him. He's always there for you.
All right, we're going to hear a quick word from our sponsors, and when we come back, we're going to tell you why Halcyon Hammer's Velocity is the 3 seed in this tournament. Don't go away.
Yep.
With a powerful quad-core processor and 7-inch screen, all for just 50 bucks, kind of makes you wonder, why buy just one? The $49.99 Amazon Fire Tablet.
Welcome to the Academy.
It's not enough. The gauntlet goes down. He might go for gauntlet flip. He's gonna get one. He's got to get two.
Welcome everyone to the esports arena here in Santa Ana for the 2015 Vainglory Autumn Season Live Finals!
Going to seal the deal here at 2-0, or will they? They take down the Kraken, one hit from win.
Remember that there are no Vayne turrets available. They might look to try and end the game themselves.
That is game 3 from Liberation X.
Liberation X! Oh man, what a fantastic game. I just can't believe it, I'm lost for words. What an amazing series we have.
We are back at the 2016 North American Winter Live Championships. I am Playoff Beard here with Rome, and this is the match that I have personally been waiting for. The 3 seed Halcyon Hammer's Velocity against the 6 seed Liberation X. In many ways, Halcyon Hammer's Velocity has stolen all of Liberation X's thunder. They beat them in the 3rd place game in the qualifiers. They've been on a meteoric rise, and they've really captured the attention of the Vainglory public. Of course, most of the talk is about Dienzio, especially on that Vox. But it's the other players on the team, Rome, that have really stepped up and kind of unlocked the potential of this team.
Yeah, so Vainglory is a 3v3 game, and one person can't carry like the rest, especially when they're playing against the top 8 teams in North America.
Well, I don't know. D'Enzio's carried me a couple times.
So, like what I've noticed, like just during the past qualifiers, like Aloha, Veins, like they have been stepping it up in that jungle and up in that lane. Aloha, amazing in terms of like his mechanical skills and how he's learned so many different heroes in a small amount of time. It just shows the potential of growth for this team. And I'm stoked to see like this next match coming up because it's going to be a great showcase of mechanical skills across the board.
So does that mean Aloha is your player to watch? And if so, tell me something specific that we can look out for with him in this first match.
With Aloha, yeah, definitely. I will choose him as my player to watch just because he can either play out of that jungle or up in this lane. And we've noticed from previous qualifiers, his KDA ratio has been off the charts, his gold per minute. And the way that he's always like positioning himself and engaging as a team, it shows like he's built up a lot of confidence in like these past couple months. And this is his time to shine. Like this is his time to step on this professional platform and show these teams what he's made of.
All right, now we are playing this tournament on update 115. And when I saw 115 come out, one of the first things I thought was, this might be a really good meta for Liberation X and Status Baked in particular. What do you think in terms of Liberation X's chances, and will we see them play a little bit more aggressive style than we saw in the qualifier?
Like, to be honest, like recently I jumped on the velocity train, just cheering them on, just seeing these young kids just grow up to be like amazing players. But I have this like peace in my heart just for Liberation X, just due to the fact that these guys are like so tight with each other, they're so connected. And yeah, my player to watch, T-Tigers, he is amazing. And with Status Bake and E36 or Marto following up in that jungle, they have enough like pressure where they're able to control the pace of the game. And with their matches, like in the first 7 to 8 minutes, it counts a lot for them because they're either going to snowball or they're going to have to be playing from behind.
In the Autumn Live Championships, which Liberation X won, it was Status Baked on heroes like Glaive and Rona, really aggressive, menacing style. Do you think there's any chance that we're going to see those heroes busted out here, or is it just not meta?
Maybe they will, but most likely, like knowing these guys, they'll probably hide things up their sleeve until like the later stages in the tournament. But the way they build their composition is so balanced, where they pretty much like build after T-Tigers picking up his laner first, and then Status Big. His growth in terms of being able to handle a lot of different heroes now, like we know him, his mastery over his limitations and knowing exactly when to engage in team fights, it's going to be a match to watch.
All right, as we switch to the picks and bans, I want to hear Rome. What does a good draft look like for each of these teams?
Well, knowing like the Velocity team and Liberation, they both favor Sky a lot, which is why we see here Velocity, first ban out, coming is Sky. So this leaves Liberation with like, they know that they're gonna be picking second. They know that they're gonna have that ability to counter. And I think as long as they're able to secure themselves somebody that's more mid to late scaling, they have a great advantage.
All right, Catherine off the board.
So with Catherine off the board, I think they're gonna try and grab somebody else like Scarf for Liberation.
And once again, the story of the day, we've said it time and time again, we've expected Adagio to be banned, and he hasn't. Just really quick, after seeing so many matches so far, why do you think Adagio is being left open? Why have other things been a higher priority?
Because like we saw with Gankstars Sirius banning out that Catherine, the same can be said for Liberation X. They have a composition in mind already, and they want to be able to ban out somebody that's most effective against them.
All right, we're waiting for Liberation X first pick. It will be Arden. E36 will be on that Arden. And tell me, is there any contrast between the play of E36 and Marto? Anything to keep our eye on?
They both have very similar styles of play where they're always traveling with Status Baked in that jungle. But what's going to really come down to is the itemization. I do notice that E36 has an unorthodox style of building for his roamers, where he prioritizes grabbing those early tier 3 defensive, and then he tends to like go off, either building very strong in terms of grabbing utility items or just grabbing those early damage items for his team.
Okay, so a couple really interesting things here. First, the Black Feather pick, that might even suggest Status Bake moves up to lane, or do you think it's going to be on T-Tigers?
I think T-Tigers is going to get this Scarf for the last pick with Status Bake running Black Feather in that jungle. But right now they're highlighting Glaive, so we can't say for sure, but running a 3 melee against pretty much a buff comp where they're dependent on Vox, it's going to be very hard.
All right, we'll have to wait and see what happened there. But on the other side, the pick there, any thoughts on that?
So far, like, we've only seen them highlight this Scarf, and I think this composition works out really well for them, but they're gonna have a lot of trouble handling that early game pressure. You have that Adagio and that Vox together. With that buff comp, we saw the potential that Vox has. And this is like one of the compositions that Kinetic was very well known for when they took
Velocity.
on. No, this is Kinetic.
Oh, you're Kinetic. Oh, so you're expanding
Kinetic,
to the entire Halcyon Hammers organization. It's a big tournament for them, bringing 2 teams, Halcyon Hammers. And you know what, Dienzio, if there was one thing, if you're going into a game and there's one hero that you want to take Dienzio off of, it is Vox. You can stand at base and watch him 1v3 people with Vox. Do you think he's the best Vox in North America right now?
To be honest, he's probably one of the top 3. It's very hard to say because when it comes down to mechanics, there's like the top 5 are like very similar in terms of how they execute it, how they play it out. But then it also comes down to like knowing exactly when to rotate, positioning themselves in that late game where death timers really count. And with the Velocity team being a more younger team and not having as much experience as the Liberation X team, so far, everything coming out of Dienzio or Aloha and this Vox has been amazing.
Okay, we haven't talked much about Vains. What does he bring to the team? And kind of how does that play into the way Halcyon or Hammers Velocity plays?
So Vains is somebody that I started playing before when he was coming up in the community. And he had like that natural sense of play style where his map awareness was always on point. And he makes like innovative ways to actually for his team to approach the jungle. And this is going to be a great chance for them where if they're able to take control of the Liberation X jungle, it's going to make it very easy on whoever is laning for them.
All right, so final thoughts. Halcyon Hammers Velocity, their play style into Liberation X. What happens when they clash?
I think with this game, Velocity is going to take the lead early. But if the Liberation X team can hold out, preserve a little bit, they'll have the late game for sure.
All right, let's throw to our casters for this big match. Take it away, guys.
All right, thank you very much, Playoff Beard and Rome. I'm excited to get into this game between Liberation X, who of course were formerly, the champions from Autumn, and Halcyon Hammers Velocity. My name's Action Jackson. I got Vedius next to me. We're gonna be hopping in the game.
Yes, we are, ladies and gentlemen. We have come across the pond to cast a bit of North American Vainglory. We're certainly excited to see, and already we can see a bit of action kicking off in the early game.
Yeah, lots of action early on here. You can see Halcyon Hammers, their health bar is sitting a little bit lower than that of Liberation X. So we might see some more aggression here. At the moment, they're just backing away, taking their camps and playing it safe.
All right, so just to give a bit of a recap of the compositions, we're seeing for the side of Velocity, we've got the Vox, Fortress, and the Adagio. So going to be playing very much around this Vox, heading towards that mid to late game, whereas Liberation X, they did actually pick up the Rhyme. So I'm quite excited to see how this is going to work in this composition as T-Tigers, he actually takes a bit of harassment up in the lane.
Yeah, but I think he's going to be all right, at least for now. You can see E36 is hovering around here. He's going to be able to help T-Tigers out if he ever wants to go aggressive. On the flip side, we've got Aloha sticking with his jungler Vains at the moment. And they do have maybe the potential to go for a fight here. Status Baked is going to scare them off a little bit with the Winter Spire, but they're going to go for the fight here. It looks like Aloha is taking a lot of damage, but their turnaround on the Status Baked is huge. Vains and Aloha are going to find that one. First blood going the way of Velocity. Right now, they're going for even more here. Dienzio, he's run down from the lane. It's a quick 2 kills going the way of Velocity.
Great kiting coming out from Aloha. You could see Status Baked doing his best to try and close the gap, and when you have that support from the you'd expect to be able to do it, but he wasn't quite able to pull it off. Status Baked needs to be careful now, though.
Oh, he really does, and this could be a bad spot for him. He's going to try and use his boots to speed away Vanguard just in time as well. Vains, he wants to go for that steal, and I believe he found it there, so very nice work by Halcyon Hammers Velocity in this early game. They're putting on a lot of pressure. T-Tigers actually struggling. Oh, there's a kill on the other side as well. Vains finds himself another one along with Aloha. You can see Aloha wants more onto E36, can't quite close that distance. The turret is going to help him get out of there.
Velocity want to send a message to the reigning North American champions. You guys might be the champions for now, but we are here to play. And with this 3-0 early game, they are doing it in commanding fashion. This Aloha is not afraid to go aggressive, and the way he plays his Adagio is phenomenal. 2-0-1, and they're looking for more.
Yeah, they are. I don't think they're going to find T-Tigers. He manages to get under his turret. Status Baked going very deep here. I would argue too deep, and in fact, he does go down. Aloha picking up lots of kills in this early game. Vane just barely able to get out of that one.
Wow, I'm not entirely sure what Status Baked is trying to do in this early game. You're playing the Rhyme. It takes you a little while to ramp up. Yes, we are on patch 1.15, which means he has had a couple buffs, but it's more towards that late game point. He has better skating. His base stats are slightly higher. But you still need to get to that point. And in this early game, you just don't have the damage. And when you get paired up against a Fortress, there's very little you're going to be able to do in the early game. Speaking of Fortress, maybe he wants to go up against T-Tigers?
I think he's just going to play this one safe. Make sure that that farm isn't going to waste. You want someone pretty much catching every single wave, so you're being efficient with it. And he is going to be in position to do just that when he sees Dienzio isn't able to make it to one of those creeps. So looking across the board here, we do have the nice lead building up for HH Velocity, sitting at 7.3k to the 6.7 of Liberation X. The question is, can they keep this ball rolling? Obviously, T-Tigers on that Black Feather are going to be a big threat moving into the later stages of the game. Velocity want to keep making these plays, but this time it's a 3 versus 3. How are they going to do here? Status Bake, look at the burst damage going down on him. Veins nearly falls, has to leave. Dienzio dives very deep for the kill. He is pretty low, but he's got back up from good teammates. Finally falls. Velocity, they have bitten off more than they can chew. Aloha wants to return on the E36. He cannot find it, and that's going to be Liberation X with an ace less than 5 minutes into the game.
So you have to give credit to Status Baked in that fight, because he is on the front line, and you have to realize that Rhyme is surprisingly tanky with the fortified health that he has available to him. And what he did is tank the majority of the damage coming out from Velocity, retreat, and force Dienzio to follow him right into the arms of T-Tigers. And that just allowed him to get all those Heartbreak stacks up, and then he was just doing so much damage on the back line. Really nice play from Status Bake to just bait the main damage dealers from Velocity straight into Liberation X and turn around the team fight.
Yeah, it was a really, really well played fight by Liberation X, but on the flip side, Velocity got to be careful about taking things too far that they can't afford to. You know, they have a nice lead. You don't necessarily have to go for the hyper-aggressive plays that are going to put your team at risk.
You'd already forced Status Bake back at that point. You could have just turned attention to T-Tigers, or maybe even with the numbers advantage try and push an objective, but as you were rightly saying, they just over-aggressed. They got a little bit too greedy for that kill. And as a rising team, you know, you have to wonder, is the pressure of the stage getting to them a little bit? Do they just want to try and show off this? T-Tigers, he's just going to Rose offensive out of that one, but we do have to think about these new teams coming here to the stage.
We really do. With reference to T-Tigers in the top lane, though, now that he's hit level 6 and has Rose offensive, he's going to be much, much safer against the constant pressure that Velocity have been applying to him up until this point. He can have 2 charges of that, which means very frequently he's going to be able to get away from ganks.
And I mean, just looking at the farm, he's sitting at 63 to the 46 of Dienzio. So even with all this pressure, he's done a fantastic job of staying relevant in this lane, and you can see why T-Tigers is one of the famed laners here in North America.
Yeah, and actually, if we're looking back at the last championships, he wasn't able to make it until the last day, so his team kind of had to fight without him. This time, he's here from the beginning, and I'm sure Liberation X want to show that they can have a very good performance when they have all of their starters at the beginning of the tournament. Right now, though, look at how deep they are going for Aloha. He is going to be able to heal up a little bit. We've got the rotation coming through from Veins and Dienzio. They're going to start this fight off. That's the way for it. Aloha on the back line is taking a lot of damage from T-Tigers. Dienzio goes down as well. Aloha has made it to the turret, but he finally falls. Liberation X have definitely turned this early game around. Gold dead even.
So Liberation X have now got to a point that they've completed a couple of items, they've gone to the levels that they need, and they can really start putting up a fight against Velocity. What a fantastic Valkyrie coming out from Rhyme to just deny any impact Vainglory was able to have. They shut him down, deleted him, and while that was going on, you see T-Tigers sitting on the back line and dealing with Aloha by himself. Liberation X are just coming into these fights, and they are playing them perfectly.
They really are, and they get a big gold mine off the back of that, somewhere in the realms of 240 gold. T-Tigers got to be careful about being caught here, though. He is going to walk right in that bush. E36 has his back, but are they going to be able to get away here? T-Tigers turns around for the on point. He's going to dash. Oh, that was absolutely awesome play from T-Tigers. He is bleeding here. He might be able to get away. He's got to attack the wolf. He finally does it. On the flip side, though, you can see that E36 does fall, so it's not free for them. T-Tigers actually went down to a bleed stack on the backside. Status Baked in a bad spot. It's an ace on the flip side. Velocity bringing things back a little bit here.
So I was so concentrated on T-Tigers getting away. He dashed to the wolf to give him space to escape, and then he dies at the end to a bleed. Very unfortunate, but you could see the Arm doing what he could to try and kite around the outside, and he ended up just getting solo killed by Dienzio, which was a little bit unfortunate. Status Baked also getting caught out of position, trying to escape, trying to provide peel for his team. Wasn't enough, ends up dropping, giving over the ace, giving over a tower to HH Velocity, and you can see why Playoff Bid was so excited about this game. Very back and forth between the rising stars of Velocity and the reigning champs of Liberation X.
Yeah, I mean, at least on paper, this is one of the two closer series for today. You know, previously we had first versus 8, then we had second versus 7th. This is a little bit closer on paper, and you can see that these teams are trading blows back and forth. Neither one of them is really a head and shoulders, you know, over the other. And it's going to be interesting as the game progresses, though. Liberation X, they can scale very hard, which normally, I mean, a scalar is a little bit less than a vector, but they're doing pretty good this time.
Yeah, they certainly are. We'll have to see which direction they end up going in from this point on. As Dienzio, he's going to try and defend this turret 1 versus 3. He has completed the alternating current, so he's really waiting for that 2-item power spike before he really starts to do damage. But Aloha now completed the Shatter Glass, means that you have to respect the amount of damage that this Vox is going to be able to put out at this point in the game. But speaking of damage, have a look at T-Tigers. He's completed the Serpent's Mask. Status Baked has completed the Frostburn. So there is going to be a lot of utility as well as a lot of damage coming out from this Liberation X side as well. It's going to get very messy in terms of the skirmishes that we're going to be seeing at this point in the game, and I am super excited for it.
Oh man, you know me, I'm Action Jackson. I like the action-packed fights, and I'm sure we're going to be getting some of those as we move forward here. Right now, just having a look at the map, Gold Mine getting pretty full, so we might see some teams put pressure onto that soon. Gold-wise, between the teams, we're seeing only a 400 gold lead to Velocity, so it's nothing tremendous, and they've got to be careful as the slightly earlier team with this Fortress that they don't get outscaled too quickly. That's going to be attack of the pack. They want to go for a fight here. Everyone very grouped up. Big Valkyrie coming through out of Status Baked. Look at the damage onto Dienzio as well. This could be bad. Both the damage threats still alive for Liberation X. Status Baked could go down to another bleed. He's burning a little bit as well on the backside, but it looks like he's going to be able to get out of there. So overall, that is going to be a 1-for-2 trade. Liberation X coming out the better.
So that whole fight was very much about Liberation X trying to kill Dienzio and Velocity trying to keep Dienzio alive. And they were doing a good job at the start, but they just couldn't deal with the damage from both T-Tigers and Status Baked. And with Dienzio out of the fight, it was simply a matter of, okay guys, we have to retreat. Our main damage dealer is done. And so they end up losing Veins, but it was still a very unfortunate fight for Velocity. So Liberation X, they now get themselves a return turret. They get themselves a couple of extra kills, and they are able to come out ahead in that team fight pretty commandingly.
I mean, they've actually had about a 1,500 gold swing just from that fight, and that is substantial. The majority of the money came from the turret kill, which is very big. Now that they're even, that gold lead actually means a little bit more because they've got the same resources to work with on the map. Very well played by Lib X, and you can see Velocity struggling to make the same kind of plays they were doing earlier on in the game. They haven't found the opportunities that were afforded to them earlier when T-Tigers, for example, didn't have Rose Offensive available.
No, they certainly... You could see they tried to put pressure down onto T-Tigers, but given that he's only died once this game, that pressure didn't really amount to anything.
One thing you got to realize about Velocity, too, is their team likes to dive onto you a decent amount, at least at this stage in the game when you've got the Fortress trying to make the aggressive plays, and they tend to group up for the Valkyries coming out of Status Baked, which just makes it very easy for him to land a big ultimate.
Yeah, this is the thing about Liberation X is if you dive onto this lineup, you're basically doing what you want them to do. So you want to try and kite around these fights as Vane's getting collapsed on.
He is. He's going to be slowed up a little bit by T-Tigers. Look at the damage that's coming through. Vanes, I don't know if he's going to be able to get out of this one. T-Tigers finds it. He's going to use that Rose Offensive to try and get away. He's got a reflex block shield in addition to that. So a quick pickup for Liberation X. They're in a great position to find something more off the back of this.
So double Fountain of Renewal used at the same time. I can hear Bacon screaming in the background, getting so annoyed as to how inefficient that is. But still, good use from Liberation X to get that kill and get out. They're going to secure themselves the gold mine off the back of it. And it was just Liberation X understanding their boundaries. They realized that all 3 members of Velocity weren't there. They had the damage to go for that dive. And even though Status Bake missed his Valkyrie, it was still enough for Liberation X to guarantee themselves the kill. And if you just look at the goal difference now, Liberation X are really starting to gain that momentum. That works very nicely with their composition reaching this point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think the ray of hope here for Velocity is definitely D'Enzio. If he can scale a little bit more, maybe kite around in these fights, if they change how they're playing them and focus more on being defensive and keeping D'Enzio alive, maybe they can make it happen. The problem is, getting through Status Baked in an elongated fight is very, very difficult because the fortified health just keeps on coming in.
So Broken Myth now completed for D'Enzio. This is the point in the game in which he is really going to start to hurt, but Broken Myth also picked up for Status Baked. So both Crystal Powers going to be doing a lot of damage at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be hitting very, very hard. Liberation X have grouped up in the lane now. They look like they might be trying to find an opportunity to push more, go for a turret, something like that. As it currently stands, though, just the presence of 3 members of Velocity in the lane is going to dissuade them from doing that. So you can see that Liberation X, they're not so far ahead that they're willing to, you know, not respect Velocity in these fights.
Yeah, it's just looking at the map right now, Velocity do have the positional advantage given that they have the minions pushing in their favor, and they're pushing towards the next turret of Liberation X, but both teams quite hesitant to try and force anything, and if really anybody's going to be the aggressors, it has to be Liberation X, but that sort of works nicely for Velocity because all they want to do is kite back in these engagements. They just want to keep D'Enzio alive, but they're actually the ones looking for the fight.
Velocity, this is a bold move, going for a fight like this. T-Tiger's doing a lot of damage here. That's going to be the gauntlet thrown down. Big damage out of Status Bank, but T-Tigers is the first to fall. E36 doing a great job on the side, but not enough. Status Bank goes down. Velocity, they pick up the fight.
So that from Velocity was so smart. They go for the engagement with Vanes, but only Vanes. D'Enzio and Aloha sit on the backline because they know T-Tigers is going to aggressively go for that dive. And so the peel is there for the main damage dealer of Velocity. D'Enzio is able to kite around the Black Feather, and by shutting down Black Feather and preventing Status Bake from even getting involved in the fight was just perfect execution from Velocity. They guarantee, or they get themselves the ace, they get themselves a turret, and they're going to get themselves a Kraken, which is going to give them a massive swing in this game 1 of this series.
Yeah, and in addition to that, I feel like they have a great team to actually play around Kraken when it's pushing. They should be able to really put pressure on the turret from a safe distance, and then if Liberation X try and initiate, which we haven't seen much of yet, they're going to be in a nice position to kite back from it. That was a well-played fight from Velocity. They need to keep doing more of the same. Liberation X, they're not even venturing out of their base. They know they need to deal with this Kraken push as soon as possible.
Yeah, they do have relatively good wave clear. It's, you know, obviously it's not the strongest, but it should be enough to at least deal with the minions sitting on the base, but I don't know how quickly they're going to be able to take the Kraken. Let's see how Velocity decide to play around this.
It's all going to be about Status Fake just spamming those Winter Spires, trying to kill the Kraken as quickly as possible. T-Tigers is doing a decent amount of damage to the backline, just sort of ambiently. Right now, though, Vanes looks like he wants to turn this one around and maybe go for an initiation. Look at D'Enzio's damage. He's got to be careful here. Finds the silence. He's kiting around. We're going to see the Ard and ultimate. It doesn't do enough, though. D'Enzio, massive plays coming out of him. Velocity, this could be a game-ending push against the former champions, Liberation X.
It certainly could be. I think that they are going to be able to do it. They've gotten themselves the ace. They have the Kraken. This is going to be game 1, going over to HH Velocity, and what a way to do it. Very back and forth in the early game, but when they finally get the team fight that they needed, they propel to victory in such commanding fashion.
Very well played by Velocity. I was actually talking, I was on some person's Facebook live stream earlier. They were coming around talking to people. I think he was a member of Gankstars. And I was saying, I actually think Velocity have have a really good chance of going the distance. That first game that they just played kind of vindicates me. I feel like they played that super well.
They really did. It was the way in which they kited around the black feather that was so important for them, because a lot you saw in the initial engagements, whenever it was Liberation X starting off the fights and actually being able to collapse down onto those major targets, that is when Liberation swung the lead in their favor. But then all of a sudden, when that Vox got his 2-item power spike, and when he was positioning properly in those fights, able to properly kite out the black feather, that was when things really started to go in the favor of Velocity. So the moment they started finding those good fights, things just went perfectly for them.
Yeah, and I like the way that they were just using Veins to apply the pressure that he needed without going too deep with the entire team. You saw Veins, once he picked up Atlas, Pauldron, and Fountain, he was really hard to kill. So even in 1 versus 2, he was pretty okay. And I feel like that was a big shift in the game when they realized how to play the fights.
Yeah, it certainly was. It was... But I do want to talk about how the fact that Liberation X still put up a very strong fight, and at some points I felt like the game was just going to swing in their favor because of the way that they were just executing their fights would just looked really good in the early game, and it was almost like Velocity were just playing into their hand. They were walking into range of that Rhyme. They were just giving him an easy time to land those ridiculous Valkyries, just use that fortified health to tank up a lot of the damage, and we did see a little bit of over-aggression from time to time from HH Velocity as well. So once they round that in, once they got the nerves of the stage out of their system, they really did seem to kick things into gear, and we can see why they are that rising star here in the North American Championships.
All right, well, to talk a little bit more about that game, we're going to be throwing back to our analysts. It is Rome and Playoff Beard.
Thank you very much, Action Jackson, and it's always nice to hear the sweet, sultry sounds of Vedius's voice for those games. I welcome in Humanist, who we will be casting tomorrow.
Yeah.
But you've been embedded today with all the teams. I hear you have some good stories for us.
I do.
And I do want to hear them, but before we do, Rome, we talked before the match, if there was one hero you don't want Dienzio to play, it's Vox, and boy, he put on a show with that Vox.
Yeah, and just looking at the itemization for both teams across the board, like we have very standard builds coming out of both Adagio and Vox for that buff composition. And for the Velocity side, pretty much after they finished that Broken Myth, their engages were so damaging and it hurt Liberation so much. But overall, like, I have to kind of point out, like, we saw E36 on that Arden. I think that he could have gone for a Stormguard banner earlier, and that helps out so much, especially with Arden's kit, using that his punch on Blood for Blood. And the way that they do it, as long as I think their composition, they needed a Warhorn really bad. We saw a lot of times,
especially on that Rhyme.
Yeah, so they had a lot of opportunities where they could engage, where we see T-Tigers just diving deep into that back line against the Velocity team. But you know what? Status baked on that Rhyme. He had no chance to get in. He was fighting out the back, and they had no pressure. They had no presence. And I think that's what really costed him a lot of team fights.
Yeah, and that is tricky. You know, Status Baked, he's a very, very aggressive player, menacing player, similar to Call the Meek. You put him on a Rhyme, you're not necessarily going to get that as strong as a Rhyme can be in certain comps. So it'll be interesting to see going forward. But at least the North American champions, it was a bit of a statement game, like, don't forget about us. And we'll have to see what happens in the next match. But before we get into that, Humanist, you've been spending a lot of times with these teams. You spent a lot of time with both of the Halcyon Hammers teams, and have a story to tell.
Well, yeah, I've been behind enemy lines there, so to speak, over in the pit, getting some interviews, and actually really cool story that I didn't know about coming into this. So Rage, the coach of Halcyon Hammers, one of the things that he really focuses on is sports psychology. And he says, you know, he's been doing a lot of research in other fields, looking at professional sports and realizing that the mental game of players is so, so important. And with his team specifically, some young players on the team, you know, that it's very easy to tilt. If you get behind in a game, you go 0-6 in lane, how do you come back from that, right? It's so important, especially in a big environment like this, right? So one of the techniques that he told me about was centering. And what he teaches his players, and he's also passed this off to Veins, and Veins does a really good job of communicating this with his team in the heat of the moment during battle, is that you just have to focus on yourself just a little bit. And the technique, what they do, is they have to breathe in, inhale, 5 seconds. Let's all do it, let's do it. No, 5 seconds. then you exhale, 5 seconds, and then you look at your immediate environment, right? Because you're psyched out, your blood pressure is super high. So what they do is they pick 3 things in their area that they can see, feel, and hear. And once you've gone through that whole process, it just naturally lowers your blood pressure a little bit, gets you right back in the zone of where you need to be. And yeah, that's kind of the technique for them. It's been working really well so far. And you know, we could hope that other teams are going to look into this as they go forward, because it seems to be paying dividends for this team.
Very, very cool. One thing we will not see, hear, or feel in this second game of the best of 3 is Dienzio's Vox immediately banned by Liberation X.
Yeah, so they pretty much saw the damage coming out of Vox last game, and they know like Vox into that late game, grabbing like 2 or 3 tier 3 items, as long as he's able to position himself correctly, he does so much damage. His ability to actually maneuver last game, his kiting was excellent coming out of them.
All right, so we'll have to see. So we see on Liberation X's side, going back to Blackfeather, Halcyon Hammer's Velocity, they counter with Sky.
So with Velocity, we see a lot of Sky coming out of them, and their play, either Dienzio or Aloha, excellent on that Sky. And with them being able to reposition themselves really well, they're able to kind of avoid Blackfeather when he dives deep. But for this match, I would really like to see status pick on this Blackfeather, and hopefully, like, as long as they're able to position themselves really well, I think T-Tigers, he can like lead the helm, and he can make that difference into that late game.
Ooh, Humanist. There's a Taka coming out from Liberation X. We know Taka's very good into a Sky. This will be fun to watch.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I think Taka's one of those heroes that just like brings so much to the table for your team, but it's also super flashy. So it's fun to watch, it's fun to play.
And maybe we'll see the limited edition skin this time.
Yeah, maybe
the Night
we will.
Shadow Taka skin. Maybe they'll indulge us on that. Rome, the comps are filled out. Final thoughts on this?
We have to pay attention to most likely status pick on this Taka this game. Taka is great counter towards Sky, and he's able to dive really deep. But the thing here is, if Velocity team, if they're able to kite backwards, Rhyme actually gets into a really good position where he centers himself between Taka, between Blackfeather, and this is where he starts to unleash a lot of damage, especially going against a triple melee composition.
And I have to say I'm a little bit surprised that we're seeing quite this much Rhyme. It's kind of developing into a storyline the way that Ozo was. What is it in 115 that makes Rhyme a priority pick?
Well, with a lot of melee heroes being played lately, and the compositions coming out, like we saw a lot of Ozos being played, and this is the perfect example. Against Cruel, against Koshka, Taka, Rhyme is the perfect counter pick because he dominates the melee range. Like that proximity where everybody that gets into his circle of damage just gets unleashed on.
And if there's one thing in this match, which we'll get to in just a moment, that people at home watching should focus on, what do you think that is?
Like we see like on like top competitive play, counter picking has been great. And hopefully like they picked up this Taka just to counter against the Sky. We're gonna have to see and watch like as they play it out, if they're able to engage at the right time, because Sky, if she uses her Suri strike, if she's able to like manipulate them and just dash out and reposition herself, she is gonna hurt the whole team. She has a lot of area of effect damage, and this is where Sky really shines.
It's certainly gonna be fun to watch all of those maneuvers, all of the brinksmanship that we will see in this game. And Humanist, is so interesting what you were saying about Halcyon Hammers as an organization prioritizing kind of the mental aspect of the game.
Yeah.
We did see in the Autumn Live Championships a couple games they got a little bit mentally off track, had a really hard time recovering. I mean, at least Halcyon Hammers in this situation, they are coming into this second match with the 1-up now.
Yeah.
But Liberation X on the other side, they do have to mentally regroup.
Yeah, but it's so easy to get yourself psyched out in this kind of situation. And yeah, you can only hope that Liberation X are drawing on some of those techniques, or maybe overheard someone talking about that sports psychology earlier. But yeah, it's really important that they can keep their calm in this situation and hopefully move forward.
All right, so with the comp that Liberation X is pulling out in this game, talk to me about what T-Tigers is going to be focusing on, what Status Bake is going to be focusing on.
Pretty much like when they're diving deep, they both have gap closers in that side of their kit. But the thing is, they need to be able to prioritize one person, and they have to dive them directly. Like we saw last round, they were like poking back and forth, just getting the feel for it, and it costed them so much. So as long as they're able to coordinate this out early, I think they can execute on somebody really quick.
All right, Liberation X, They are facing defeat here in game 2. It won't knock them out of the tournament, but they certainly want to try to get the blind pick. And for the action, it's Action Jackson and Invidious.
Thank you very much, guys. We're here for the second game of the series. Velocity with an incredible performance in that first game. Vedius moving into the second one. It's going to be interesting to see if Liberation X can, bounce back.
Yeah, it certainly will be. Liberation X, when we saw them back at the last live championships, they did seem like quite an emotional team. They rided quite a lot off of momentum. But given that a lot of time has passed since then, we'll have to see how well they have developed as a team. Status Baked and T-Tigers, veterans on the lineup. E36, relatively new, but still been a part of the organization for a while. Status Baked needs to be careful, though.
He does need to be careful, but obviously he's got the ability to heal up, go stealth, and regenerate a little bit of that. Aloha might be the next target, but with Dienzio roaming down here, we could see a fully 3 versus 3 fight. Vayne's taking a lot of damage. Status Baked easily able to find that first kill. Liberation X, they're looking to get the momentum in the second game.
Early game Taka, ladies and gentlemen. As a Taka one-trick myself, I know all about the power that he has available to him, and if you allow him to build those stacks up, then he's just going to be doing so much damage. He's just consistently kiting around you, and the fact that he can dodge all those abilities at level 1 is so important, because you obviously only have one ability, so if you dodge it, that's it. A large part of your damage is going to be unavailable for Velocity. They didn't respect that. Status Baked was easily able to kite around the fight. They get the first kill onto Veins, and it's setting them up for success very early on.
I mean, the big question for me is later on in the game, are they just going to be able to blow Status Baked up? Potentially during a Catherine stun with Dienzio's Sky and Aloha, they can do that.
I feel like the priority is going to be onto Dienzio from Liberation X. With this Taka, you're all about trying to just dive onto the backline and kill them as quickly as possible. And when you have that Black Feather complementing that, it's just so easy to just, when you have this Rhyme run at you, you can just straight up run past him, because he relies on you being in melee range. So as long as you can keep him at arm's length, then you're pretty much doing your job. So the ability to dive onto this Sky is very, very strong for Liberation X. So I feel like their win condition is, let's kill Dienzio as quickly as possible.
All right, well, speaking of killing people, Liberation X are looking to go for this fight in lane. Status Baked taking a decent chunk of damage, though, so they're going to have to back away for now. Dienzio, with the support of Veins, is going to be fine. Liberation X, aside from that one super early fight, they're not really being too overly aggressive. They're taking their time, looking for the best windows of opportunity to go for that aggression.
Yeah, they really are. They're trying to build themselves up an early lead, because you want to try and take advantage of Taka's early strengths. And by consistently rotating up to the lane and just looking to try and get picks onto Dienzio, it's exactly how you set up this Taka for success. So when you have the ability to go invisible, it makes it very easy to just rotate into the lane, and then you can get a lot of damage down before your opponent is even able to react. But unfortunately, they haven't quite been able to do that. Velocity reads Liberation X's plan quite well, and by keeping Veins up in the lane, it just makes it so much harder for Liberation X to actually collapse down onto Dienzio.
I mean, I like what Liberation X is doing off the back of that, though, although hang on a second, T-Tigers is kind of caught out here. All 3 members on top of him. I don't see him getting away from this one without Rose Offensive, and that is going to be a return kill going the way of Velocity. They've evened things up here.
Yeah, they just great collapse there onto T-Tigers. He didn't respect the numbers advantage that Velocity had. He felt like that with 2 members of Liberation X on the back camps of Velocity, then it would have been easy for him to just rotate around and provide that support. It ends up backfiring. He gives away the kill, and now 1-to-1. H Velocity are going to be feeling pretty happy.
Yeah, I mean, I want to revisit what we were talking about earlier, though, and it's interesting how that fight played out, because Liberation X, they maybe thought T-Tigers would be fine because it's harder for Velocity to be aggressive early on, and they decided to go for an invade, which I think is a good plan. If you can't find the early game edge in lane because Veins is constantly covering Dienzio, then yeah, that makes sense. But the problem is, it meant that T-Tigers had no support, really. Right now, Dienzio just being a bit of a nuisance up in the lane, but he's got to be careful about the rotate. Look at the damage immediately coming through from Status Baked and T-Tigers. Dienzio's got to be careful about these rotations.
Aloha's level 6 now. He does have that Valkyrie. He's actually the highest level in the game, so if Liberation X went for a fight now, it could turn out badly, but they respect it. They don't want to try and force anything right now, so it's going to be back to farming between these 2 teams. But you have to also respect the fact that for Liberation X, this is the game that they have to really perform, because Velocity already leading the series. They only need 1 more win to progress. And I believe they're actually going to be going up, if they win, they'll be going up against TSM tomorrow. So
scary.
Yeah. So, but the point is, HH Velocity want this win. They don't want to have to go to a game 3 because they don't want to have to bring anything out that they might be planning for later rounds. You know, so far what we've seen is nothing too unconventional. Sky, very popular here in North America. Rhyme, maybe rising a little bit more, but hang on a second.
Yeah, we are going to see this fight. T-Tigers getting collapsed on right off the bat, but look at the turnaround on the Dienzio. Massive damage coming out from Status Baked. That's a 1-for-1 so far, but who's going to come out ahead? Status Baked should be able to make it out of this one. The stun comes through, though, very well timed right before he can hop back onto the box. Velocity, they take a 2-for-1.
So in that fight, you saw how easy it is for Taka to just dive onto the Sky, but then also you saw the power of Rhyme into a Taka. When you get into melee range, the fortified health combined with the ridiculous damage that Rhyme can output, especially on patch 1.15 where he's had those buffs, is just so difficult for Ataka. Just having played that matchup so many times, you're like, why won't you die, old man? Why do you have to be this difficult to kill? So it's kind of a rough matchup for that Status Baked, and he needs Blackfeather to be alive with him if they really plan on killing Rhyme as the game progresses.
Yeah, I mean, I like the fact that we saw actually what I was talking about maybe happening later in the game, happening so early. A very well-timed stun out of Veins is a great way to deal with Status Baked. Stops him from going invisible. If you've got the damage to pop him during that, he's not really got too much available to him. That said, no reflex block on Status Baked just yet. He'll be looking to pick that up at some point, I'm sure. And that's the big counterplay. That's the thing that Status Baked's going to be looking to do to deal with the fact that the stun out of Veins can really shut him down.
He's actually gone for a very early tension bow. Hasn't even picked up boots yet. Really prioritizing that early game damage. Looks like he's working towards an aftershock, I believe. So also going to be picking up that hybrid sort of build that isn't that unconventional from Ataka. You know, he does have quite good crystal ratios, and it just makes his burst damage that much stronger in the early game.
Yeah, and also I don't mind the no boots, because the thing is with Taka, if you're trying to run away, you go invisible. And it doesn't really matter how fast you're running.
You also get a bit of a movement speed buff from that as well. So.
And in the same vein, you know, if you're trying to initiate, Xretsu has a decent range, so you can just jump on them instead of running at them. I think it's an exchange that I think Status Baked will be happy to make in the early game.
It does upset me that they added a bit of a delay onto that Xretsu now. It doesn't feel as snappy. Ooh, hang on, T-Tigers gets collapsed.
But he's got all of his team here, and actually Status Baked wants to find the return. Dienzio already taking a lot of damage, but he's able to Suri strike backwards this time. That alone is going to signal Liberation X to just back off for now and play it cool.
Yeah, oh, the Status Baked.
Oh, he gets the stealth off. He should be fine. He might actually look for the reinitiation onto Dienzio. He finds that Xretsu, big damage, but look at the forward barrage. Dienzio is able to pick up the kill, just barely getting out of there alive. And now on the flip side, Aloha and Veins, they're just moving forward, putting some pressure down. Aloha is such a high level right now.
Status Baked came so close for getting that kill onto Dienzio. He was literally just activating the animation for that A ability, which would have secured him the kill, but he just didn't respect the amount of damage that Velocity had. They were able to shut him down, and what should have really been Status Baked just disengages. He gets a little bit cocky, gets a little bit greedy, and ends up paying for it with his life. But the gold's still in favor of Liberation X.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a decent job here in other metrics. You know, they have done a great job of farming, for example, but now with the fight breaking out, Status Baked kind of far away, Dienzio might feel more comfortable than he ought to. That's a jump forward right into the Arden Gauntlet, and that is Dienzio falling down. We've got Status Baked still very healthy on the backline, trying to find the kill. The stealth keeps him healthy for now. Aloha, full health still, but he's 1 versus 3. This is going to be a hard fight for him to win, but look at how much fortified health he's gaining. Wow, he is still in this. T-Tigers got to be careful, does have some heartbreak stacks on him, but is not enough to do the big burst he's looking for. Aloha, quite low on energy, might not be able to keep this up for too much longer, and finally he goes down. Dienzio respawns in time. That isn't an ace though. So Liberation X, they find 3 kills, but not the ace.
So at the very end, you have to give credit to how Liberation X played that fight, because they realized if we just sit on top of Aloha's face, he will actually be able to kill all 3 of us. So go in, go out, go in, go out. They knew that the boots on Aloha were on cooldown. He wasn't going to be able to run away from that fight. So as long as they consistently just dived back and forth, it was very easy for them to get that final kill. And as you rightly said, not quite able to secure the ace, but you're really starting to see the burst potential that this Taka has on shutting down Dienzio, and mad props to E36 for landing a beautiful gauntlet to set him up for that.
Yeah, it was a very well-placed gauntlet. I want to talk about Status Baked again for a second, actually, because look at this. Even for a second item, he still hasn't gone boots, right? He just has damage upon damage. He's got a lot of burst, especially, and that's going to be great at popping the fairly durable Aloha, the fairly mobile Dienzio. Right now, Velocity, though, they're looking to pick up this gold mine. There's no real response from Liberation X. They're still very far away from it. E36 wants to come in, maybe look for the steal, cannot pick it up, though.
Tigers.
They've got him in a bit of a pincer here. Both sides, Liberation X sitting on them. Status Baked, he gets silenced, so he's not going to be able to stealth out of there. And now T-Tigers extremely deep, doesn't have much support. E36 trying to get there, but he's actually put himself in danger by virtue of doing that. Dienzio, that camp respawn could not have been a worse time, but I don't see E36 making it out of this one regardless. It is 2 quick kills and the gold mine picked up for Halcyon Hammer's Velocity.
So that was just poor coordination from Liberation X. T-Tigers was coming in from the flank, then disengaged. Speaking of T-Tigers...
Oh, he's in a bit of a rough spot here, but with that Rose offensive, might be able to get away. Dienzio could reinforce from the lane, does some nice damage, but not enough to find the kill. Halcyon Hammers are in a nice position to maybe push the turret, though.
They have the numbers advantage. You can see Status Baked is just farming the jungle, so unlikely that Liberation X looking to contest this turret, and that's going to be the first big objective going in the favor of Velocity. So once again, building themselves up a very early advantage, but it is still only a small one. The big thing for me is the impact that this Rhyme is having and preventing Taka from really being able to really consistently clean up the team fights. Yes, they're able to shut down Dienzio, but because of the amount of damage that Aloha is doing and how good he is into these triple melee comps, he is just being so effective.
He really, really is, and it's definitely something that Liberation X need to keep their eye on when it comes to the draft, maybe moving forward, not falling into that trap. But at the same time, they're by no means out of this one. The gold lead is only about 1,500, which isn't a tremendous hurdle. So Liberation X have opportunities moving forward. Status Baked, you're a Taka guy. How is he going to play these fights as the game progresses a little bit later on? I feel like he could struggle, especially against Aloha.
Well, it's tough. Obviously what you want to do is you kind of want to wait for the engage to come out, because you don't really have the ability to just 100 to 0 someone, especially when the Fountain of Renewal has been completed. So you kind of want to wait for a bit of damage to go down, maybe wait for a reflex lock to be used, some of the major escapes to be down, so that you can just dive into your target and stick to them. But when you have this Black Feather Taka combo, it's very hard, and Status Baked, he's the one engaging.
He is indeed, and he has managed to find the stealth back out, so he's putting Halcyon Hammers in a bit of a weird position. Dienzio trying to stick with his team here. He knows he needs to stay close so that when the melees jump forward, Aloha can save him. Dienzio, he is just microing perfectly around the edge of this fight, but it's not going to be enough. T-Tigers does get the jump forward. It's Aloha and Banes 2 versus 3, and T-Tigers is doing a great job of keeping them interested on the sidelines. Aloha, very healthy still. That's a stun.
Nice.
Big damage coming forward onto Status Baked, and yet again, E36, the big loser in this situation, having to deal with multiple people by himself, has the boot and the Vanguard speed up. He's going to be able to get away, ends up just being that 1-for-1.
So Liberation X actually played that fight beautifully, because they came in from all 3 angles. It was first Status Baked that went in, then T-Tigers came in from the flank, and he started putting pressure down onto Dienzio, who'd already used his escape, and that then forced him into E36, who could be the one to start applying pressure. And it was pretty much a pressure onto Dienzio from all these different angles, and Velocity weren't really sure who to focus. Their attention was split onto all 3 members of Liberation X, and that allowed them to get enough damage down onto Dienzio that they then had the numbers advantage in the fight. But Aloha, being that Rhyme, just turned the fight around once again. You had to come into melee range. They used that Catherine stun into the second Winter Spire combo, get themselves a 1-for-1, and it was just a very well played fight from really both teams overall.
It was well played from both teams, but Velocity definitely came out a bit ahead, picking up the gold mine off the back of it. And that's, mainly due to Aloha. Aloha just being so healthy, regardless of everything else that happens in these fights, because Liberation X can't afford to try and burst him down. It just won't work.
It's tough. The Rhyme is very tanky. I mean, if you just look at his health, he's actually sitting on 2,300. He's gone for a very early Eve of Harvest, so he's looking for that sustain, as well as the Broken Myth. Now he's going to be hitting that much harder, as well as the reflex block. He is just so tanky and so strong at this point that Velocity are just going to keep scaling up, and they're just going to become a bigger and bigger threat. And this Taka is just going to start falling off, especially with the build that he's decided to go for.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. Right now, Velocity definitely kind of bullying Liberation X, forcing the moves in terms of the map rotations that they are making. They're able to just walk into a bush, and immediately Liberation X is like, all right, let's leave now. But with the Kraken spawning, you can see Velocity immediately turn their attention towards that. They're forcing a response. Liberation X can't keep running away if they want to stop this Kraken from going the way of Velocity. That said, Velocity, now that they know they're there, want to try and find a fight. Tigers get stunned up multiple times in a row, immediately wiped out. Great initiation from Velocity. They want to go for E36 here. They've got great damage if they want to find the kill. A forward barrage might come out in just a second. He should be able to get away, but the pressure on the turret, the pressure on Kraken potentially is going to be massive here from Velocity.
But they don't need to. They can just push down this turret. They have the positional advantage. Taka's even going for the back camps. We may see Velocity continue their push. They know that the wave clear from Liberation X is actually very weak. It's only E36.
And he's actually taking a lot of damage right now. Might not even be able to get away. He's going to gauntlet just to get away from death from above. But an auto attack from Dienzio finds himself the kill. The reflex block gets him away from the gauntlet. But now with T-Tigers and Status Baked here, members low on Velocity, this could be an opportunity to turn things around. Aloha, 1 versus 1 is Status Baked. Veins against Tigers. Aloha is just sustaining so well, but he's low on energy. The sustain from the Eve of Harvest might be the only thing keeping him in this one. It's so close, but he finds the kill. Now T-Tigers still full, hunting down Aloha. He doesn't have a Rose offensive though, but the on point finds it. There's a jump forward. It's going to be an ace coming through from Liberation X, and you got to admit, Velocity, they just stuck around way too long there.
They did. There was no need to push on towards that second tier tower. You knew that Status Baked was going to be going to base. You knew that T-Tigers was going to be respawning, and putting all that emphasis onto trying to shut down your support is just not what you really want to be doing. You dive under a tower, you put yourself in a compromising position that allow Liberation X to basically, I want to say easily, but it wasn't that easy, especially when we saw the 1v1 between Aloha and Status Baked. Things were very difficult for Status Baked, but still, Liberation X overall get themselves the ace, but it was a hard-fought battle.
It was a very hard-fought battle, and Status Baked, he was just softening him up, man, so that his teammate could come and pick up the kill.
Yeah.
Or at least that's what I'm sure he wishes people thought. He was definitely going for it, but Aloha super strong right now. Velocity, with all of the map pressure from picking up 2 turrets, might be able to leverage that into a good map position for a Kraken. We'll have to see if they can find that. In terms of the wards, or rather the scout traps placed on the map right now, they do have very good vision to try and leverage and go for an objective like that.
Well, they certainly do. Looking at Liberation X, though, they're trying to keep the minion waves pushed towards Velocity so that they can gain the map advantage. They can start putting a bit of vision down for themselves, but there's actually very little vision coming out from Liberation X. Oh, as I say, that 4 scout traps just picked up for E36, so they're going to be regaining that vision. Velocity, they want to fight, though.
Yeah, you can see Status Baked trying to find Dienzio, but look at the burst damage. It seems like every single fight, 3 stuns go on to 1 person, they just get wiped out. Look at this, T-Tigers, he can't find Dienzio. He's having to fight Aloha, not the target he wants. E36 desperately trying to get at least some kind of prize for his team, but I don't see him getting it. It is easily an ace picked up for Velocity, and they are going to get the Kraken off the back of it. Big team fight for them. They want to win this series 2-0.
They certainly do. You saw the flare come out from Velocity. They knew exactly where T-Tigers was. All of their stuns came down on top of him, and there was absolutely nothing that he could do. He doesn't even have a reflex block yet. He couldn't use the Rose offensive in time. He gets collapsed on, and with T-Tigers out of the fight, well, you just don't really have that late game damage. I mean, just look at his items. Shiver Steel, Tornado Trigger, Trigger, Serpent's Mask. He is pretty much all of the damage to Liberation X at this point in the game, and if you allow him to die that quickly, there is no way you're going to turn the fight around. So, very smart play from Velocity. They get the ace, they get the crack in, and now they're looking to try to break the base of Liberation X.
Yeah, and this would be a massive win for Velocity coming through. I mean, they were the higher seed on paper, but Liberation X have that title to their name from the previous championship, so it's got to feel great putting up a good performance against them. Liberation X on the flip side, for the sake of their honor, they need to defend this title, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do it too easily. They've got a huge uphill battle if they want to come back into the game. Right now, T-Tigers goes for Dienzio. They want to find the big fight, but Dienzio kiting back and forth through his team onto Aloha, making space for him to do the damage. T-Tigers is going to go down. The silence is going to land onto E36 as well. So far, a 1 versus 1 trade, but E36 falls. The Kraken still extremely healthy. I don't see any way for Status Bake to defend here. Velocity, they come out with a massive win against Liberation X in this series.
Well, it certainly looks that way. Status Bake doing what he can to try and keep the Vein Crystal alive, but it's not going to be enough. Velocity take the series 2-0.
Man, a big entrance to Halcyon Hammer's Velocity's tournament run. That was an extremely impressive performance. Although there were fights where Liberation X did seem strong, there were no fights, I would argue, where they seemed stronger. I mean, they felt like it was even every single time. They weren't really able to leverage the map, go for objectives, and that's how you win the game. You got to kill the turrets, you got to kill that Vein Crystal.
The thing is, I feel compared to other sets that we've seen today, this was the closest. Liberation X showed signs where they could come out with the victory, but it was simply a matter of, I felt like Velocity had the better compositions in both games, and because Liberation X weren't able to use their early lead as well as they'd like, it was just Velocity buying time, letting their composition scale up. We saw it with the Vox, we saw it once again with the Rhyme, and it was just simply one team using their composition better than the other. Liberation X still look like a strong team, but Velocity just seemed to have their number in this series.
I've got to agree with you on that one. I feel like Velocity have come in swinging, and a lot of teams need to wake up and take notice of them moving forwards. But to break down that game a little bit more, I want to hear from Roman Playoff Beard. Was the pick and ban the big thing there? I mean, what happened?
I think what happened there was Dienzio and that amazing mechanical play and positioning, first on Vox, and then Sky just so elusive in that game.
But to be honest, like, overall, the team played so well, but Aloha on that Rhyme, everybody was running away from him. We've seen Rhyme being played earlier today, where there was single out target Rhyme, but this last match, like, nobody wanted to fight Aloha. They were just going in and then running back and then going in. And
so a tough call is which one is going to be your MVP?
I have to say Aloha, to be honest, just because, like, he's showing us, like, pretty much like how comfortable he is playing a bunch of different heroes that we haven't seen him play before, and he's been executing them out so well. They just show us, like, the range of his potential in terms of how much mastery and how competitive he is, like, as a professional player.
All right, so for anyone who wasn't watching through the winter qualifiers, now you see why all the buzz is about Halcyon Hammer's Velocity. And for SteelSeries, which is one of their sponsors and a sponsor of this event as well. So thank you to SteelSeries, and they must be pretty happy with that performance. On the other side, Liberation X, still the defending North American champions. They drop down now into the losers bracket. They have one more bite at the apple here, but they're going to have to, go undefeated the rest of the way.
Well, looking at how Liberation X played this previous match, like, we're seeing too much individual characteristics coming out of them where they're not engaging at the same time, they're not communicating enough, and this is probably one of the biggest things, especially when you're going against the top teams. These guys are going to have to take tonight off, rest up a bit, and make sure, like, they're coming to this mentally tomorrow as a team that they've been playing so well before, and I think they have a great chance to actually make it back. But if they can't fix this one problem, I don't know about the road down the road.
So before we go to the interview, any thoughts on the item builds in that last match that could have been decisive there?
To be honest, like, I really like the items coming out of Status Bait, but I feel like the whole team wasn't engaging as one unit. And for him to build, like, pretty much that proc build, getting that Aftershock, he had a great chance every time he dove in on that sky, but there was no follow-up from his team. There was nothing from his team, and everybody was going in a different direction.
Really a little bit disjointed. I don't know if having Marto in one of those games might have made a difference. It's something for them to take a look at tonight and think about before their day 2 match coming out of the losers bracket. But we do have the winners ready for an interview with a world champion himself, the super sub, the one and only Shin Kaigen. Take it away.
Thanks, Playoff Beard. So I'm here with Vains after that amazing win. So you guys actually beat the defending North American champions. That must feel great. So you guys are known as the rising stars of Vainglory. Could you tell me what makes you different from the other teams that are here?
I think the support that we get from Halcyon Hammers is putting us apart. HH management, yeah.
Oh, I can definitely see that makes a difference. We have a big HH section right here, all ready to show this some support. So one of the things I wanted to bring up was I saw that you were looking at this little notebook over there. So what kind of preparation have you been doing against Lib X?
It's just basic. We review what they play, and we review what we want to play, and we just come up with the different draft scenarios. And if they play out well, then I just pick what I have in the notebook.
Well, that prep has definitely paid off today. So there's a lot of talk about DN0, but I also noticed that you and Aloha's synergy has improved so much throughout the winter season. So can you tell me about how you guys cultured this and developed it?
I think it's that me and Aloha are not only just teammates, but we're great friends in real life. So outside of that, outside of Vainglory, yeah, you gotta develop that synergy, you know what I'm saying? But we just spend a lot of time with each other. We basically on the same page at all times. That's how it is with us.
Well, with the support of a great guild and great friends, you guys have managed to secure the win. So I want to tell you congrats, and I'll send it back to you, Playoff Period.
All right, thank you very much, Shin Kaigen. Fun interview there. So next up, we will have the 4-seed Nemesis Hydra, the 5-seed Halcyon Hammers Kinetic. This means we're only moments away from hearing Vedius say, "Lost boy! Lost boy!" We're only moments away from all those big plays, all those highlight reel moments, and almost guaranteed kind of base race level last-minute finishes that we always see with that Nemesis Hydra team. Before we do that, I do want to thank our sponsors, Amazon Coins. They're running an awesome discount right now that you should check out. The NVIDIA Shield, that K1 tablet, it is a device for gamers. It's phenomenal for Vainglory. Make sure you check that out. And make sure you keep watching all the way through the end of the broadcast, because before we are done, we will give away an NVIDIA Shield in chat. So stay tuned for that, as well as some ice giveaways. So keep an eye on the official Vainglory channel in the chat as they do those ice giveaways. We are going to take a quick break. And when we come back, the 4-seed Nemesis Hydra against the 5-seed Halcyon Hammers Kinetic, the sister team. That will be a fun one to watch. Don't go away.
Yep.
With a powerful quad-core processor and 7-inch screen, all for just $50, kind of makes you wonder, why buy just one? The $49.99 Amazon Fire Tablet.
Welcome to the Academy.
It's not enough. The gauntlet goes down. He might go for gauntlet flip. He's gonna get one. He's got to hit two.
Welcome everyone to the Esports Arena here in Santa Ana for the 2015 Vainglory Autumn Season Live Final!
Going to seal the deal here at 2-0, or will they? They take down the Kraken, one hit from win.
Remember that there are no Vayne turrets available. They might look to try and end the game themselves.
This is game 3 from Liberation X.
Liberation X! Oh man, what a fantastic game. I just can't believe it, I'm lost for words. What an amazing series we have.
All right, we are back at the 2016 North America Winter Championships live from the Red Bull Esports studio in Santa Monica, California. We have one more Day 1 series in this double elimination group stage, and it should be a great one. We have Nemesis Hydra, the 4 seed, against Halcyon Hammer's Kinetic, the 5 seed. And let's focus on Kinetic first, because this team, they've been a real Cinderella story throughout the whole winter season. They go into the qualifiers. They're in the bracket with the vaunted Von Menace team. Everyone thinks Von Menace is going to be back here at the Winter Championships. Halcyon Hammer's Kinetic comes out of nowhere, Rome, and defeats Von in the first qualifier. Then, randomly, they end up against Von in the second qualifier as well. They end up in the same part of the bracket. They have the rematch, and Kinetic wins that as well, securing the points that they needed to make it all the way here. They almost even beat Gankstars Sirius in one of those games with an interesting off-meta comp. So Halcyon Hammer's Kinetic, they come into this now having risen from basically obscurity all the way to the 5 seed. Should be a fun team to watch.
Yeah, and for the last match of the day, this one's going to be the most interesting one for everybody to watch. I expect a lot of dives and a lot of clashes between these two teams because this is their playstyles. We know Nemesis Hydra as a very approaching team. They like to engage as much as they can and hopefully snowball. But the same thing can be said for Kinetic. So right from the start, this is going to be an intense match to watch.
All right, for Kinetic, for those viewers at home who don't know the Kinetic players as well as the TSM players or the Gankstars Sirius players, tell me about these players and then maybe pick one that we should keep an eye on in this match.
For Kinetic, they just recently put Sui Generis on the team, and I think he brings that level of experience, and especially through the drafting phase for the entire squad.
Is he your guy for this one?
Yeah, Sui Generis will be my guy to watch for this game, just because he will be leading with that by playing that roam, so he's always going to be in front, making the calls for his team.
All right, tell me a little bit about the other 2 players on this roster.
Well, you have people like Fear Poseidon, who's an excellent player, just because he's come out of nowhere pretty much, and in recent patches, he's risen. We've seen so many different compositions coming out of him, so many heroes and playstyles. And one thing that I really have to notice about the Kinetic team is the way they do their drafting. And it's many people will think that it's very unorthodox, but I think they have an excellent approach to their drafting phase.
All right, on the other side, we have to talk about Nemesis Hydra. This is a team known for their dives, known for their highlight play, and certainly known for the one and only Lost Boy Toph, easily one of the best roamers in North America. What are you going to be keeping an eye on with Nemesis Hydra in this matchup?
Yeah, so it's going to be roamer against roamer. So this match, we have to watch Lost Boy Toph. And we've seen the excitement that he brings us, especially through his clutch plays. This guy doesn't stand up to stress or pressure. He performs 100% all the time.
All right, so what's interesting about this Nemesis Hydra roster in this winter season, they brought in one of the North American champions, Chicken, into the roster, and that moved Hardik from that very aggressive jungle position into playing lane. Chicken, of course, in the jungle now, known for his Ringo, but it sounds like they've really spent a lot of time trying to diversify that hero pool.
Yeah, so Chicken originally started off on the Liberation X team, and throughout this time, like, he's actually built up his hero pool quite a bit. And knowing this team, everybody excels at mastering their comfort picks. So what Nemesis Hydra has been working on recently is covering as many heroes as they can, just improving like their overall gameplay. And I think this is a great chance for them to showcase what they've learned.
And it seems like this team has great chemistry. It seems like they enjoy playing together, and you can see that when they're on the fold.
Yeah, but one of the things that we do have to notice for Nemesis Hydra is they have to make sure their mindset is always 100%. We've seen a couple of times that, like, a loss will put them on tilt or it'll hurt them, especially emotionally. So what they have to concentrate on is just keep going forward. They have the skills, they have the capability. All they need is that perfect execution.
Yeah, I think this is a team that really cares, right?
Yeah.
And they wear their emotion on their sleeve, but it's very admirable. Hardik especially, you can just see the passion he has for the game, the passion he has for Vainglory, and his own personal play. So we'll have to see what type of performance they can bring out here. They've been a team that has finished second a lot. And I'm sure they'd like to get off to a good start today.
Yeah, and this is why like Nemesis Hydra is considered one of the people's team. Everybody, the crowd, the audience, always cheering for this team just because they put their heart and soul into like these matches.
All right. I'm sorry?
They bring it to a different level, and going up against Kinetic, like one of these up and rising stars that have so much things up their sleeves. I'm so excited for this drafting phase right now.
All right, we're into the draft, and you mentioned that Halcyon Hammer's Kinetic, they have an unorthodox drafting strategy a lot of the time. Walk me through, well, finally, we get the Adagio ban, and walk me through the beginning of this.
Yeah, so excellent coming out of, with the Catherine ban coming out of Nemesis Hydra, they already know what kind of compositions they want to build, just like we've seen from the teams earlier today. But Adagio, Kinetic, so they thought this out through very well. And speaking of unorthodox, they locked down this Finn. And this is going to be a match to watch.
Well, that is something. The first Finn today. We certainly see more Finn out of Europe, especially Team Secret with Mowgli. You know, famous for that Finn. Very, very rarely see it in North America. Finn did get a buff in Update 115, so maybe that played into it a little bit. And the other thing that's interesting here, we know that Hardik really loves that lane scarf. And maybe the pick coming out of Kinetic, not just because their team has an excellent scarf player, but also it manages to take it away from Hardik at the same time.
Yeah, and looking at the Nemesis Hydra team, we always have known them for playing very aggressive, very early game compositions. And they're showing us what they have. Picking up that Vox, picking up that Kroll, they're going straight for that mid to late game, and the same can be said for Kinetic. However, these two teams, they have that tendency to always invade the jungle, always try and steal as many creep camps as they can. And this is going to be really exciting, even in the early minutes.
Yeah, and I am very surprised to see this Kroll pick come out. That is completely new for Nemesis Hydra, at least in terms of these major competitions. We've never seen that before. It's going to be interesting to watch, you know, sticking on that Finn, if no one else, building up stacks, smiting, doing a ton of damage. It's going to be very interesting to see. And with the call and all of the Lost Boy calls, it is Action Jackson and Vedius.
Who remembers the previous championships probably heard me lose my voice a few times on that guy. But Vedius moving into this game, it's going to be an exciting one. The two closest seeds, how do you feel like it's going to go down?
I think this should be pretty close. We had a talk with HH Kinetic, and they are, I'd say, a very methodical team. They have flowcharts. They prepare quite a lot for their games because they feel like, having talked to them, they said in terms of the actual matchup, mechanically they feel a little bit weaker, but they do think that they have their, the intelligence to come out with the stronger draft, and they know how to play in a very smart manner. So I do think that this should be, it's about skill against brains, I guess.
All right, well, right now, Nemesis Hydra, they're making the kind of plays I'd expect from Europe, picking up that quick kill with the Kroll. Not something we see a great deal in North America, but I like it. Very well played by Lost Boytoff and Hardek.
This is actually a move that we see a lot from Europe, moving the Kroll very early on up into the lane, and then you sit in the lane, you get that movement speed buff from your passive, you dive onto the enemy, it allows you to get a lot of those stacks off, especially when you go for a very early burning salvo. It allows you to pick things up, and when you have the follow-up from the Arden as well, it just makes it so much harder to escape from him. So very early aggressive plays from this Kroll, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit more.
Yeah, I would not either. I think they've got the potential to do a lot of pressure in the early game, especially up against a Finn, for example, who takes a while to ramp up unless you can land the big quibbles early on. Lost Boytoff, I don't think he's necessarily paying attention, or he might be trying to go for the bait. There's a polite company keeping him in the fight just for now. Hardek wants more, though. He's got a lot of weakness stacks onto Fear Poseidon. Big Smite coming through. Chrissy on the backside has rotated down, though, and Hardek, he's got no support from his team. It's a return kill picked up for Kinetic. They want more, but Lost Boytoff should be able to get out of here.
So you can hear the fans getting pretty excited about the fact that another HH team is already starting to pick themselves up an advantage in the early game, and just a little bit of a misplay there from Nemesis Hydra. Lost Boy took a lot of damage early on, so he couldn't provide the support for Hardek, who was going hyper-aggressive on the backline. That allowed Kinetic to just turn around, go for the collapse. Hardek now in trouble.
Oh, he's in a real bad spot. You can see tons of damage coming down. Fear Poseidon with the last auto attack is going to find it. I can appreciate what Nemesis Hydra were trying to do earlier on, though, because the thing is, Lost Boytoff, everyone knows this, he is way scarier when he's low health.
Yeah, I know, right? He does love to make those hyper-aggressive, hyper outplays, I feel is the apt description for that.
It's the only way of describing it.
Yeah, it is the only way to describe that, and HH Kinetic going hyper-aggressive. Once again, it's... hyper-aggressive once again. They're moving towards the enemy jungle. They want to try and punish this early game Kroll, which is a slight adaptation to what we're seeing in Europe, because a lot of teams will typically leave a Kroll to just kind of do what he wants. And this is some of the things that we've been seeing from NA, and how as a region they tend to be hyper-aggressive. They like to go for those invades. And having talked to some of the teams, we've heard from them say that I feel like Europe don't properly know how to play against Kroll, and that's why you don't see it very much here in NA, because it doesn't really fit our playstyle. So HH Kinetic trying to prove that when you make those hyper-aggressive plays, you can punish that Kroll in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really interesting that so many of the people we talked to here had that perspective, whereas in Europe, I mean, not only is Kroll popular, but there's so many players known for their Kroll, right? Because he is so popular. So it's very interesting to see the differences between the regions. It's one of the reasons why I like coming across the pond to do these North American events.
You mean coming home?
Well, kind of coming home. I'm a citizen in both places. So
are you?
I am.
Until you can say,
I have both passports.
Until you can say, I love a spot of tea in the evening with a ginger biscuit, I can never really truly believe that you're British.
I like tea. I just like coffee more.
Can you say spiffing?
Spiffing.
Nah, it's not quite the same.
That was legit.
Anyway, we do see Chrissy currently sitting at level 4, doing relatively well in terms of the farm department. A little bit behind Chicken. Chicken is... Ooh, hang on, Hardek.
Yeah, he's looking to make a repeat play of that first blood, and he's gonna find it. Massive smite comes down for Hardek, getting himself the second kill for him in the game, and second kill for his team as well.
Feel like Chrissy isn't quite used to this Kroll pick, to be totally honest with you, because that's the second time he's fallen prey to the same setup, and you'd really expect either your roam to be closer to the lane in preparation for this type of move, or your vision to be pushed up slightly deeper so that you can prepare for this sort of a play.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I mean, we've touched on it briefly, but one thing I want to elaborate on is that actually when we spoke to Kinetic, we asked specifically about the Kroll in EU in general, and he mentioned that he tries to watch those games as much as possible. Yeah. So maybe he's kind of taken some of that inspiration over to their play here. We did hear that maybe Kroll would be a slightly higher priority on this patch and in this tournament. So it'll be interesting to see if teams see what's going on here with Hardek and either adapt to it or try and adapt it into their own playstyle.
I'm curious as to the build that Hardek actually goes for, because we've seen quite a few variations over in Europe. If they're doing relatively well in the early game and they feel they need more damage, then we'll see a very early Sorrow Blade. Alternatively, they may go for the double burning salvo into Shiver Steel to try and get as much utility and again try and apply as many stacks. Sweet Generis taking a bit of damage.
Yeah, but he's gonna be all right for now. The Polite Company does give him a very very hefty shield, and he's able to get away from it. Polite Company was just buffed on the most recent patch too. Massively buffed. Fear Poseidon, though, he's in a bit of a tough spot. Does do some nice damage on the Chicken. Might be looking to turn this one around. He could find that execute. He actually picks up the kill. Fear Poseidon with a massive play. This has bought a lot of time for the rotation to come down. Sugenaris is here as well, but look at the weakness stacks. They're building up. The Smite doesn't finish it, but Hardek gets the kill regardless. And where is Chrissy in all this? He is not making his way down to help out. Instead, he's stealing away back camps, which I feel like is a very weird thing to be doing right now.
I still think it's good because you do deny a lot of gold from Hardek and you realize that your back camps are likely to get stolen, but Chrissy's getting collapsed on.
Yeah, this is the thing. He stuck around too long, and now on the back rotation, Nemesis Hydra might look to find the kill. Sui Generis has to come in and try and help him, but he's gonna go down in the process. Nemesis Hydra with a very elongated play, find 2 kills.
Wow, it looked really good initially from Kinetic, with Poseidon getting the 1v3 outplay. Oh, hang on, he might be... No, he's going to walk out of that one. Yeah, he might go for it again. He's going to prove that he can out Lost Boy Toff. But it was a great initial setup. Chrissy now the target.
Wow, that is big damage coming through from Hardek and Chicken 123. They get themselves another play in the lane, sitting at 5 kills to 3 right now, and about 1,000 gold in the lead with no turrets picked up is a great spot to be in this early game.
It certainly is. Wow, very back and forth, very close. Nemesis Hydra only a slight lead, but you can see the differences. The Kinetic getting a little bit afraid. Oh, hang on, Sweet Generic tries to steal.
Doesn't find it though, and now he's in a tough spot. Lots of damage going down onto him. Hardek, he wants to save that smite for when he turns on to Fear Poseidon. He's going to be going for it, but Fear Poseidon with the Rose Offensive just jumps on out of there. Chrissy sped up in a big way, got the Dragon's Breath, does a lot more base damage on the new patch, and Hardek is in a very tough spot. Gonna fall on the backside. Nemesis Hydra, they get punished for the over-aggression, the over-eagerness right there.
Yeah, it was just the fact that Chrissy came in, right place, right time, but they're not done yet.
Yeah, Nemesis Hydra are in a bit of a bad spot here. Chicken 123 having to run towards those turrets. He is going to be able to jump away. Lost Boytoff gonna just be running through the jungle trying to find the exit away from, of course, Fear Poseidon. He's gonna get out of there, and Fear Poseidon has control over the back camps as a result.
Well, 3 1-on-1 now, having completed that Serpent's Mask. Fear Poseidon is in a fantastic spot at only 8.5 minutes into the game. Exactly where you want to be on that Black Feather. The more you ramp up, the more damage you're going to be able to do. But we've seen this from a Vox earlier on today. If you position well and you can set up that kite, you are able to deal with this Black Feather pick. But Lost Boy, he's going for a bit of an aggressive invade.
If you were going to send someone for this invade, I think the Lost Boy is a good person to do it. He's very tanky, but not tanky enough to deal with Fear Poseidon. Sui Generis comes in with the reinforcement.
No
Look at the play coming through. Lost Boy, he always does. Oh, what? That's bad news. That's a long cooldown this early in the game.
He dodged it, mate. That was all Lost Boy. He dodged the hook. That's like I'm just going to give Sui Generis the benefit of the doubt right there. But Lost Boy, so a few things happened right there. Fear Poseidon missed his B, which did hurt because he wasn't quite able to get the additional damage down. He couldn't get the slow, and that also enabled Lost Boy to get in range to then blood for blood over the wall onto those minion camps. And then he very valiantly dodged out of the way of the Forced Accord with the Vanguard. So, you know, it was a nice play coming out from Lost Boy Toff. I did tell him yesterday, Lost Boy, you have to make a play or I'm going to disqualify you from the tournament. And he's like, I don't think you can do that. And I'm like, you bet your ass I can.
Watch me.
Yeah. So Lost Boy Toff has been forced to make these plays, so good job that he's already sticking to it this early on.
Yeah, very well played by him. Going in for a bit of aggression there, but nothing too committal at this point.
Forced Accord is up.
Yeah, it is up. They might be able to find Hardek off the back of that. And the thing is, Hardek on that Kroll has a lot of ways to go in. I mean, you can get that long range ultimate off. You can jump in with Dead Man's Rush, but getting out a bit tougher. Sui Generis is taking a lot of damage here, though. The Dragon's Breath turnaround could be big, but Nemesis Hydra seem to know they need to live. Oh, great gauntlet right onto Chrissy. Hardek falls, though. That is too quick kills for Chicken 123. He wants more. Fear Poseidon trying to get out of this one. Gets a big shield from on point and gets to the safety of his turret, at least for now. Chicken 123 and Lost Boy could go for a dive. They're not making it happen just yet, but a very nice fight for Nemesis Hydra. And I gotta give Lost Boy the credit there. Massive gauntlet coming down.
It certainly was. Oh, Fear Poseidon, he might lose his life.
Yeah, he is very, very low. Chicken might just jump right onto him, but he's gonna play it safe, which I'm actually a little bit surprised by. We know Nemesis Hydra is a team that just dives anything, but apparently they wouldn't dive that. It's a Meatloaf song.
I guess he just realized, okay, let's go back. Let's not. The reason he's sticking around is because he knows his team is on the way, so he's probably just going to try and bait me out into the enemy team and then, get an extra kill. There's no need. Let's just take the turret. Let's use the gold that we have and go back and buy. So smart coming out from Chicken 123. But that fight was initially very good for HH Kinetic because a lot was invested into Sui Generis, and that's the guy you want all the abilities to be focused onto. He is your big frontline tank. He is the guy that's dealing with the damage. So if you get all those Spectral Smite stacks on top of him, then great. That's how you want to be dealing with it. So with him then forced out of the fight, you think things are going to go well now for HH Connect. But then all of a sudden, the Gauntlet not only separates the Finn from the outside of the fight, but it also stuns the Scarf. And it just sets up the Vox for success, because he's just free to get all that AoE damage down on the outline. All the target focus is going down onto the Kroll, who's already used his burst.
Yep.
It was just a bad team fight for Kinetic, but a very well executed one from Nemesis Hydra.
I have to admit, I think, obviously the Gauntlet was big there, but every element of that came together for the team fight win. And moving forwards, I think it really shows that Kinetic needs to be careful about trying to find picks. If they think that they have an edge, that can always be turned around, and they've got to keep that in mind when they're looking for kills.
Yeah, it's just thinking about the pick potential of both teams. You do have that this great Kroll on combo that you and I have seen a huge amount over in Europe. I mean, Palmatoro is the guy that instantly comes to mind when I think of Krolls, and Team Secret, Palmatoro on Team Secret, it's just the way in which they use that Kroll to instantly dive onto the backline, and then the follow-up from Arden is just phenomenal, because you get the shield, and you've also got the additional shield from the Kroll A, so you're super tanky initially anyway, and that shield has now been buffed on this.
You
most
move at
recent patch.
hyper speed too.
Yeah.
I mean, you basically go as fast as anyone can.
And you slow down the target that you're now sitting on top of when you combine that with the Shiver Steel and the Vanguard from the Arden. Like, whoever you dive onto is not getting away. And it is just such a common combo over in Europe that it's nice to see that being transitioned now over to North America, because it is, in my opinion, a very strong duo pair. And, we did speak to some of the North American teams yesterday, and we had mixed feelings about Kroll. Some teams were saying things like, he doesn't really fit the American playstyle of being hyper-aggressive in the early game. You can't really go and make those invades on a Kroll. Whereas other people were saying, if he has the right roam, if he has the right support, then you can set him up for success.
All right, well, to talk us through a little bit about what's going on, we're going to be passing back to the analysts just whilst we get this pause resolved. It's Playoff Beard and Rome.
All right, thank you, Action Jackson and Vedius. They're just working out, swapping out a device for a player. We'll get right back to the match in just a minute, but it's actually perfect timing to do this NVIDIA Shield giveaway. I got mine right here. Maybe you will win yours. So right now, in chat, use hashtag NVIDIA Shield, all caps, and there will be one lucky winner randomly selected of an NVIDIA Shield. So spam the chat. I normally don't say spam the chat, but spam the chat right now, and perhaps you will win your very own NVIDIA Shield K1 tablet, a device made for gamers, phenomenal for Vainglory. So good luck to everyone out there watching. For that, while we have a moment, it's been interesting to see Hardic on this Kroll. They're going hard on that Scarf. They're doing what Nemesis tends to always do, try to live out of enemy side jungle. What stood out to you so far?
Like, other than Lost Boy always making those clutch plays, like climbing over walls, I have to really point out Chicken 123 has been astonishing this match, playing that Vox up in lane. Like, the couple of things I noticed, like his CS, phenomenal. Like, I know him as a player for a long time, and I've seen the growth coming out of him in just recently. And just seeing him on that Vox in lane, positioning himself, making sure that he's locking down those objectives. Like, I feel like this Nemesis Hydra team has a lot of potential.
And does Kinetic have to worry? We mentioned it briefly, but a Kroll, we'll have to see if he ultimately goes breaking point, but just in general, a Kroll can build up those stacks so easily on a very immobile Finn.
Yeah, and the thing about this here is, I feel like seeing the plays, some of the plays coming out of the Kinetic team, that they're still getting a little stage frenzy, where they're not very comfortable yet. They're not able to actually play to their full potential.
Yummy catnip frenzy?
Yeah.
Or stage fright?
Stage fright. But I've seen the confidence playing out of them during the qualifiers, and I expect them to up their game a bit. And it takes a while to get used to the stage in front of a live audience. And these young guys, they have that potential.
So stepping up their game, what would that look like for them? What would you be looking for in the game to say, all right, now they're showing up?
Well, just recently, just through this match so far, we saw a lot of missed abilities. We saw a lot of abilities timed too early, and their engages haven't been too coordinated. And this is something they really have to focus on. Looking at their matches in the past, they're always thinking as one unit, playing with that hive mindset. You always say, the teams that are able to synergize together, play coordinated, they play really well. And this is something Kinetic has. They just have to bring it out.
And it also can't help Kinetic that Nemesis Hydra, they're always so aggressive in their mindset, looking to take advantage of any opportunity, looking to try to keep them uncomfortable.
Yeah, so with Nemesis Hydra is they're very aggressive, and their goal for this is to actually control the pace of the game, making sure that their opponents are playing under their terms, under their rhythm, and this is what Nemesis Hydra does so well. That's why they're always engaging, always very forward.
Now, with these hero compositions, anything in terms of the item builds that you're paying particular attention to?
Well, to be honest, I'm looking at this on the side of Kinetic, and I think they have a very late game composition, and especially because they have this Finn, they need someone to getting a Warhorn has to be prioritized, just because they're able to engage fast in case they want to in case they do catch or want to burst down that Vox, or it helps them get a way to reposition themselves. And I will be looking at this Finn to make the plays.
And that Krull, he's going to get stronger as the game goes on as well. This has, at least so far, been a pretty strict weapon build on the Krull, getting the early heavy steel. Thoughts on how Krull is being built in 115? What do you expect to see the rest of the way?
Well, with the recent changes to Krull, and especially towards his weakness, where as long as he's able to lock himself onto a target, they do so little damage if he gets a bunch of stacks off, which maxes out at 8 stacks. And I think right now, Nemesis Hydra, they're in a very good position where Hardek on this Krull will start building a little bit more tanky, because he knows that his Vox is going to scale out really hard. And as long as he's able to stand up front, be the vanguard for their team, Vox is just going to come from behind and just unleash that potential.
Yeah, and you mentioned those weakness stacks and the changes there. Much easier to understand now, actually, and I'm sure that the Kinetic players are feeling that. Krull got a crystal path, which obviously hasn't gone pure crystal. Sometimes we've still seen these weapon builds segue into an aftershock, though, instead of tank. What's kind of your take and your potential of building Krull in different ways now in 115?
To be honest, Krull, you can look at him just to be playing against different compositions. Where if you need to burst down really quickly, then of course you gotta opt out for those procs, making sure that he's able to do as much damage as he can in that limited amount of time using Dead Man's Rush. But you can also build him to more very sturdy in terms of getting that sustainability, lasting out those long team fights where everything in his kit just works out so well.
All right, I think we're getting close to resuming this game between the 4-seed Nemesis Hydra, the 5-seed Halcyon Hammers Kinetic. For the rest of the action, it is Action Jackson and Vedius.
All right, thank you very much, guys. I'm looking forward to getting back into this game because it's all to play for. Still absolutely not the case that either team is really too far ahead for the other one to do something. So there's a lot of action yet to come. Vedius, I wanted to talk to you about one thing that happened early on in the game, and sort of something outside of the game in addition to that. So the thing that I'm wondering about is that when we've talked to players about Krull, and we've mentioned this before, but a bit of a different take on it. One thing that they said was that they felt like NA players would be able to deal with them early by just being super aggressive, and we did see that early on with a quick kill onto Hardek after that botched team fight. What I'm a bit concerned about is the fact that they didn't get too many more opportunities like that moving forward. It seems like Hardek has bounced back. Do you feel like there were opportunities that they missed there?
Well, the thing is, if you're going to be making those aggressive plays consistently, the first thing you need to do is control vision, which, looking at the map from what we've seen so far, neither team is doing a fantastic job of. Yeah. They're being very defensive with their vision, like, let's just cover our entrances, and they're not looking to push things up forward. So I don't think that they have the vision really to complement that sort of aggression. But also, you're running a Black Feather and a Finn. So the Finn is kind of slow, and the Black Feather doesn't have that much damage this early on. So it might not have been the best decision, but so far, yeah, I can see them struggling.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting that you bring up the vision thing, because I think that's one of the differentiators between the great teams and the good ones, is having really strong vision control. It's difficult in Vainglory to do that because your scout traps get popped as soon as you walk over them. It's easy for me to control vision. I put on my glasses, but for the players in the game, it's a bit more difficult.
Exactly that. It's, I mean, we did see earlier on in the day, TSM Flash X's style of play is like no vision. And let's just flare everything. So as long as you can see all the stuff with the flares, then you're good to go. Who needs vision?
All right, well, we are going to have to deal with this pause for a little bit longer. So whilst that's happening, we're going to throw to a quick break. We'll be right back with this game, though.
With a powerful quad-core processor and 7-inch screen, all for just 50 bucks, kind of makes you wonder, why buy just one? The $49.99 Amazon Fire tablet.
Welcome to the Academy.
It's not enough. Gauntlet goes down. He might go for Gauntlet flip. He's got a hit.
Welcome everyone to the esports arena here in.
All right, guys, we are back. Sorry for that brief delay, but it did give people a reminder of how great Lost Boy Toph is. An expectation maybe on him to pull off some plays similar to that in this game. I'm pretty excited to get back into this one. Let's just recap what's been going on so far. Hydra, they have pulled ahead a little bit. They are sitting at a fairly healthy 3,000 gold lead, but at the same time, Kinetic have plenty of opportunities to come back, and this might be one of them. You see a team fight starting off here. Chrissy on the backline is taking a lot of damage. What a smite coming down from Hardek. Fear Poseidon can't make anything happen on the backline. Chicken is healthy still. He's going to be able to Sonic Zoom forward in just a moment. He finds the kill. 2 right off the back for Nemesis Hydra as we get back into this game after the pause.
Yeah, so we were just talking about vision. Nemesis Hydra take advantage of the fact that Kinetic had none. They flare the Tri-Brush. They realize that there is absolutely no way that they're going to get spotted out by Hydra, and Kinetic just walks straight into them. It made it so easy for Hardek to dive onto the backline. Chicken is actually just kiting away from Fear Poseidon, and Lost Boy Toph, rather than go for the aggressive dive, he just says, okay, let's just peel for Chicken. Hardek has got it covered, sitting there on the backline, going for more of the Shiver Steel, Blazing Salvo sort of build. So we were talking about how you just stick to your target and you get as many stacks of that smite up as possible, and then you crash down onto them with all that damage. And it worked out very nicely for him. Now, Fear Poseidon is getting collapsed on.
He is going to be able to Rose Offensive over the wall, but he knows that he needs to recall right now. If he ran up to Sui Generis, the rest of Nemesis Hydra would have been there. Very heads-up read by Nemesis Hydra, though, knowing that that was likely to happen. They couldn't get over the wall. They're just going to rotate up to the lane instead of trying to chase down that kill and waste their time in doing so.
So I'm just looking at the gold advantage that's now been accrued for Nemesis Hydra, and they are certainly doing very well 13 minutes into this game. And alternating current, Eve of Harvest now completed for Chicken. He's getting to a point where I feel like Kinetic are going to really struggle to deal with him.
I mean, Nemesis Hydra off the back of that one fight picked up about 2K, so it was a huge swing for them. And moving forwards, Chicken having more items is going to be huge, like you mentioned. Vox, such a strong late game carry.
Look at Lost Boy Toph, 1-0-9. Oh, help from Hell's Heart comes out.
Yeah, that is going to catch Fear Poseidon. He is in a very tough spot right now. Does Rose Offensive away. He's got a bit of a shield. There's another one. He manages to get out of there. They can't. Oh, they do find Chicken. Great forced accord coming out. That's going to force the gauntlet coming out of Lost Boy Toph. They know that they need to just use all of their defensive abilities. Sui Generis, so very boldly chasing in there. Massive misplay, thinking that he was able to walk into the bush. Easy pickup, excuse me, for the side of Nemesis Hydra.
So he's got 5 flares, and he doesn't check the brush. Very unfortunate from Sui Generis, getting a little bit too overconfident there, not respecting the positioning that Hydra could have set up. And because they're able to get the pick onto Sui Generis, they get themselves an extra turret as well. So Nemesis Hydra, what was a very bad and misplayed team fight for them, and Kinetic do a good job of defending and keeping Fear Poseidon alive, Nemesis Hydra still get themselves an advantage.
I think Sui Generis was just feeling so generous that he had to give them, you know, a bit of a consolation prize for not getting Fear Poseidon.
Yeah, it's. I don't think those are the sort of things you want to be doing in this game, though. But still, room for Kinetic to come back. We did see a very nice Forced Accord land onto Chicken, and if Kinetic can just consistently do that and burst Chicken down before he really has an opportunity to escape with the ridiculous mobility that Vox does have, then Kinetic can turn the fight around. But it's tough, you know, landing all those great Forced Accords onto Chicken is not an easy task, especially when Chicken is basically very aware that that is the primary win condition that Kinetic are looking for.
I mean, Chicken right now, he's got himself an Aegis as well, so he can actually deal with the Forced Accords just by using that one. We've seen a lot of that over in Europe, because we actually see a lot of Finn as well as a lot of Kroll.
We do.
Whereas Finn, I mean, we haven't seen a great deal up until this point, but with the buffs that have come out in 1.15, we might be seeing a little bit more of him. That would make me very happy, because you're the Taka one-trick guy. I'm more of a Finn person.
Yeah, he's his base stats have, well, his base health has been increased. The base stats on his it's his Pike Company that's had a bunch of changes, and so before it was levels 1 through 4 were okay. And then the overdrive was where you got like a big damage and big shield. But now you could just get it to level 4 and it would still be reasonable. You don't even have the overdrive and it still gives you so much more value. Yeah. And the range on it has just been increased too. Gone from 25% to 30%. So it's
better in almost every way.
Yeah, it's literally just the whole ability has just been made better. Like,
makes me happy.
I mean, it's he still has the core weaknesses of you kind of need tier 3 boots and you kind of need a Warhorn. Very key. And his skill shots are very slow moving. You can reflex block pretty much everything because of how obvious all of his abilities are. There's a very clear wind up, but he can still make those fantastic picks. Mowgli's the guy that really speaks to me when I think of fantastic picks on that Finn, because when you're sieging, when you're defending, you just throw that Forced Accord out and then all of a sudden it makes your siege 10 times easier, or it makes that defense so much easier.
I think the thing is about Finn is that he is one of the heroes in Vainglory that has the opportunity to make game-winning plays that like none other. I mean, a 3-man Forced Accord in the right situation is just going to win you it.
The best Finn play I've seen was, I think it was from Mowgli, but he stood next to the gold miner and he forced a cord over the wall and dragged the player all the way back to the gold miner. He was just like, well, I'm done. There's absolutely nothing that I can do in this situation. So you can make fantastic plays.
And I think in addition to that, I mean, just icing on the cake, because he was on the other side of the gold miner, he actually pulled the guy closer to it. So when the damage from Forced Accord aggroed the gold miner, it started hitting the guy that he pulled
in. The gold miner as well, and just like, no, this ain't a 3v1, it's a 4v1, mate.
Oh man,
you got to deal with 4 of us.
We haven't seen that many crazy Forced Accords yet this game. In fact, we did see the one kind of whiff early on. But potentially moving forwards, that's something that you got to keep an eye on. Something I'm going to be keeping an eye on, because I can get really hyped when a big one comes down. But, you know, with the compositions that we're seeing right now, who do you expect to pull ahead a little bit later on? I mean, is it going to be down to Finn to keep the side of Kinetic in this?
Yes.
Or is it... Okay,
yes,
well, that
it is. Well, I mean, just looking at the 2 compositions. So Lost Boy, he's famous for Arden that he's playing. He's 1-0-9 right now, I do believe. No, he's 1-0. Oh, 2-0-9.
He picked up a kill.
He did get that kill, onto just Je suis? No. Sui Generis. Je suis Generi. So he gets that kill, and he's been involved in pretty much every kill. Setups have been fantastic. Peel that he's been providing is phenomenal, which makes, for me, really hard. Even if you land that force to court onto Vox, it's just going to be like, yeah, well, Lost Potov is just going to come in, or he's going to land a perfect gauntlet to prevent any follow-up. And it's just, and then you got the Kroll to worry about as well, who can just stick to the back line, who literally one-shot the Scarf in the last major team fight that they had. So I feel like Nemesis Hydra, in the position that they're at, given the state of the game, it's their game to lose, really. They have to make a big screw-up to allow Kinetic to come back into it.
All right, well, let's throw it back to the analysts real quick and hear a bit more from them. Rome and Playoff Beard, how are you feeling as this game progresses?
Thank you, Action Jackson and Vedius. So, of course, they want to make sure everything is right. They want to make sure all the players are comfortable and that the devices are doing everything they're supposed to be doing. So they're going to take another few minutes. We'll get back to the action just as soon as we can. But while we do have this opportunity, Rome, I'd love to ask you just kind of like to look at the day as a whole. We're almost through all of day one. Seeing all these teams coming into this tournament, kind of having held things back through the qualifiers for this big moment, what are the trends? What has stood out for you in terms of day one of the Winter Championships?
Well, pretty much day one, right off the bat, we're seeing like the top tier teams pretty much define the new and coming up meta, where we saw a lot of Ozo play combined with Adagio. We saw Rhymes today. Takas have been played. And this just shows like in top competitive play, they have the knowledge and the experience to actually counterpick and make sure like their drafting phase is pretty much on point. And these teams have been doing an excellent job doing so. Like perfect examples coming at this would be like TSM, would be Gankstars Sirius, and Halcyon Hammer's Velocity. Like these three teams today have done an astonishing job of making sure like they're doing counter picks, they're playing out their compositions, right? And they're showing like pretty much the viewers, the audience, that any composition can be played as long as you know exactly how it's supposed to be done.
And just to recap, for anyone who might have joined us later, this is a 3-day tournament. This is the culmination of the entire winter season. The 8 best teams in North America are here, and we have a double elimination group stage followed by a single elimination semifinals and finals. So today, all the teams, they're getting to play their first round games based on the seeding, based on the points earned through the qualifiers. The teams that lose are going to drop down, and they're going to have to try to fight their way out of that loser's bracket. And if a team can string enough wins together, they'll be able to get themselves out of that bracket and into the semifinals. The team coming out of the winning side that goes into the semifinals undefeated, the semifinals will be best of 5, as will the finals. And in that semifinal, the undefeated team will start up 1-0. So they get an advantage for having been undefeated once we go into that single elimination final stage. Tomorrow will be elimination day for those teams trying to fight their way out of the loser's bracket. And then Sunday will be the finals. If we were to look forward a little bit to tomorrow, is there a team or a player that you're really excited to see again?
To be honest, like I really love the plays coming out of Halcyon Hammer's Velocity, and just because like they're such a young team and they've been actually just skyrocketing in terms of their accomplishments, in terms of like who they're taking down. And you remember, like during the second qualifier this season, they were the ones that almost knocked out TSM. So right now, for me, like this is the team to watch.
And it was so close, Rome. Really, you could make an argument that if they hadn't tried to take 2 turrets at once at the end there, they win the base race. If anyone hasn't seen that, make sure you go back and watch the on-demand broadcast of that. It was unbelievable base race there between Halcyon Hammer's Velocity and then Alliance, now TSM. And of course, if anyone is joining us quite late, breaking news as TSM has acquired the current world champions, the #1 seed Alliance, Koldamik, Mikshi, Flash X. Congratulations to all of them. And what was the biggest thing that stood out for you about TSM's performance today?
To be honest, like they're known for always hiding their cards, and they're known for like putting the perception into their opponents to actually try to mind, just making sure that they're playing mind games with their opponents, making sure that they're showing up a front that's actually not there. But today, like they come in and you can't really guess what they're gonna be playing tomorrow. They came out today, they threw out a Rhyme, they threw out an Ozo, and they just executed so flawlessly. And this just makes me think like, what are these guys' comfort picks? Like, what is the main composition that they're hiding for the later stages?
Yeah, and you know that Flash X loves that. He loves to keep that other team guessing, not knowing who they're going to play, what comps they're going to run, what you should ban. It's pretty fun to watch them and the way that they strategize throughout the game. Now, as we're waiting to get this series back on, as we're getting that device worked out, let's talk a little bit about the position that Halcyon Hammer's Kinetic is in right now and what it would take coming off of this long pause for them to turn this first game around.
To be honest, like, they're drawing this game out long, and they have the potential.
Well, we're drawing this game out long.
Yeah, and they have the potential to actually come back from it. They have a Scarf up in that lane, and with that Black Feather supporting them, Finn, late game, is probably one of the strongest roamers in terms of how much his kit synergizes and does well for his composition. And with that Black Feather, I think that if they play it smart and Scarf gets a lot of poke damage off, getting down that Vox played by Chicken 123 first is their #1 goal. And once he goes down, the rest will come down. And this is their perfect chance to come back, especially as the game draws out.
And we've seen that against Velocity earlier, trying to prioritize D'Enzio on that Vox and then later on that Sky. But boy, was he slippery. Chicken, with his skill, can be pretty slippery as well.
Yeah, so with Vox, like, you have that mobility, but the thing is, after you dash in, you're committing. And if you're not able to actually execute somebody or win the team fight, depending on your positioning and your team's engagement, you will pay the price as Vox. And with Scarf on the other team, like, his poke damage has unlimited potential where he's able to stand far in the back, just unleashing everything and holding up that goop for when the team dives. With Black Feather, I think, like, the way they're playing Black Feather right now, it's gotten a little bit better. Earlier in the game, like, they were engaging too much, they were committing too much with Black Feather, where they didn't have that support coming out of the damage output in terms of Scarf. But getting to that late game, Black Feather, he has to be played properly. In terms of if he's diving too deep and leaving Scarf out in the open, they will pay the price for it. But if they're able to manipulate, move around, and just make sure that their positioning baits out that Scarf, they have a great chance.
And for all of the viewers who have been watching since the TSM debut, thank you for staying with us. If you joined us late, thank you for your patience during this pause. We are doing occasional ice giveaways in chat. We have probably by now given away an NVIDIA Shield. If not, then that will soon happen. So some fun things taking place. So hang out with us. Let's bring up the day one group stage overview right now. And what we can see here is an absolute blockbuster tomorrow. Are you kidding me? It will be TSM against Halcyon Hammer's Velocity, two incredibly impressive teams here on day one.
And this is going to be like one of the matches to watch, especially it will be the rematch out of the second qualifier. And this is Velocity's chance to actually show up TSM, the team to beat in this tournament, and the heavy favorites. And I think Velocity has, like, the skills to do it. They have the mechanical skills, especially for such a young team with a lot of potential. And there's something that we've noticed they've been working on a lot is playing as a team, having that professionalism towards, especially the competitive community, where they're playing against, like, world-renowned winners, and they have it. They have that confidence, and I think if they're going up against TSM tomorrow, they'll be playing, like, their hearts out.
All right, so for Flash X, you know that he's devising a game plan as we speak for what they're going to do against Halcyon Hammer's Velocity, and of course reviewing the film of what Liberation X tried to do today. If you were in that room, if you were a fly on the wall, what do you think TSM is saying to each other about the way they have to approach their matches against Halcyon Hammers tomorrow?
To be honest, like, TSM has one of their biggest strengths, and this is sometimes overshadowed, especially with the new acquisition acquiring up called Meek recently, where right now everybody's looking at them. These guys are the strongest mechanical team, like, from the early game. But one of the best strengths coming out of the TSM team, and this goes dating back from qualifier through seasons, where they excel in that late game. When they're behind, they know exactly what to do and how to come back from it. It's like how they played against Gankstars Sirius in the finals. And I think tomorrow they're going to make sure that they can secure themselves a composition that favors them towards that mid to late game. And I think they'll execute it out excellently.
All right, so what do they have to do to shut down D'Enzio?
To be honest, they just have to play it out smart. They have to be able to either bait out the compositions out of the Velocity team, or they have to heavy dive and make sure that they're all targeting that one person.
And do you expect to see more kind of unusual compositions, at least historically, out of TSM? Or do you think that was like a day one thing where they thought they had enough breathing room against Rage Pingers to put a lot of different looks in there and potentially confuse some teams?
To be honest, I really like the way that they played the Ozo today. And I think with that rhyme, that they played the mid to late game very well, but they did make a couple mistakes in that early game that could have been capitalized on.
And on the flip side, Halcyon Hammer's Velocity certainly knows this TSM team. What do they need to do to succeed tomorrow?
Well, mechanically, they're excellent. Like in terms of how they engage, their positioning is awesome. But the thing is, I don't think they have the same experience that TSM has in terms of that mid to late game where they have to be able to know how to play from behind. They have to be able to like psychologically be able to engage and make sure like they know exactly when to attack, especially when playing like from a deficit.
Okay, and so turning our attention back to the game at hand, apologies for the delay. They're just making sure everything is right with all the players' devices before we resume play. We are in a pause awaiting the resumption of Game 1 between the 4-seed Nemesis Hydra, the 5th-seed Halcyon Hammers Velocity. We did get to see maybe a taste of what Lost Boy has in store for us. A nice play there on the Arden, blood for blooding over the wall, and then using a Vanguard to escape the fin hook that was incoming. That's really just a taste of what's to come.
And this is just shows like the mastery of Lost Boy Toph on his roams. Like he knows every single hero that he plays, like to his fullest extent, where he knows like his ways to get away. And especially like we want to watch his positioning because like he's always out there in the front, like making sure like he's soaking up abilities, like he's like trying to bait himself out. And this is like something that Nemesis Hydra does really well in terms of like they know exactly when to time out abilities and exactly when to jump into team fights.
All right, and Hardik now on a crawl. Have you seen him do this kind of behind the scenes in ranked, or is this like a real legit surprise?
So this is something that like we spoke about earlier, where Nemesis Hydra, known for their aggressive compositions, but in recent patches, they have been putting a lot of effort, a lot of time into like playing different gameplays, game styles, getting a lot of different compositions that where they're very prepared for like the tournament and competitive scene.
All right, so when we resume this, which I hope will be soon, what would be the one thing that viewers should keep their eye on most?
To be honest, like we spoke about this earlier, and I think it will be Kroll. Changing up his build and being very defensive in terms of being able to have enough defensive stats to actually be up in the front, soak up damage, and following that up with Vanguard coming out of Lost Boy Toph, I think Chicken123 will have the time of his life. He'll be able to position himself in a way where, as long as he's getting up those brokenness stacks, making sure like he hurts a lot, especially towards this late game.
All right, so we will keep an eye out for that. As soon as we can get back, we'll get back to the action as soon as we possibly can. I do want to take this moment to thank our sponsors. Amazon Coins, they're running some really great discounts right now, so be sure to check that out. The NVIDIA Shield K1 tablet, a tremendous gaming device for Vainglory, and SteelSeries, they got one win. They sponsor Halcyon Hammers as well as this tournament, the Winter Live Championships. They got a win out of Halcyon Hammers Velocity, looking for another one with Halcyon Hammers Kinetic. We'll see what happens there. So apologies. Thanks for your patience. Stay with us, and we're going to take a very short break. When we come back, we'll get to the action as soon as we can. So don't go anywhere. This is day one of the North America Winter Live Championships. Thank you for being with us, and we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
With a powerful quad-core processor and 7-inch screen, all for just $50, kind of makes you wonder, why buy just one? The $49.99 Amazon Fire Tablet.
Welcome to the Academy.
It's not enough. Donatlet goes down. He might go for Donatlet. Two to get one. He's got a hit too.
Welcome everyone to the esports arena here in Santa Ana for the 2015 Vainglory Autumn Season Live Final!
Going to seal the deal here at 2-0, or will they? They take down the Kraken, one hit from Win.
Remember that there are no Vayne turrets available. They might look to try and end the game themselves.
They've done it! Is Game 3 from Liberation X.
Liberation X! Oh man, what a fantastic game. I just can't believe it, I'm lost for words. What an amazing series we have.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the 2016 North America Winter Championships live from the Red Bull Esports studio in Santa Monica. I am Playoff Beard here with player analyst Rome. We have all these great casters, Action Jackson and Vetius, doing the action right now. And we have Super Sub Shinkaigen. He's going to go find someone for an interview. So we'll go to that in just a moment. I want to let people know that they're trying to work through an issue right now. If we can resolve it quickly, then we'll get right back into the match. If it looks like it might be an extended period of time, we don't want to leave all the viewers hanging. So if we hear that, then there's a chance that we will just conclude this series on day 2 in order to not keep people waiting around any longer. So right now the plan is to resume this set between the number 4 seed Nemesis Hydra and the number 5 seed Halcyon Hammers Kinetic. But we'll keep you posted on the status of that. Thank you, everyone who's been watching. Thank you to Amazon Coins, our sponsor, Steel Series, our sponsor, and the NVIDIA Shield K1 tablet. We appreciate all your support. It's been awesome to be here at the Red Bull Esports studio. Very, very cool. And this is only day 1. We have 2 more days of action. And as we progress through the brackets, the competition is only going to get tougher and tougher. The nature, of course, of day 1 is you have the highest seeds against the lowest seeds. And I think that's probably why, Rome, that we've seen a lot of 2-0 today.
Yeah, and to get the best insight, I think Shinkaigen probably grabbed Fuji or somebody on stage. And I think getting a player's perspective on terms of the tournament today and like how the first day actually ran out would be awesome.
Well, let's hope he manages to do that.
We can always count on Super Sub Shin.
You certainly can always count on Shin. And it looks like, did you know that in advance, or was that just another one of these crazy predictions out of you?
Well, I think Fuji was the perfect person, and knowing Shin, like, he'll look for the beard, and he found it.
All right, not my beard, but a bigger, better beard. That's Fuji's, of course, one of the leaders of Gankstars Sirius, the 2 seed in this tournament, international professional, and nobody better than our Super Sub Shinkaigen to interview him now.
Thanks, Playoff Beard. So yes, I actually did find the beard. Joining me right now is Fuji. So one of the things that I thought would be very interesting to talk about is as Gankstars, as an organization, you guys have a lot of many strengths that some other teams may not have. For instance, I recently read on Broken Myth how you guys have a very extensive analyst team. Can you tell me a little bit more about it and what that brings to your team?
Yeah, we spent a bit of time trying to recruit some smart individuals into the organization. Owens, our lead analyst, has been heading it up for the most part, and we pulled in Viziox and Wavernaut, and essentially what they do for us, because maybe many people would wonder, like, what does an analyst do in Vainglory? It's not really about them trying to tell players how to play or what to do in the match or even specifically how to draft. They like to break down the specifics, like the numbers. They get into the nitty-gritty of each patch. So when something is released, they dive in and figure out all the specifics around it. And they do things that a lot of people won't think about. Like Owens just released a huge article on Broken Myth that details like how long it takes to get from every point in the map, depending on who you are playing, what like boots you're wearing, and you know like by each second for every player how long it would take you to get to different areas. So those kind of things can be beneficial for people that want to utilize them. So it's taking a lot of those intangibles and making them tangible for those of us players that don't always have time to do it ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, that way you players can focus on the gameplay and they could do all the math behind it. I've read that article myself, and it's pretty fantastic. Like, and it has come into play in a few matches that I've seen before. Sometimes when you're trying to race Kraken, you don't realize you don't have enough time to go from one side of the map to the other side. So it's times like that that really helps out. So right now, we're coming to the close of day one. Are there any particular matches you're looking forward to other than like maybe your own?
All of them, to be honest. You know, this live championship has 8 amazing teams, and any team could take a game off of anybody. So, like, I think the Lib X versus Velocity one I was pretty hyped about. I was also really excited about TSM versus Rage Pingers because you have this, like, new squad coming up against, like, a pretty old school squad that's now, like, newly acquired kind of thing. So, you know, that was kind of an underdog potential story. But, yeah, like, they're all great, man.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the most exciting tourneys that I have watched. For one, it's the first time that we got to see all these top teams in NA actually play with one another. Before, the Gankstars team and TSM were both in VIPL, so they weren't able to attend the first live championship. So this is a real first look at which team is the best in NA.
I agree.
All right, well, thank you for joining me up here. I'm going to send it back to playoff period at the desk. Oh, back to the casters. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much, guys. It was great hearing some more from Fuji. I really enjoyed watching their game earlier on. Too bad we couldn't cast it, because if I had it my way, I'd just cast all the games. But.
Yeah, I mean, they were super exciting games as well. TSM with like an 11-minute victory, game 1, and
crazy.
Game 2 still pretty dominant as well. Gankstars versus Vertigo looked a little bit closer initially, but then not so much.
Yeah, I mean, towards the end, the Kraken was doing a lot of work for these guys, obviously.
Yeah, Kraken.
You know, Forecourt had that little joke about going on the Tinder.
It was a good joke.
And meeting up with Kraken, but actually, I've got a date with Kraken tonight.
Oh, do you? Really?
Yeah. I'm not going to make it, I think, though.
You don't think you're going to make it? That's unfortunate. Well, the reality is, I feel like she doesn't have a very busy schedule, so I feel like she can wait for you.
Well, like 50 minutes in the game, she spawns every so often,
Yeah,
right?
but I feel like
she's pretty busy. She's pushing a lot of towers.
How does she do that from a physics perspective? Right? How is she in every single game? Because she
parallel universes.
Parallel universe.
Yeah.
So you're going out with the real one.
Well, I hope so. I don't want to go out with a fake.
What? Yeah, but how? But they're not fake, are they? Because they're from a different dimension.
Fake in the context of my dimension, right?
Right, I think we should just ask her. She's naturally fake because she is a virtual reality character.
Don't tell me that. I want to date a real crack.
Yeah, well, see, now what we need to do is we need to find out if the Kraken is real on Tinder. I believe the intention is that she does have an actual Tinder profile in development.
I'm going to have to look later.
So I'm sure Forecourt will be on that.
The profile is going to be an excellent read, no matter what. I like to push towers. Most people like long walks on the beach, but I like to push towers.
I like to, with my friends.
Yeah. So whichever team kills me first.
Yeah. I can never really die, so I will outlive you. It's true, because she just comes back.
That's kind of cool for me, though.
But she always arrives 15 minutes late.
Yeah, for everything, including my date. Actually, maybe I will make my date.
Maybe you will make it. It depends.
She'll be 15 minutes late.
But how efficient have you been? Have you been like, have you arranged it with the intention of her being 15 minutes late? Or have you said, let's meet at 8 with the actual intention of meeting
I didn't think about it, to
you
be
didn't
honest,
think about
no.
it? All right, well.
We'll
how
have
are you
to
even
see.
going to meet it? Like, you, iPad, or no, sorry, NVIDIA Shield. That's what you're going to be using in there.
No, we're going to a restaurant.
You're going to yeah, but what? So you and a physical Kraken is going to go to
It's an outdoors one. She doesn't fit too easily indoors, but...
Yeah, what are you going to talk about?
The weather here is nice, unlike where we're from.
Where we're from. If those of you that don't know, I am British.
I could not tell by your accent. Not even close.
Apparently that's a commodity. Apparently you guys don't have British people here.
To be fair, though, I think it's a bit unfair of me to say I could tell by your accent when no one can tell that I'm British.
You're not British.
I am British.
You own a British passport.
That means I'm a citizen. That means I'm British.
That doesn't... No, we've already had this conversation. You have to... Jolly good show, old chap. Let's pot off to a pint of tea? No.
All right, so just to give people a quick update and interrupt this really lame conversation that we're having, I believe we're actually going to be remaking the game. That's the buzz I just heard in my ear. So obviously it's not an ideal situation, but sometimes you just got to do these things, and both the teams, I would imagine, are going to be comfortable enough with it given the situation. So we will be jumping into that quite soon. And actually what I want to do now is talk about it in the context of that. I imagine they're going to be taking the same picks.
Yeah.
So
do we have
what are
any
the
more
lessons? Same picks, yeah.
We've
just
had
heard
it
for
in
sure.
our ear. Everything is the same.
What are the lessons that these guys could maybe take from the game that they've just played partially into the remake with the same heroes? Because for one thing, I think maybe more pressure on the Kroll, right? Like that would be my first go-to.
Well, the first for me would be you have to respect the Kroll in the early game. We saw a lot of ganks coming into the lane, which you really shouldn't. After the first one, you should learn from it and you should adapt. Vision, I feel, is going to be super important as well. We've seen too many times Kinetic walking into brushes without using flares, without having prepped scout traps in advance.
They got to use light energy, not just physical
Exactly,
force,
you need that vision. You need to be able to see stuff. You know, that's light to me, okay? It's just, that's how I like, oh, I can't see anything? Well, walk into a dark room, see everything. That's what it's literally like bursts out of my eyes.
Rather than coming into it, which is how it actually works.
Yeah, no, that's
Right,
that's false. That's not... Don't trust science, kids. Trust in magic. That's where it all really boils down to.
You're from ancient Greece, aren't you? That's how they thought they were.
I'm not. No, I'm clearly British. We'd already established this.
Be pretending.
Anyway, so the game is going to be remade, and it'll be. It's gonna. You have to think also the mentality of the players. So you heard Rome talk about, years ago, back when he was teaching ancient Greece, about the Nemesis Hydra are quite an emotional team. They do rely quite heavily on momentum, and momentum in that game was in their favor. They were definitely in the lead. They were riding off of a significant gold advantage, about 5,000. And the fact that the game has to be remade, they now have to reset their mentality. Whereas on the other side, Kinetic, they have an opportunity to just say, okay, we screwed up. This is our opportunity to have a round 2.
I think it really depends. Is Nemesis Hydra glass half full or glass half empty? Because if they're half full, they could be like, all right, we still got this momentum. We were playing well. Let's ride on that. If they're more of a glass half empty kind of team, I guess, they might be like, man, we just lost all of that momentum that we just had. So I think, there's a way for them mentally to deal with this if they just look at it optimistically.
Yeah, potentially. So I have had buzzwords in my ear that the game should be ready to go relatively soon. We're just going to jump straight into it.
All right, guys, for those of you who may have forgotten, this is Nemesis Hydra versus Halcyon Hammer's Kinetic. It is the 4th versus the 5th seed. On paper, one of the closest matchups we're going to have. Guys, give it up for these teams. It's going to be absolutely awesome.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a long day. This is our final best of 3 series, and we are going to be starting from scratch. So, just a quick revamp of the compositions. Nemesis Hydra, they're going to have Lost Boytov on Arden, Nahardek on that Kroll, and Chicken 123 is going to be playing that Vox up in the lane.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the lane goes now in this game, because obviously Chrissy doesn't have the same disadvantage that he had last time when he got ganked a lot by Kroll right off the bat. He might have learned his lesson as a result.
He's actually gone Swift Shooter very early on. Interesting. Help with your early farm, the additional.
Could be good if there's a skirmish. Actually.
Potentially. But ooh, Sweegenaris going for the quibble. Not going to be able to find anything. But yeah, just quickly running through the composition from HH Connect. They're going to be running the Black Feather, the Scarf, and the Fin. So compositional-wise, Nemesis Hydra definitely feel like they're on comfort picks. We saw that before, and we'll have to see whether or not they can make things work. But you can already see the adaptation from Kinetic. Sweegenaris moving straight up into the lane, preparing for that early hard deck gank.
Yeah, and I like this. Backing up Chrissy, I think, is the right decision. If it comes to a jungle fight, Hardek, yeah, he's going to be able to apply a lot of pressure to Fear Poseidon, but hopefully he can kind of just run away. And I think when you know that Chrissy is so vulnerable, because you've literally seen it before, it's good to try and make that adaptation.
So they're just going to keep Black Feather solo jungling for the time being. He has decided to go for a very early light shield, actually, so already itemizing towards the crystal power damage that Kroll does have, as well as the crystal power that Chicken123 is likely to work towards, and he has found Hardek. They're just shopping.
They're just shopping. They're not paying too much attention to one another. You can see the weakness stacks beginning to build up. Fear Poseidon is going to be in a bad spot if the fight keeps going on. Chicken nearly taken down in the lane by Chrissy and Sweegenaris. They do a great job of applying that pressure. Fear Poseidon, though, finally manages to get back to his team. Sweegenaris actually making his way down from the lane to help him out. Hardek baiting out the quibble with a bit of stutter stepping there. And it looks like both of these guys are just going to be able to walk away safely for now.
So we should talk about Hardek, because the last time you and I cast him, he was up in the lane.
He was, yeah.
And he was pretty well known for that scarf. And now that he's moved to the jungle, Chicken123 up in the lane. Former Liberation X player, Chicken123. But Hardek, so far from what we've seen of his Kroll play, is that he's had a pretty good time. He's been able to make those plays, he's been in the right place at the right time, his positioning in teamfights has been very solid, and overall I think that his transition to the jungle has been a positive one.
Absolutely. Lost Boytoff right now in a bit of a tough position, but with the Vanguard is going to be able to back away to the safety of his turret. He is very low health. I wouldn't be surprised to see him just back here. I think that would be the safe thing to do. And Hardek and Fear Poseidon, I mean, both of these guys are basically just focusing on farming up as quickly as possible, getting to the later game where they can really start doing some damage. Hardek hasn't had any pressure put on him so far.
That's just the point that I was about to bring up. You mentioned how we heard from a lot of North American teams that they feel they can apply more pressure to Kroll in the early game, and how he doesn't really fit the aggressive playstyle, but so far Kinetic haven't been able to do that. They haven't really extended their vision up very much. They're starting to do a little bit more, but they're not trying to abuse this early game Hardek, who is actually going to go for a bit of counter jungling himself.
He is indeed. He's going to get spotted out by Sweegenaris and Fear Poseidon. Still very boldly trying to take away some of these back camps. Does get pulled in by the Polite Company, taking a lot of damage here. You can see the Heartbreak stacks building up. He's got some reinforcements, so maybe he can turn this one around. Vanguard comes through from Lost Boytoff. Fear Poseidon taking a lot of damage. Deadman's Rush keeping Hardek onto him, but the Smite not doing enough to get through the shield. Now with Chrissy coming down, we might see a full-blown fight here. Sweegenaris likely to be the first to fall. Lost Boytoff gets that kill. He's going to trade for it, but now with Hardek having cooldowns back up, he's going to smite down a second kill on a Fear Poseidon, and it's a 2-for-1 so far for Nemesis Hydra. Chrissy, he's going to play it safe, stay well clear of that bush, and just take the fight lost. Very well played by Nemesis Hydra to build that early advantage.
Hardek bought so much time for the rest of Nemesis Hydra to rotate down, and props to Chicken and Lost Boy to make that rotation, because it was a very deep rotation. You would expect Chrissy to be there way before the rest of Hydra gets there, but that wasn't the case. Hardek bought enough time, and he kept Poseidon as well as Sweegenaris there, and that was just a very easy setup. They get themselves 2-for-1, and it's a great advantage early on in the game, especially for this Kroll pick.
Yeah, it's exactly what they wanted to try and achieve, so I'm sure Nemesis Hydra are pretty happy with that exchange. Moving forwards, you know, Kinetic, they got to make sure they have the vision to accommodate trying to get a pick like that. It might look very appealing when you spot Hardek out in a, in a position that's so deep into your territory, but given how long it took, and not having vision on where Lost Boytoff and Chicken123 had rotated to, I mean, they know that they rotated, or Chicken would be in the lane. It was maybe a little bit bold to actually continue chasing on Hardek, and it would have made more sense to just take it on the chin and say, all right, we're not going to get him this time.
I completely agree with you. I think they invested too many resources into chasing Hydra down. They end up getting punished for it. But just taking stock right now. Ooh, Hydra is getting collapsed on.
This time he's in a much dicier position, but On Point actually missed, so one of the big slows not there. He's going to dive back onto Chrissy, try and find a return maybe from Hell's Heart, stuns him up, but he doesn't get the smite down in time. And this time, Kinetic are able to kill that pesky Kroll who's been invading so much.
Yeah, he gets caught out of position. This time the Vision actually able to spot him out, but Sui Generis, he could have overextended.
Yeah, this is not a great position for him to be in. Doesn't have a lot of backup. Fear Poseidon is stealing away backs at the moment. Sui Generis just trying to buy time, I suppose. Chicken123 is doing some good damage, but he's got to be careful about the all-in from Fear Poseidon. Now with Hardek coming back, he's going to try and join in this fight. Does get 1 or 2 weakness stacks down. Lost Boytov on the other side of the wall, can't chase too easily. Doesn't have level 6 yet for the Gauntlet. It looks like Fear Poseidon will be able to get away. Sui Generis, on the other hand, has fallen, so we're still seeing that 1 kill lead from Nemesis Hydra.
So Sui Generis tried to provide support for the counter jungling that Fear Poseidon was going for, but I just think that it was bad timing. They didn't respect the cooldown, the death timer, sorry, on Hardek. He was obviously going to come back into the jungle. They get collapsed upon, and HH Kinetic end up losing another kill, so not quite able to get the steal from Chrissy. But nice objective gain for Nemesis Hydra.
Yeah, very nice work by them to pick that one up. You can see they're sitting in a 1,000 gold lead at the moment. Nothing overwhelming for the side of Kinetic to deal with, but obviously very nice for Hydra. They're going to be looking to turn that 1,000 gold lead into something more. They're going to put it in the bank, try and build that money.
Look at all this vision that Sui Generis is invested in. This is completely different from what we saw in the previous installment. And 4 flares, 3 traps available to him. I'm curious as to where he's... Well, actually, just having a quick look at the minimap, you can see how defensively he's actually set that vision up.
Yeah, but we also saw kind of a poor use of the flares in the last game where they weren't being used to check the bushes before face checking them. So he's got these things, he needs to make sure he uses them this time.
Well, here we go.
Nice steal.
Actually able to steal that one away. Very well played by him. Currently sitting at 111, 44 CS. Speaking of CS, just want to quickly have a look across the map. Chicken doing a fantastic job up against this Scarf. Has now completed the alternating current, sitting on a weapon infusion actually. Gone for a very early shield to deal with the crystal damage that is coming out from Chrissy at this point in time. So Chicken taking his time to ramp up. As we've seen from Vox many a time, they wait mainly for that major second damage dealing. Lost Boy going for the aggressive play.
He has hit level 6 here, so the Gauntlet is available. Hardek could use from Hell's Heart. That's going to be the Gauntlet going down. Fear Poseidon tries to dive onto the backline, but he went too deep. Chrissy has no support other than Sui Generis, and it's not enough. Chicken hunting down Fear Poseidon, might be able to find this one. Sonic zooms forward. That's going to be the ultimate used as well. Chicken, he's got to be careful not to take too many Heartbreak stacks, but he finds the kill. And now Sui Generis dove under the turret. This time, Nemesis Hydra living up to their reputation and going for that aggressive play. It's an ace, only 9 minutes into the game, and they're going to be looking to get a turret off the back.
Fantastic stuff from Nemesis Hydra. Nice to see that even after the remake, their mentality is still strong and their execution is phenomenal. Another great gauntlet coming out from Lost Boy Toph, and the best thing about the way in which they played it was Fear Poseidon tried to dive onto the backline, and without any hesitation, Hardek immediately goes to Chrissy, lands the From Hell's Heart, and deletes him. Lost Boy and Hardek know that Chicken has the damage to be able to finish off Fear Poseidon, and it's simply clean up for the rest of Hydra while they secure another turret. Fantastic advantages gained, and look at that gold lead that they've been able to accrue.
Yeah, it is very healthy at this point. Over 3,000 in the lead for Nemesis Hydra. One thing I want to point out, Sui Generis has hit level 6 now, so he has Force to Court available. Might actually look to make something happen just now into Hardek. I think they might have seen him near that scout trap. Hardek's just going to play it safe, fall back, and Lost Boy Toph wasn't really an appealing enough target for the Force to Court, so Fear Poseidon and co are not going to be getting any kills off the back of that just yet. So far, Nemesis Hydra haven't really put themselves in too many positions that Kinetic can actually capitalize on.
Not really. I mean, I'm just having a quick look at the items because I feel like they're going to be really important in this game. Serpent's Mask now completed for Fear Poseidon, so he's getting there as well. He's very similar to the Vox, waits for the 2-item spike before he really starts to become that major damage dealing threat. Shiver Steel now completed for Hardek makes it so much easier to stick onto the backline. And having a look at Hardek, both him and Lost Boy Toph trying to steal away the back counts, but Fear Poseidon able to pick that one up for himself.
All right, right now, Sui Generis does have the flare in the bush. Might be looking for a forced accord here, but not going to find it just yet. A steal away from Chrissy onto at least one of those forward camp minions, but yet again, Nemesis Hydra, they're just kind of skirting around the aggro range, if you will, of Kinetic. They're not positioning in such a way that Sui Generis can find a good forced accord necessarily. They're always keeping Lost Boy Toff nearby and at the front lines. Hardek actually forced to burn from Hell's Heart there just to threaten the engagement. They are actually going to go for it now with Lost Boy Toff jumping in here as well. Chicken 1-2-3 on the back line, doing a good amount of damage so far. Chrissy, the main target for the side of Nemesis Hydra. Can they find this one though? Chicken 1-2-3 jumps forward, doesn't get the kill, but they have picked up Sui Generis on the back side. Now Chrissy wants to turn this one around, but Chicken too tanky with the Vanguard on top of him. Chrissy tries to predict into the bush, but it does not go his way. 2 quick kills on the Nemesis Hydra. They're going to find the gold mine off the back.
So that fight looked a lot closer because the use of the Force Accord from Sui Generis was actually phenomenal. You saw that Hardek went once again immediately onto Chrissy while Fear Poseidon tried to dive onto the backline of Chicken. But because the Forced Accord peeled enough for Chrissy, he was able to get a bit of extra damage down. But then all Nemesis Hydra did was turn their attention down onto this Black Feather, and by deleting him, then it was very much a matter of clean up the fight. It was very well executed from Nemesis Hydra. They get themselves 2 extra kills, I believe, in the back of that. They get themselves the gold miner, and they're just going to extend their gold lead even further by about 4,000.
This game so far has been incredibly clean by Nemesis Hydra, barring that 1 kill on the Hardek, which, I mean, you could argue shouldn't have happened. If better vision control had been there, it might not have. Nemesis Hydra have been playing super safe and just taking fights they know that they can win. So moving forward, the onus is really on Kinetic to find maybe a good forced accord and force a fight that they can actually get something off the back of.
That's exactly that. The bigger thing I feel is the items as well, because if you just look, the 2 item spikes have been largely picked up by Nemesis Hydra, so Kinetic trying to look for that play right now would be a big mistake. They need that Broken Myth finished for Chrissy. They need that 2nd item picked up for Fear Poseidon if they really want to find a team fight to go in their favor, but Nemesis Hydra, they don't want to let that happen.
No, they do not. They're starting to posture a lot more aggressively. They're spending a lot of time in bushes trying to get picks, which I think does make a lot of sense, especially with Hardek in the state that he is right now. He can burst him down pretty quick. Fear Poseidon actually going to check that bush whilst kiting back on the camp, but there's not enough follow-up from Nemesis Hydra to go for the kill. So Minion Mine, this is something I want to talk about. Might be a good target for them to go on to here. Sui Generis threatening a Forced Accord, looking for it at the moment, but so far not really getting any opportunities that are great. I mean, he maybe had a good opportunity to hook one person, but when you're this far behind, you got to be looking for the big plays that are really going to shift the pace of the game.
Yeah, that's really what you need. Kinetic have to somehow find just a game-changing play, and it could be when Nemesis Hydra try to set up a siege. You land that Forced Accord, you drag someone under the tower, and then you burst them instantly, really denying them an opportunity to really make any plays. And when you have a Black Feather and a Scarf, it's just that burst potential isn't really there either. It's a really tough composition that Kinetic have built themselves to set them up for success. It's a tough comp to really play very well.
It's all going to be about later on in the game, I think, whether or not Chrissy can do what we've seen from Scarves in EU a lot recently, where he kind of just kites super effectively. He's got the Frostburn, which is going to be great going towards that. With the battery he's picked up, maybe we'll see an Eve of Harvest. I actually think that would be a very good item on him here. But still has some options. We'll have to see where he goes with it. Minion Mine retaken by Kinetic. I'm not sure. Yeah, so I don't believe that the Minion Mine on the other side was picked up just yet by the opposing team, Nemesis Hydra. So that does mean that it could actually become hard for Kinetic to farm properly, because their wave is going to shove automatically.
Yeah, it could very well be. Sorry, I got a little bit distracted by your date turning up on the
She got tired of waiting for me.
I was going to say, I think you've been ditched, mate. Clearly, she was too tired.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Well, a little bit unfortunate. Better luck next time. That Kraken is going down quickly.
It is going down very quickly. Hardek is just wasting away at his health right now. Chicken wasn't even there for the beginning of it, and obviously Smite, a great move to secure objectives like this. They are going to unleash it, so right now, Nemesis Hydra have a big window of opportunity to go for a push, maybe end this first game and move forward with a 1-game lead in the series.
Infusions have now been picked up It definitely says that Nemesis Hydra, they're looking to try and make this a game-ending push. They have the momentum to do it, have achieved that 5,000 gold lead only 16 minutes into the game, and to be honest, this is a great opportunity for them to take advantage of this Kraken.
It is indeed. You can see they're taking their time getting there. They wanted to make sure that they got the minion mine as well for the biggest push possible. Chrissy's position is very far forward here. He's got to be careful with an engagement right now. Sujaneris as well taking a decent chunk. And there's from Hell's Heart onto Poseidon. Look at how quickly he goes down. Big plays coming out of the guys on Nemesis Hydra. That's 2 quick kills. Sujaneris going to fall as well. With Kraken still relatively healthy, a lot of turrets are going to go down here.
That could be game.
I'm not sure that Kinetic can defend this.
I don't think they can either. I have a feeling that this is going to be game 1 going over to Nemesis Hydra. Very clean fight at the end. You could see that Fear Poseidon wasn't expecting that from Halzard at all. He gets locked up with him deleted out of the fight, followed by a phenomenal gauntlet. The reflex blocks get burned very early on, and then you just have that box cleaning up from the backside. So a very clean fight from Nemesis Hydra, and overall very clean game from that.
It's exactly what I wanted to highlight there. I feel like there was no real opportunity for Kinetic afforded to them by Nemesis Hydra, of course, that would have allowed them to come back in too easily. It was all down to Sui Generis, I think, finding the good forced accord, and that just never happened. In fact, I can't think of too many times he even used that ability.
Yeah, the best time he was able to pull it off really was when he provided that peel for the Scarf. But other than that, he never really had an opportunity. So great game from Nemesis Hydra. Hopefully Kinetic able to pull things back in game 2.
All right, well, we're going to throw it back to the analysts to talk a little bit about that one. It is Playoff Beard and Rome.
Thank you very much, Action Jackson and Vedius. So, Rome, we had this long delay. At the end of it, they felt like the game was not recoverable, and they had to start over. And this has actually happened to Nemesis Hydra once before in the past in the qualifiers, not in winter qualifiers, but you know, we talked earlier about Nemesis Hydra being an emotional team. That has to be like as rough a moment as you can get. Like, you were in a good spot, you had the advantage, the game gets completely wiped out except for the hero picks, and boy, they really showed their quality and their character, not only still winning the match, but doing so more decisively.
Yeah, so Nemesis Hydra is 2-0 against delays. They executed out this second game actually a lot better in terms of, I think they noticed a couple small mistakes in that early game, especially having that crawl in that jungle. And, you know, this was a great chance. And to be honest, like, I kind of felt bad for Kinetic because, like, it was like a long and slow, agonizing death. And they have to be prepared. Like, they still have a second match to go, and they have a great chance. Like, we saw a lot of things coming out of the Kinetic team in that first delay, where they weren't playing too sure of themselves. But given all this time for them to prepare mentally, I think coming to the second match, like, they'll execute it a lot better.
And I'm sure Sui Generis never expected to see that Krull come out, and kind of no matter what, they were in some degree potentially outdrafted there, and you know, play it once, twice, 10 times, those comps probably just wasn't going to work out for Halcyon Hammer's Kinetic.
Yeah, but like, we have to notice, like, the way that Nemesis Hydra played that last game, where you see Lost Boy Toph and Hardik in that jungle, like, where they maintain that pressure, they control the rhythm, and Chicken has been playing so well in this lane. Like, I'm so not surprised, but I'm so like happy to see like this growth in how he plays, like transitioning from playing the roamer on Liberation X to now like helming and holding up that lane for Nemesis Hydra.
All right, let's get right into the second game. Everyone's been waiting long enough, players and viewers alike. We are in the Game 2 draft. Kinetic now has a chance to start over, get a comp that could be more favorable for them, and they don't want to see Lost Boy on a Catherine.
And I think here, Kinetic is planning to like either force Hydra to either ban Adagio, or they can pick Adagio first. And I think they're going to build a great composition out of that for Kinetic.
All right, that will be interesting to see. We wait for Nemesis Hydra's pick here, or ban here, and they take Vox off the board.
So Vox, I'm not too sure what they're going with this unless Nemesis Hydra really wants to like run a composition that is based on like quick bursts or like a bunch of melee. But then again, like we mentioned, Kinetic grabbing up this Adagio first, and this is one of their signature picks, mainly because they were the ones that first brought out that weapon Vox, combining with Adagio, and here they have that chance to actually either bring out another Ringo works out really well here for them too.
And that's so interesting. It must be that Nemesis Hydra has a particular comp in mind, and that really only Vox would have really messed it up. So prioritizing it even over the Adagio.
Well, not too much where Kinetic, like they can still run this buff comp using that Ringo. And we've seen the way that they play it, like they're very comfortable in terms of this play style, in terms of being aggressive and always rotating S3.
Well, I, for one, am glad that we will get to see Lost Boy Toph on yet another Arden. No one makes plays on Arden like Lost Boy.
Yeah, except me. But, like, we've seen every time that Lost Boy does land on Arden, he's able to, like, maneuver himself. Like, with that last match, we saw his timing on that gauntlet, where he pretty much waited it out, where a lot of people will actually throw down the gauntlet really quick. And against a team that pretty much can counter it, having that reflex on the Scarf previously, he knew exactly when to throw it out, and he communicated with his team so well.
Kinetic, they get the kind of 2 permabans from 114. They get both the Fortress and the Adagio.
So with this composition, I feel like they have a great chance early up in that jungle, where Adagio Fortress, he has so much potential, and most likely they'll start off with a Swift Shooter, making sure that he has that attack speed. And later on, we're going to see, like, they'll plan up that vision. They'll make sure that they're controlling that their own tri-brush, and they're going to start rotating up the lane, making sure that buffing up this Ringo. And you know what? This game is going to be dependent on how well this Ringo does in the lane.
All right, and you have been so good with your predictions. We have one last pick to go here before we get the second match underway. What would you expect to see coming out of Nemesis Hydra?
To be honest, this one's pretty tough, mainly because these guys have been like playing outside of their regular play style, and they've been expanding so much. And these teams, they have like secret hideouts where they play scrims that nobody...
Secret hideouts?
Yeah, they play scrims that nobody knows about and on secret accounts. But to be honest, like they have that Black Feather, they have that Arden, and this is actually a very good chance for them to actually secure somebody other in that jungle. Most likely they'll play Black Feather in the lane. So to be honest, I think like they'll do really well with like how Gankstars Sirius did with that pedal. But knowing them, yeah, I can't say for sure, but most likely it will be a melee hero.
I'm going to look forward to seeing the gauntlets coming out of Lost Boy Toph in this game. Last game, Finn, he doesn't care about stuns. He couldn't care less. A couple heroes there on the Kinetic squad that can get out of those sticky situations very easily. Really only the Scarf was vulnerable to the gauntlets out of game 1. Maybe we see some more big plays out of Lost Boy in game 2.
Yeah, and we saw how well he held out that gauntlet last game. Like he knew exactly not to over-hesitate or not to engage too early where it would be punishing. Instead, they waited out, they pushed with that Kraken, and they got every single turret.
Let's let our casters, Action Jackson and Vedius, reveal the last pick and take us into the second match.
All right, guys, we are here for the second game of this series. Nemesis Hydra will be looking forward to maybe closing this one out. Rhyme is going to be the final pick that they go for here. So this is actually a comp that we saw earlier on today.
Yeah, this was in the last series that we just cast, and it got to a point they actually played it into the Taka. And that Rhyme was doing crazy stuff there. If you go check out the Vainglory Twitter, they actually have this great little gif of the Rhyme versus Taka 1 versus 1, which was pretty close, but the Rhyme, no spoilers, Rhyme put up a good fight, and so did the Taka. No spoilers.
That was as close to a spoiler as you can get.
No, what are you talking about? They both put up great fights.
They did. But you just said who won.
No, I didn't. I said Rhyme put up a good fight.
You said...
So does Taka.
Before that, you said Rhyme and Blackfeather. You saw this comp win against Taka.
Oh, I did, yeah. Whoops. Anyway, moving swiftly on. We do unfortunately have another quick pause. I'm saying it out loud because I know it to be true. The prophet is myself.
You finally got a prediction right. Sui Generis, on the other hand, probably didn't see that one coming. Instantly wiped out by Nemesis Hydra. Hardek finding himself that kill on the Rhyme. Very nice work by the Nemesis Hydra guys to pick up a kill so early on, about 1 minute in.
Yep, got caught with your pants between your legs, shopping in the shop early on. I guess the teams are experiencing a little bit of fatigue, bit of tiredness. Been a very long day for the players as well as the staff here. And guys, that if you do get the opportunity, make sure you do give your thanks to the staff here because they have worked their socks off to make sure that we do have a fantastic production, which I do believe that we have had throughout the day. So mad props to the Red Bull Esports Arena here for hosting the event and for doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, it's been awesome, and I'm looking forward to more games throughout the weekend. It's going to be really good, but this game here is going to be an interesting one, I think.
Oh,
Whoa,
Black Feather.
Quick pickup onto Fear Poseidon. You can see another 3-man gank. Nemesis Hydra loves doing this, putting a lot of pressure up in the lane.
You'd have thought that... Oh, it's actually Fear Poseidon, so this is the first time he's experienced this. He hasn't he doesn't know what it's like to have the 3-man gank come up to you in the lane. So Nemesis Hydra making that tactic work once again. And it's interesting that they've made it work without even relying on the crawl. They were able to set it up with the Rhyme and the Black Feather, but first blood going over to Chicken 123 on this Black Feather is going to be a great start for Nemesis Hydra.
It is indeed, and with 2 kills under their belts already, they are sitting at a fairly nice gold lead of 500. They're going to be trying to snowball that. Hardek's got to be careful here, though. Sui Generis and Chrissy going on to him. Hardek, not really the late game force that Orion becomes later on as the game. So first kill going the way of Kinetic. Make sure to answer back.
Just too aggressive there from Hardek. He felt like he could stall out, maybe wait for a rotation down. Maybe he could just put a bit of poke down. He ends up getting collapsed on by the Fortress, which is something you really should expect this early on into the game. High mobility available on that hero. Combine that with the buff that you get from an Adagio. Just a little bit unfortunate for Hardek.
Look at the push coming in super early from Kinetic. They're actually wrecking this turret.
They're gonna get
Chicken
it.
123 cannot defend. Big play out of Kinetic early on to answer those 2 kills. I think one of the earliest turrets we've seen so far in the tournament. Hardek wants to reinforce, but he is to the party way too late.
Very smart play. They knew they had the positional advantage. Now comes the fight.
It is going to be a fight, but I'm not sure it's one Nemesis Hydra want to take. Lost Boytov just barely able to get out of there, so nearly going down. Hardek trying to find the return call on a Fear Poseidon, does get it, but now he is super low, doesn't have the fortified health to get back in. Chicken 123 was sort of milling around the edge of that fight for so long without doing too much. He is going to fall, and Kinetic even up the kills. They have 1,000 gold in the lead just off of that series of plays.
So Kinetic, they do a great job of focusing. Well, I say they do. I don't think it was a smart decision to focus down onto Lost Boytov. You invest a lot of resources down onto the roam. So that enabled Hardek to move around into the flank and actually shut down Fear Poseidon, because Hardek on that Rhyme was able to get in melee range, and when you do that, then it doesn't matter who you're playing, you're going to struggle against this Rhyme. And so he was able to get the kill down onto Fear Poseidon, but then Chrissy and Sui Generis doing a great job of turning the fight around, because Chicken, he was kind of just standing around like a headless chicken, not really sure what to do, as Hardek now the one being collapsed on.
Yeah, and he is on the wrong side of this wall to get helped out. Easily picked up by Kinetic. This is a very different game than the one we saw last time, which is so clean from Nemesis Hydra. Kinetic kind of running away with it so far.
To me, it's very much about why would you leave this Adagio open unless you have a reliable strategy to deal with it, because Adagio just fits into so many compositions, especially on this patch. He is super relevant, and he's going to be first pick, so you have to have a clear strategy, and so far I'm not seeing anything that is reliably dealing with that Adagio.
Yeah, there hasn't been too many ways for that to happen so far. Hardek does find a nice bit of damage onto Sui Generis here, but you can see with the early turret kill coming in from Kinetic, they're actually leveraging that nicely and kind of acting, using that position as a pivot to invade the enemy jungle. It's being very successful so far. They have taken a huge amount of gold just out of the jungle alone. Hardek is forced to make this invade, which might end up biting him in the butt. You see Lost Boytov has no real support, goes down again. Kinetic are running away with this game.
They're having a great start, and they're using that momentum to their advantage. They have the level lead right now. Currently, Chrissy and Fear Poseidon both sitting at level 6, and they're going to try and take away this tier 2 turret even, sorry. It's 6 minutes into the game.
And they're going to get it. I mean, again, nothing really that Nemesis Hydra can do. This is so radically different from last game. I really am surprised that Nemesis Hydra have fallen apart in this way. Kinetic, I mean, they could potentially close this one out in a close time to the record so far, which is TSM's first game.
Well, Nemesis Hydra have a composition that takes a while to ramp up, so Kinetic are doing a good job of utilizing the early game strengths that they have with the Ringo, with the Fortress, and then when you further support that with the Adagio, it makes it so much harder to actually go for fights in this early game. And on top of that, Nemesis Hydra are just losing their jungle over and over and over again. Just have a look at the farm and how much is being denied right now for Nemesis Hydra.
It is a tremendous amount, and with the gold mine being picked up here as well, decent payout for the side of Kinetic. They are really building a substantial lead. 3K ahead at only about 7 minutes is tremendous. That's actually kind of an intimidating amount if you're Nemesis Hydra. I think they're going to be under a lot of pressure right now, and we've heard Rome talk about it. We mentioned it before as well. Nemesis Hydra, historically known as a bit of an emotional team. My emotions would be running hot at the moment, given the current situation.
It certainly would be. Look at this, once again, another push being set up by Kinetic. They don't want to try and force a fight just yet, given how close Hydra are to the turret, as well as that Hardek has now hit level 7, hasn't quite yet completed any major items. So this is actually a great position for Kinetic to be in, because they have the item advantage, they have the level advantage, they have the gold advantage. They need to just keep pressing on with this lead.
And they're doing a great job of that. You know, they're continuing to do the things that they've been doing for a while now, such as invading the back camps, but they're also trying to find picks. And I think that's a smart thing to be doing here, because basically one pick, I actually believe would equal a turret at this point, just because they're so far ahead. I like that they're going for their minion mine as well. This will give them a lot of momentum in lane. Basically, every time their wave pushes to that turret, it's going to be a while before Hydra can address that. So, and also, going for that at that point means that they can take their back camps. So Hardek can't do what he did earlier. He can't try and go find some gold somewhere on the map, because there's no gold anywhere on the map.
No, there isn't. It doesn't help that Kinetic are literally taking away all of the jungle as they look for the flank play.
Yeah, they're trying to find an engagement here. Sui Generis does have to be careful not to bite off more than he can chew. We've got the gauntlet out of Lost Boy top this time. Fear Poseidon, he is taking so much damage. He is going to go down. Hydra, this is the fight that they've been needing to take for a while now. They might get more. Trying to go into Sui Generis behind the turret. Chicken 123 has a lot of damage right now. Just needs a bit more cooldowns. Finds the kill. Chrissy stunned up Hardek, doing some nice damage, but with reflex block shield is going to keep him alive. Nemesis Hydra might finally find their first turret of the game.
So Kinetic feeling confident with the item advantage, with the level advantage. They go for the flank play, collapse down onto Nemesis Hydra, but this is where that Rhyme is doing so much work, because he can see the engage coming. He uses the ability to kite back and effectively force Kinetic to walk into all of his abilities. And then on top of that, the split that came out from Kinetic is really what made them lose the fight. The gauntlet comes down, Chrissy gets separated from Fear Poseidon, and then a Valkyrie falls on top of his head and completely denies him any ability to get involved in the engagement. So Nemesis Hydra, another fantastically executed fight, and this is what we saw from them in game 1.
All right, but this hasn't dissuaded Kinetic from trying to make these plays.
No.
They are actually moving back into the enemy jungle, doing what they were doing earlier, and just denying as much money as possible to Nemesis Hydra. Nemesis Hydra, I think, might be hard-pressed to find another fight like that, because it was very much an overextension of Kinetic, rather than Hydra getting the perfect engage or something like that. And as a result, they're kind of reliant on Kinetic to misplay if they want to find a fight like that again.
They certainly are. It's at this point, it's very much Kinetic's game to lose, but Hydra do have a great composition that scales very well. The longer that this game gets drawn out, and the more that Ringo starts to fall off relative to the Black Feather, you will see Hydra coming out ahead in every few exchanges. So Kinetic, again, they need to use this momentum.
Hardek is running right in. Look at Fear Poseidon taking so much damage on the backline. Hardek on the flip side is just sustaining through this. Chrissy the next target. Lost Boy top, he's got the gauntlet. He gets stunned onto Sui Generis. Might even set up for a future kill onto him, but he easily picks up the one onto Chrissy. Big fight for Nemesis Hydra, and that was actually the inverse of what we were talking about earlier. They straight up initiated that and won it. the tables have turned, Vedius.
This is the point that I was literally just talking about. The longer this game gets drawn out, the fights are going to start going towards Nemesis Hydra. And the big thing is about how aggressive Hardek is. He had no hesitation just running into the backline using his tier 2 boots, getting in range of Fear Poseidon and dropping everything on top of him. He dropped the Valkyrie, he managed to land the Winter Spire, the Chill Winds, he got everything. He locked up for Fear Poseidon, which then enabled Chicken to get the cleanup kills.
Speaking of Chicken, really bad position for him right now. It's going to be hard to get away. Already used one Rose offensive. Look at the damage coming through from Fear Poseidon. Easy pickup for Kinetic, and that was way too far up the map for the side of Hydra. They don't have any leverage to work with on the map right now.
I got really thrown off there because I was looking at him and it was like, wow, he's 0 and 1900 deaths? And then I'm like, oh no, that's his health. Right, okay, sorry about that. It's clearly been a long day. It's been a long day.
It's all right.
I was like, wow, he's died a lot this game. No, he's actually 4-2-1, doing pretty well so far. Gone for the early Shiver Steel and Atlas Pauldron, so actually gone very heavy on the utility. And Hardek going towards more of a sustain build. So Nemesis Hydra don't even have that much damage just yet in terms of their itemization. Minion candied up from HH Kinetic, looking to try and set up the siege right now.
Yeah, I mean, these minions are extremely tanky. Lost Boy, look at the damage down onto him right off the bat. You can see Fear Poseidon just destroying the health bars of Nemesis Hydra. That's going to force Lost Boy back to base to heal up. And we've got another big wave coming through here. Minion candied up again. Hardek, got to be careful. He's going to go down. The dive works from Kinetic, and they're going to find this turret off the back.
Wow, Kinetic able to get themselves a pick and a turret. 12.5 minutes into the game. We just saw the momentum swing towards Hydra, and then all of a sudden Kinetic just go back to what they were doing before and find, hey guys, this works. Why did we stop doing it? Why did we let them engage? And then they were able to take another turret. So if H Kinetic can keep this up, they may be able to bring us to a game 3.
They absolutely might, and they'll be looking to do it. It'll be the first game 3 of the day. And Kinetic, you know, with the success of their sister team Velocity early on, I'm sure they're looking for maybe a win here to just really rep the Halcyon Hammers brand. Attack of the Pack is going to get popped, though. We're going to see that fight. Gauntlet goes down. There's the ultimate out of Adagio as well, but on the back line, Chicken 1-2-3, nice damage onto Fear Poseidon. He finds that first kill. The damage threat is down for Kinetic, but it's only Lost Boy Toph, 1 versus 2. Admittedly, we've seen this before, but he doesn't have many turrets to work with this time, or, you know, a gold mine or a Kraken or anything like that, so Lost Boy, he gets away, but 2 people die for Hydra.
Yes, they do, and I was amazed as to how quickly Hardek actually fell right there. Typically, Rhyme is the guy that we expect to be really tanky on the front line. It actually takes a surprising amount of time to shut him down. But with the Shadow Glass completed onto Chrissy and with the damage that Verse of Judgment does at level 11, I guess it was simply a matter of underestimating that burst potential that came out from Chrissy, and Hardek ends up giving away his life, so it ends up going 2-for-1 in the favor of Kinetic. But these fights are getting so close between these two teams.
They really are, and I think, you know, we saw Rays of Hope from Nemesis Hydra already with a few fight wins. If this game goes on much longer, I think we're going to see more of those. The problem is that any one mistake is going to be infinitely more punishing than it was earlier, due to the fact that so many turrets are already killed by Kinetic. If they win one fight, they're already very close to your Vein Crystal.
They certainly are. You know, as you rightly said, the turret advantage is heavily in the favor of Kinetic right now. 4-2. 4,500 gold lead in favor of Kinetic right now. Just having a quick look across the islands. Warhorn completed for Sui Generis, which means it's going to be so much easier for them to set up these engagements. Crucible finished for Fear Poseidon. Wow. That is very unique. I guess he's built it towards the dealing with the Valkyrie damage and the chill winds. Once you pop that, it just mitigates a lot of the burst that comes out from Hardek.
All right, we might see a fight developing here. That's going to be the Hellfire Brew down onto Hardek. He's moving extremely slow right now. Chicken 1-2-3, trying to deal with Fear Poseidon on the backside, but he's not doing that much just yet. Fear Poseidon actually survives this time. Hardek, he's taking a lot of burst. He's trying to get that fortified health stacking up, but he goes down. It's an ace for Kinetic, and like I said earlier, they're already deep in the base of Hydra, so this push is going to be devastating.
They should at least get themselves one turret, especially with this minion wave pulling in from the side of Kinetic. And simply the biggest thing in that fight was the fact that Chicken could not 1v1 Fear Poseidon. He was able to kite around long enough to take Chicken down. And even though Hardek was able to kill Chrissy, it didn't matter because Fear Poseidon could then just clean up the fight with the immense damage that he has available to him. Bonesaw, Sora Blaze, Tyrant's Monocle, he's just at a really strong point in the game right now. So if you just leave him free to his own devices, he will carry these fights, and you saw it in that last one.
Look at how much damage they're doing to Kraken right now. They're killing it extremely fast. Nemesis Hydra don't have an opportunity to contest this, really. And as soon as they see that Kraken unleashed, they're going to be backing away pretty fast to their base. They know that this next push with only one turret remaining is going to be a hard one to defend. I'm not actually sure it's doable. I think the Kraken health is just too much, that even if they ace the team, how do you stop the Kraken from killing your base?
Yeah, exactly that. It's a super tough one to call. You don't really have the wave clear to deal with the Kraken. You've also got to deal with this siege that is constantly coming out from Kinetic. And things are looking bad for Nemesis Hydra. Very likely that we're going to be going to a Game 3, but as we're both from EU, we know all about these comebacks, and it wouldn't surprise me if Nemesis Hydra pull one out of their hat.
I mean, we do know all about them, but I have to admit, it would surprise me. I just feel like the Kraken is too big a force for them to deal with right now. You can see they're trying as fast as they can. That's going to be Gauntlet going down, but Lost Boy Top already nearly dead. Chicken 1-2-3 finds Fear Poseidon on the backside, but not enough damage, and this is almost certainly going to be game. Kinetic taking us to our first Game 3 of the day.
It's what you'd expect when you have Seed 4 going up against Seed 5. Very close series between the two teams, and HH Kinetic looked like a completely different team in this second game. They picked a composition with the Adagio, and speaking of that Adagio, you have to bring into question, why did they let them have it?
I honestly don't think they should have. And, you know, like you said, it was a completely different game than Game 1. In Game 1, it was such a clean performance from Nemesis Hydra, but this time, not even close to that level, so they need to be careful moving forward. Lost Boy Toff's Arden, I feel like, wasn't able to do as much as it usually is, because he didn't have one person that he could really dive buddy with, right? You know, It wasn't like he had the Kroll that he could kind of just bolster. He had to focus on defending Hardek whilst also supplementing the engage coming out of Chicken 1-2-3, and it was just too much for him to handle in one team fight.
For me, it was very much about the Black Feather versus Ringo, and whichever one died first really determined the outcome of the fight. And in the vast majority of cases, they just couldn't kill the Ringo. He was just kiting too well. He was doing way too much damage. He was pretty much taking off half of Black Feather's health before he even got to him. Yeah. So it was just ridiculous. You can see the power of the Adagio buff comp, really, and you can't afford to give Adagio away. It's just moral of the story.
I think this is something that teams need to realize moving into day 2. But talk a little bit about that draft and that game. We're going to be throwing it back to the analysts, Playoff Beard and Rome.
Thank you, Action Jackson and Verius Rome. It took 5 hours, but we finally got a Game 3 that will, of course, be blind pick. All these players get to pick their comfort picks or whatever comps they have in their back pocket. Rome, your thoughts?
To be honest, like, this is a great chance for the Kinetic team to actually come out with the win. Because we know every time that these guys are able to secure themselves a buff composition, they execute it so well, no matter who they play against. They've done it against Vaughn twice in a row. They've almost like executed it perfectly with that Kestrel against Gankstars Sirius. And I think going to this blind pick as the third match against Nemesis Hydra, they will do the same thing again.
So you're calling that? You think they're going to go some variation on the saw push comp into Nemesis Hydra?
No, they're going to go with buff comp, using, especially just concentrating around this Adagio. And they've done it with Ringo, they've done it with Vox, and you pretty much can do it with Black Feather also, that they work really well.
So no more Sawport with the Kestrel comp that they played into Gankstars Sirius.
I think like knowing the Nemesis Hydra's team and knowing how they're able to actually just jump in, dive
so
in.
good diving.
And they're not scared of anything. So going with the Saw comp against them isn't too much of a safe pick, but the buff comp coming out of Kinetic would be excellent.
So understanding that, does Nemesis Hydra have to respond in kind, or do they instead maybe do one of their signature like hyper-aggressive early game comps and just try to end this thing?
Like seeing Nemesis Hydra in the past, like this is where they overthink a couple of things. And like, for example, Game 5 against Liberation X in the last live championships, where they know exactly what their opponents are going to do, but instead of mirror matching or playing their signature composition, they opted out for more late game scaling, and it costed them. And they're pretty much in the same scenario right now where they know these guys possibly will be running a buff composition, and they have to be able to counter it, or they have to be able to have a plan that they can execute in the early game.
So if this were the Autumn Championships, what we would want to see from them is like that Kashka Fortress comp, the 111 comp.
Yeah.
But understanding we're in 115 now, what is the comp coming out of Nemesis Hydra that you would say, yeah, that's exactly what they should do here?
To be honest, like we see Lost Boy Top on a lot of Ardens, and he plays them so well. But the thing is, Lost Boy Top is excellent on pretty much every single roamer. So they have to be dependent and knowing exactly how to create that perfect balance that matches their strengths. We have been seeing Chicken123 playing lane both of these games. And I think for this third match, like we might see Hardek going up there and try and play a mage with Chicken in that jungle playing a very aggressive early game.
Okay, so that will be interesting to see. Any predictions on the other side? Halcyon Hammers Kinetic. So it sounds like you think they're almost certain to take an Adagio, and then we'll see what they build around it.
Yeah, most definitely. I think like this suits their like play style really well, and this is something that they're very much known for. Bringing out these compositions where it's very unsuspecting. Like the first time I played against them in ranked with that weapon Vox in this Adagio, I'm like, okay, we got this. But little did we know they killed us in 13 minutes. So very unsuspecting, and I think they had the potential to come in with the win here.
Yeah, so we'll have to see. Will it be another 13-minute kind of crazy, surprising win out of Halcyon Hammers Kinetic, or will it be Nemesis Hydra living out of enemy side jungle, getting those dives, getting the plays, and doing what they do so well? We're getting close to the action as we're waiting for this decisive blind pick final game. Anything that stood out for you from the last game that you think translates into this one, or they have to learn from for this game?
Overall, I think like they just didn't play around the rhyme properly last game coming out of the Nemesis Hydra side. In terms of like the itemization, we saw both of them going for, all three of them pretty much try to get an Atlas Pauldron into that late game, but Rhyme just didn't have enough defensive stats, and because of his positioning, he was always fighting by himself instead of with his team. And the Ringo, played by Fear Poseidon, excellent job grabbing that bone saw. And we said it like before the match started, with this Adagio buff clump, we have to watch Ringo because his positioning and the way that he just uses his abilities, like his kiting, excellent, and he pretty much like took down the game for them.
Oh, so he was doing a lot of damage watching those health bars just disappear.
Yeah, and with that attack speed coming out of the Twirling Silver, they executed it perfectly, knowing that they're able to engage, they have like a buff, and they have a heal. So as long as he's able to position himself, using his reflex blocks from his team, he had a Crucible, so excellent choice on his end.
Okay, and Halcyon Hammers Kinetic, they are a cerebral team. It was interesting to watch as that game went on. They really prioritized Crucibles. It seemed they really just wanted to make sure we don't get crushed by a Rhyme Valkyrie, and it worked out.
Yeah, so like these guys put a lot of thought into their strategic play and how they're approaching the drafting phase and how they execute it. So like other than the first match where we saw a lot of hesitant plays coming out of them, the second match, they came in with a lot more confidence, and this is something I really like out of the Kinetic team.
Okay. Rome, I haven't done it all day, but it is the final game of the day. I'm going to put you on the spot. Who is going to win this match?
I think I have to go with the underdog here.
Really?
And say Kinetic is going to come up with this match.
Wow. All right. Well, we're about to find out for this decisive third game blind pick. It is Action Jackson and Vedius.
All right, thank you guys. We're looking forward to getting into this final game of the day. It's been a very hard-fought series between these two teams, finally going to a blind pick game 3. And let's talk about these compositions, Vedius, because unsurprisingly, Rome's predictions were pretty accurate.
Yeah, they were all right. Now, he was definitely on the ball when it came to Kinetic's composition with the buff comp. You can see all they've done is replace the Ringo for the Vox, so it's just going to scale that much harder, going to be even more dangerous as the game progresses. But Nemesis Hydra going back to a composition that worked for them in game 1. Picked up the Kroll, actually pairing it up with a Catherine, so they're going for a little bit more utility this time rather than the Arden, or reliable utility I should say, and they actually decided to go for a Scarf up in lane, so interesting decision. you'll see that priority with Nemesis Hydra is going to be using that crawl to just try and mitigate the amount of damage that Vox is able to put out. And the emphasis is just going to be trying to shut down. Ooh, hang on, Hardek.
Wow, that was a very aggressive move. He's actually taking a lot of damage right now. Goes down to Sui Generis. Hardek, I mean, that was way too hard.
Yeah, way too hard, mate. You need to chill out. But it was simply a matter of trying to make that sort of a play against a Fortress in the early game, and you cannot underestimate the base stats that a Fortress has. It's just tiredness. That's what I think. You can see it in Hardek. His decision-making seems to be waning a little bit, and it's rough for Hardek. You can't afford to be doing that on Crawl. You need to have a solid early game. You need to be farming up. You need to be buying time. You're playing a very mid-game to late-game heavy composition. That Scarf is going to be so impactful once you get those major items. Same for the Crawl. So just buy time. Just wait. Don't try and force these fights, especially against a Fortress that can be very strong in the early game.
A 3 versus 3 that close to an enemy turret at level 1 and 2 is just a really, really overly aggressive move in a lot of situations. And I think maybe the decision-making is suffering a little bit for the side of Nemesis Hydra. They're moving into an incredibly similar position, and that worries me a little bit. Hopefully they're a bit more cautious here. This time you can see actually the engagement coming through from Kinetic, but they can't find too much off the back of it. It's really just buying space for Fear Poseidon to farm up a little bit more.
Yep, but all 3 members of Nemesis Hydra are up in the lane, which is not really where you want to be. You want to be getting as much farm as possible onto your primary carries. So Hardek now going to be moving back into the jungle, while Chicken actually goes back to base, picks up the tier 2 boots, has a little bit more kiting to deal with the aggression from Fortress in the early game. On top of that, as well as 2 crystal bits and the energy battery. So nothing too unconventional from the item build so far.
Yeah, and I wouldn't expect either of these teams to be doing anything too crazy moving into such an important game. Obviously, the winner of this is going to take the series and move forward with the win. Nemesis, they're in a bit of a tough spot here.
Ooh,
Lost Boy
goodbye.
Toph gets burst down. Very nice pick by Kinetic. And you can see they're actually doing a little bit of what Nemesis Hydra was trying to do earlier.
So Lost Boy Toph ends up getting caught out of position, doesn't respect the damage, and again it comes back to this Fortress having a massive impact in the early game. Sui Generis in game 1 wasn't really able to do very much on that Finn, but since he's moved to this Fortress, he's having much more of an impact.
One thing I want to touch on is that previously when we saw Chrissy playing in the lane on Scarf, Hardek's Kroll was able to punish that a lot harder.
Yes.
You know, he was able to go in for the ganks and make them work. This time, Fear Poseidon is one in the lane. He's playing Vox, and Vox can kind of just sonic zoom out of there. He's actually got the mobility to deal with the pressure coming out from Hardek, and I think that's really a struggle for Nemesis Hydra in this early game relative to before.
But it's also a factor about the amount that Kinetic is grouping up in this early game. You can see the composition is very much built around Fear Poseidon, and they're not afraid to sacrifice farm. And I say sacrifice farm. Chrissy's actually doing very, very well in terms of farm relative to Hardek, who, even though he's level 5, just hasn't been able to actually get the farm that he needs to have any real impact in this game yet.
It's hard to farm when you're dead, and he was already sent back to the base once this game. And in addition to that, you know, he's been trying to make a lot of aggressive plays. The side of Nemesis Hydra have been looking for those, and when you're looking for plays in the lane, you're just inherently not farming the jungle. So in a number of ways, I think Hardek has been struggling to find a decent number of farm in this early game.
So we're actually seeing the weapon power Vox that Rome was literally talking about it. So even, not only did he call the composition, he also called the build that Kinetic were going to go for. So really demonstrating why he's on the analyst desk. Fear Poseidon gets stunned up.
That was as long range as I believe that ability goes, but it was such a long range that by the time Hardek got there, the stun wore off. I mean, there's no follow-up.
This patch, actually, Sui Generis, looking for a bit of poke, but not able to find anything quite solid. This patch, the From Hell's Heart stun duration at level 1 has actually been reduced to 1.8 rather than 2. But now the overdrive actually does 0.2 seconds longer, so that nerf to the ultimate just saved Fear Poseidon's life.
That nerf has got to feel really bad for EU.
To be honest, I don't think EU will notice, but you know that'll be happening next week, which I'm super hyped about. But we still have more North American Vainglory League action to come, and you know this is the first best of 3 series that we've gone all the way to 3 games with, but it's what you'd expect with the 2 closest teams. And this comes back to what Ed the Shred was actually saying and how he believes any team really has a chance to set up for these upsets. And the fact that both these teams are as equally skilled as the seeds suggest demonstrates how much talent there is here in North America.
Oh, there's an absolute massive amount of talent. We got the best 8 teams here, and they really are extremely skilled. I've been showing that all day. This game, though, is all about which one of these guys is going to come out on top and prove themselves as the better. So far in this game, Kinetic are leading by a decent chunk, almost 2,000 gold up on their opponent's Nemesis Hydra. So that's a very healthy lead to have at around the 7-minute mark. It's going to be about where they find further edges, because as it currently stands, Nemesis Hydra, although they are struggling, they are doing a good job of stopping anything catastrophic from happening. Whereas last game, there was much catastrophe, right? Like the turrets falling so early. Those things all really punished them.
Mucho catastrofio is what is my common go-to saying. HH Kinetic getting collapsed on.
This could be a turret traded away for the kill, but actually the re-engage from Fear Poseidon. Look at that damage. He gets stunned up though by From Hell's Heart. Goes down. Chrissy in the 1 versus 3 doesn't have much of a chance of finding a kill here. And we might actually see the ace. We do indeed from the side of Nemesis Hydra. Not a bad trade for a turret. They might even be able to get one of their own here.
They should be able to get one of their own. That was just great execution. You can see Nemesis Hydra finally being able to get the team fight off that they wanted, and it was simply a matter of prioritize the damage down onto Sui Generis, who drops surprisingly quickly given that he's actually the tankiest member on the team. Then a beautiful From Hell's Heart lands onto Fear Poseidon, and that was just great setup for the rest of Nemesis Hydra to just collapse on the major damage dealer of HH Kinetic, get themselves that kill, and then when it's a 3 versus 1, it's simply a matter of cleanup for Nemesis Hydra. So not quite able to secure the turret, but they should still be pretty happy with that overall win.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you there. And I think Fear Poseidon, if he'd used that reflex block just a tad earlier, you know, maybe that fight would have gone a different way. They had so much damage on Fear Poseidon in this early game. He's got a Sorrow Blade already. He really does hurt. But they just weren't able to get that off. And as a result, Nemesis Hydra cleaning up the fight. The gold is still sitting pretty solidly in Kinetic's favor, that turret, of course, being a big part of that. And now, what I'm interested in seeing is this, if Kinetic do what they did last game so successfully, which is they use the fact that the wave is going to push further, if, you know, for example, Hydra decide to address and invade, and they just take control of Hydra's jungle off the back of that.
They could very well do. They did it in the last game, but in the last game they had much more of an early game momentum. So Kinetic, they need to somehow find that momentum once more. You know, the early game is not going as well, and that's largely due to the fact that Chicken is having such a great game on this Scarf, and he really is the threat that I feel Kinetic need to be worried about, because 3-0-0 completed the Frostburn now. He is reaching that mid-game point where he's going to be doing a lot of damage, and he's pretty much going to be the major damage dealer for this Hydra lineup.
Yeah, and there's a decent number of ways for Nemesis Hydra to keep him safe. For example, a good Blast Tremor might help them a lot. But Kinetic are doing what I figured they might do and starting to put some pressure into the enemy jungle. Nemesis Hydra, the onus is on them to deal with this, to come up with some kind of a response.
Yeah, and so far, their response is just give away the minion miner. They don't want to bother contesting it. Both minion miners now in control by HH Kinetic. And that means that the wave will naturally push in Kinetic's favor. They're currently sitting on a 2,500 gold lead, so they are doing a great job during the, well, we've now hit about the mid-game, and this is the point in which you will start seeing both teams start to fight a little bit more. We might wait until the second major items are completed for both sides, but just having a look across the board, Tyrant's Monocle as well as the Sorrow Blade is finished for Fear Poseidon. Shatterglass, Reflex Block done for Chrissy. Crucible and Fountain of Renewal finished for Sui Generis. So to me, that just says HH Kinetic, they are in a great position to look for fights.
They absolutely are, and I think if they find any soon, it's going to be really hard for Hydra to win it. You can see Hardek wants to contest this minion mine, but when they see the gold mine dies, They know that Kinetic isn't actually that far away from being able to maybe pick a fight around there. So they're just going to play it safe. Hardek did back away, at least for some amount of time. He's returned to that area as it currently stands, finds the minion miner, now just needs to get out of here because we're seeing Kinetic come around the backside and try and find that kill. Is he going to be able to recall in time? That's the question. It doesn't look like it. Hardek caught out here by all of the members of Kinetic. Going to try and run away. Does have a bit of a speed boost from the boots, but Fear Poseidon has boots of his own. He's going to be chasing in here, and Hardek, I don't see him getting away from that. Wow, big burst coming down right at the end. I mean, a minion miner for a kill, not the best trade, but the rest of Nemesis Hydra want the turret. Can they find this safely, though? Look at the positioning that Kinetic have been able to take. Lost Boytov, at the very least, going to die as well. That was effectively 2 kills for a gold miner and a turret, which, I mean, that doesn't feel like a good trade to me.
It wasn't that bad. It was okay. You still get a fair amount of gold from the minion miner, but... and the turret just gives you quite a lot of objective gold. The big thing is really the amount of control that Kinetic get off the back of that. What are they now going to do with their vision? Are they going to try and push things up? Are they just going to take the kills and then return back to farm? Because if that's the case, Hydra, I think they'll be pretty grateful for being able to pick up what objectives that they can.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, this is an unusual window of opportunity potentially for them, given that Kinetic has been pushing so deep into their side of the map. Fear Poseidon is getting to a really scary point, though. He's got Tyrant's Monocle and Sorrow Blade right now, in addition to a Lucky Strike for some additional crit. I have a feeling...
he's going second Tyrant's Monocle. I think he's going...
Well, you get additional weapon power just by virtue of overdriving your Sonic Zoom, and also the fact that Chrissy's going to give him a buff. So just building crit to snowball that is, I think, quite a valid strategy.
Yeah, I think it works. I think it quite nicely. I think you hit the nail on the head right there. I think the itemization coming out from Fear Poseidon is exactly what he needs to do. Just, you're in a great position right now. You're currently sitting 2-1 and 2. You have the Sorrow Blade completed. You get that bonus AD from both your own abilities as well as Chrissy's abilities. So just get that crit. Make sure that you hit as hard as possible.
The big dilemma here, I think, for Kinetic is that they have to shove into Chicken 123's wave clear.
Yes.
And at 3-0, he is obliterating the minions that are coming in. It's actually why I think Kinetic have been trying to focus on the minion miners to a certain extent. They need them to be a bit tougher, so they actually need to control both right now. If they don't, I don't see a minion wave making it to the turret.
Well, Kinetic just need to buy time. They play around the Kraken. I feel it's the smartest move for them right now. It's quite... The thing is for Hydra as well, their crawler's behind. He doesn't really do any damage. Yeah, his utility is great, but it's so difficult for that crawl to actually stick onto Fear Poseidon, given how strong he is. Yeah, look, you can see the second Tyrant's Monocle coming out. It's super tough for Hardek.
It's now just glasses, not a monocle, right?
Yeah, I know, right? Wait, is that a monocle? I thought that was a ring. I don't know why.
It's called Tyrant's Monocle.
I know, right? And for some reason, to me, that just looks like a ring. So I don't know why. Maybe I was... I don't know. Literally, my mind has just been blown. So much so that I can't even formulate a proper sentence.
In any case, the point that I was trying to make is a monocle is a one-eyed glass. So if you have 2 of them, it's just glasses.
So it would be the Tyrant's glasses?
Yeah. Spectacles. Sounds
Tyrant
better.
Spectacles. Well, hopefully we'll see a spectacle as the Kraken is about to spawn in about 20 seconds. Now, efficiency would say that you would start the gold miner now, and you would take it just before the Kraken spawns for maximum gold efficiency.
There's no reason not to,
Exactly.
honestly.
I know, right?
Unless Kinetic feel like they're going to trade Kraken for a turret if they do that, right? Because they're not shoving up a wave as a result. That's the only scenario where it doesn't make sense just to get 100 gold.
Well, they might just rush the Kraken here. They could do it. There is no vision available for Nemesis Hydra around this area, and with the damage that you have on this Vox, you should be able to take it quickly, so they're just going to go straight for it. Look at all the infusions, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of infusions picked up for the side of Nemesis Hydra. They know they need to fight soon,
that's gone.
But they're not going to get there in time. Kinetic are just straight up going to take this before they can reach it. Lost Boytov throws down the flare only to see a rather unfortunate situation.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah.
Yeah, this isn't too good for Hydra. They're going to really struggle to defend this, I think.
Well, as you rightly said earlier, the wave clear available on Chicken is very strong, and it is great at taking down the Kraken. You can see already lost about a tenth of its health just to the Spitfires, and it's not slowing down at any rate. So the wave clear from Nemesis Hydra is pretty reliable. Yes, they're likely to lose one turret, but I think they can defend the second one.
Maybe. It depends on whether Fear Poseidon just gets some good poke off, because I think he is very threatening. At this point, he can probably chunk someone with just a Sonic Zoom and an auto attack or two. So yeah, quickly picking up 2 turrets. I don't think they'll find more. The Kraken is too low at this point, but this is a great opportunity for Kinetic to just rotate backwards, take the minion miner, shove out their wave, and rinse and repeat. I mean, they've got full map control right now.
Well, the fact that Kinetic have now broken into the base of Hydra means that the number of plays that they have has expanded a little bit. But what they decide to actually do from here on out is the big question, because you could try and force the fight. Your Vox is very strong. You decide to actually go for the Crucible. So this is something that we saw from him in the last game. Like he clearly likes to pick up this defensive item. Attack of the Pack comes out from Je suis Generis.
Have you been spending some time in France I don't know about?
Je suis, because every time I see suis, I'm thinking je suis, I am, je suis Verius.
Yeah.
So it throws me off. He's Je suis Generis.
Well, he's just sweet, generis, but I do see where you're coming from. Right now, Kinetic, they weren't able to get anything off that Attack of the Pack, but I don't think they rely on that to get kills. Oh, wow, that was a really well-timed Crucible blocking it out. Fear Poseidon, oh, it jumps in right into it from Hell's Heart. That is a bad situation to be in. There's a turnaround. Chicken 1, 2, 3 with a kill. He's going to find 2. He's now 5 for 0. Chrissy needs to book it out of here. Perfect ultimate coming out of Hardek. That was absolutely insane.
That was also a big overstep from Fear Poseidon. He should not have been in that position. If you're going to walk into the enemy base, you have to be prepared for them to fight. Because you're forcing their hand, you're trapping the mouse in a corner, and that mouse is not just going to let you squish on it. It is going to bite you back, and that is exactly what Nemesis Hydra do. They find the fight that they were looking for. All of a sudden, they're coming back into this, and they're going to steal away a lot of these back camps, pick themselves up a lot of gold off the back of it.
Yeah, I mean, really, Kinetic should have brought some cheese with them there. Mouse might have been a bit friendlier in that eventuality.
If they just offered it a little bit of friendly cheese, maybe some... I don't know. I don't know anything about cheese.
Whereas I love cheese.
What? Okay, what's some good cheese to offer a mouse?
To offer a mouse? I don't know. I don't think mice are as picky as I would be.
So you
to be fair.
So like, I used to like cheese with holes in it.
Swiss cheese?
Is that what it is? Swiss cheese?
Well, there's a lot of different types of cheese with holes in it. Yeah, I mean...
What about the stereotypical one that literally just has like scoops of holes in it?
That is like 5 at least.
Really?
Really popular types of cheese.
Okay, well, apparently there's a lot of cheese in the world. But anyway, forget about the cheese. Let's concentrate on the Kraken, who's going to get captured once again by Kinetic. So this is what they need. Now all they have to do is play around the Kraken. Don't try and force a fight. Just let the Kraken do the work and just put the poke down onto Hydra whenever they try and focus the Kraken. Just force Hydra to either focus you or the Kraken, and whichever one they are focusing, the other takes the turrets.
Yeah, I think that's basically what Kinetic need to be doing here. That said, you can see Nemesis Hydra considering briefly the opportunity to go for a pick. I think the right decision was made, and they backed away. Sui Generis is moving up here, playing the Vanguard position for his team, trying to find an opportunity. So far, not many have presented themselves. We're also seeing Chrissy just heal up the Kraken a little bit.
So here we go.
All right, you can see they're trying to jump onto the backline. This time the Blast Armor does actually land. Fear Poseidon is taking a lot of damage on the backside. He's trying to kite away here, but he's gonna go down yet again. We see a big fight coming in from Nemesis Hydra. They're easily gonna be able to take the Kraken off the back of this. The question is, can it finish this last turret? Because if it does, it's gonna be... I mean, this game is actually quite close at this point.
Close, yeah.
Nemesis Hydra, they're winning every fight. Kinetic, maybe they're overreaching. That would be a fair assessment to make. But at the same time, they're getting like 2 turrets per overreach. So it's pretty close. I think either team could still win this one.
The actual engage that came out from Nemesis Hydra was very clean. It was just very well executed. The fact that they were able to shut down Fear Poseidon so early on when this composition is purely built around him, he cannot afford to play like that. You need to rely on kiting and staying well out of range of Chicken. Chicken should not even be hitting you, and it's just, I feel like Fear Poseidon, when he had a great start, he is now starting to misplay. He is overextending, getting caught out. And like, he just burned his boots to close the gap right there. It's just, they're looking for another fight. He gets stunned up.
From Hell's Heart again goes down onto him. He's trying to get away this time. Sonic Zoom does buy him some space, but he's going to go down. This could be a huge fight for Nemesis Hydra. Chrissy off on the side, taking a lot of damage. Sugenaris is going to fall. An ace comes through for Nemesis Hydra. 40+ seconds on all of the death timers for Kinetic. This push could be massive.
This could be, but it also could be detrimental to Nemesis Hydra. You have to remember that for every tower that you take, the death timers gets reduced, and when you take all 3, that definitely means that Kinetic are going to be alive, so it's going to be a race. Can they take the Vein Crystal before Kinetic respawn?
I actually think the Nemesis Hydra could close the game right now. They've got enough damage to do it, even if they spawn. Oh my god, Nemesis Hydra, they turn it around in a crazy game up against Kinetic. They were behind the entire time, but they find the win in Game 3, the only Game 3 we've had today. What a performance out of those guys. Very well played. That's got to be heartbreaking for Kinetic.
It was their game to win. I mean, they pushed down onto the Vein Crystal so many times, but in every instance that they tried to set that one up, they just lost the fight. And in the first instance, it was an overextension from Fear Poseidon. But in the second instance, it was just Nemesis Hydra getting the fight that they needed, and they knew, okay, if we just get the right fight, then it'll be fine. And Fear Poseidon just getting caught out way too many times.
You can't lead the charge like that on him. Not against the silences that were coming through. And I think if Sugenaris had just gone in and kind of tanked for a while, maybe baited out a few of those things, an opportunity would have presented itself to Fear Poseidon for the kills. He just got a little bit impatient, and that bit them in the butt in such a huge way. Kinetic, they're not out of the tournament, but now tomorrow they're facing elimination, and that loss is going to be weighing on their minds. They need to go away and think about it and really work out what went wrong so it doesn't happen again.
Kinetic still look like a really strong team, though.
Definitely.
I mean, I do want to think that tiredness had a factor. I mean, it definitely affected us in our ability to form coherent sentences. So it wouldn't surprise me. The players have been hanging around for a long day, and now very late in the evening, you do just have to wonder, like, just questionable decision-making. Did it get to them? Also, the presence of the stage. You're here in front of a live audience. Did that affect you too?
It's first time for Kinetic in that environment. Maybe they just kind of had the adrenaline rush. Like, oh my God, we're gonna win, we're gonna win, we're gonna win.
A lot of external factors. You know,
Yeah.
I feel like in-game they have the ability. Clearly, they demonstrated that they can take Nemesis Hydra to all 3 games, and they can really push them to their limit. But it's just now a matter of controlling these external factors and just concentrating on the game.
Absolutely. So that's it for the games from today. We are going to have a breakdown of that from Playoff Beard in Rome, and then we'll be back with you tomorrow. Guys, take it away.
Thanks very much, Action Jackson and Vedius. That was, as advertised, a lot of fun. And Rome, quickly, who's your MVP for that game?
To be honest, I have to choose Chicken 123 because he's been chewing that gum for an hour. So an excellent play coming out of him. Like in the first match, we saw that Vox, and then this match, like that Scarf, he went extraordinarily well, always positioning himself in a way that he's standing in that back line, avoiding the buff comp, and especially the damage coming out of the opponent's Vox.
All right, showing a lot of respect there for the Red Bull Esports Studios here in Santa Monica. Not putting that gum underneath the desk, I guess. But an excellent performance out of Nemesis Hydra. They find a way to win, which is what they're best at. Let's take a look at where we stand now at the conclusion of day 1. This is the first of 3 days, double elimination group stage. What we have to look forward to tomorrow, and tomorrow we are on air at 1 p.m. Pacific. That is 4 p.m. Eastern. Make sure you're joining us tomorrow and Sunday at that time. We have the #1 seed Team Solomid will be taking on Halcyon Hammer's Velocity in that first game. That is a big matchup, Rome.
Yeah, and one of the best matches to watch right off the bat. We've seen the play styles coming out of them today from Team Solo Mid and Halcyon Hammer's Velocity. It's like it's hard to really choose who's going to win because they've showed that excellent showmanship in terms of mechanical skills and coordination throughout.
All right. The second match, or the second winner's bracket match, is the number 2 seed Gankstars Sirius against this number 4 seed Nemesis Hydra that just barely squeaked through today.
So we're going back to one of those legacy matches.
That's right. That's El Clasico.
Yeah, with Gankstars going head-to-head against Nemesis. And what's amazing this time is you have Iraqi, you have Fuji, and Gabe Vizzle going up against Chicken 123, Hardik, and Lost Boy Top. So with minor adjustments, some switcheroonies, this is still like the majority of the base is the original teams.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. It is taking us back, almost 2 years now to the origins. That'll be fun. In the losers bracket, the teams that cannot lose again, they must win out in order to advance to Elimination Day. To advance to the semifinals. We have the 8th-seeded Rage Pingers against the 6th-seeded Liberation X. Real quick thought.
To be honest, I hope both of these teams, they start off very rough today, and they were playing very individually. And as long as they're able to regroup themselves, play as a team, play as a unit, they have a great chance to really show their true colors.
All right, and also out of the losers bracket, Vertigo Black against this House and Hammers Kinetic team that was very game today.
So then this last match, Vertigo Black, we're gonna see a very different play style coming from both teams, where you have Vertigo Black, who's always playing slowly, making sure that they're making the right moves, and as long as they're able to pick up their confidence and pretty much execute every plan that they have, following up tomorrow, they should be playing really well. Kinetic, they played extremely well in the second and third match today. Props off to them. I saw a lot of changes compared to that first match they played against Nemesis Hydra, and I feel like they have that true potential, and especially during the drafting and how they executed it, a lot much better in the second and third match.
One last huge thank you for day one to our sponsors, Amazon Coins, SteelSeries, and the NVIDIA Shield K1 tablet, perfect for gamers. So thank you to all of them, and thank you to the community, to all you viewers who have been with us. The numbers were just incredible today for day one. I cannot wait to see what happens with day 2 and day 3. So be sure to be right back here, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow, as well as Sunday for day 2, and then the finals on day 3. So thank you so much for joining us. For Rome, for Action Jackson, for Vedius, for Court Jester, Tasty Bacon, Z Kent, Humanist, and our whole team here, thank you very much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.